something's happening to the farms.
My day keeps going this way and this way. I'm gonna pop you one so you'll stop playing games. Give me something great. Give me something great. I hope you know I'm like a chainsaw. A chainsaw. A motherfucking chainsaw.
What?
So come and get it.
Welcome to the Keno Casino, May 15th, 2026. The corner ring is crumbling. His empire of lies is falling down, reduced to rubble, and we're pissing on the ashes of Jared's grave tonight. Let's be real. This guy's cooked. By his own admission, he is now in the YouTube gulag. Meaning his channels are no longer being recommended in the algorithm. They're being throttled. And we have some reason to believe that his connections that he once was able to flex, he may no longer be able to flex anymore. He's admitting that those viewership numbers, the tens of thousands of live viewers that he once had, weren't real. That they were just a result of being on the Rumble homepage. And as we know, for either bots, some sort of multiplication system, whatever.
Whatever it was.
Now he's off the Rumble homepage. There's no more Rumble contract. And he's like a gypsy cockroach scurrying around from time slot to time slot, trying to find an audience because he doesn't have one. And the chat is just ruthless. Thursday, the Jannies didn't wake up at 9 a.m. Oh. What a surprise! When you don't pay them anything, why would they wake up 4 or 5 hours earlier to sweep for you for free, Jer? Oh boy. So all of the trolls came in and just felted Jer to the point where he's like, I'm just going to turn off the chat. He's like, no other live streamer has a chat anyway. It's like, no, Jer, every live streamer that's worth has a chat that they interact with, that they read super chats from and stuff like this and take the input of the chat and bounce off of the chat for jokes and things like that. The only people who don't are the boomer dinosaurs on fucking Rumble that think that internet live streaming is network TV, like Dan Bongino, or as Quartering calls him, Bonginio, you know, or Steven Crowder, or, what's his name? Benny Johnson. But Jeremy, you are not these people. You don't have a huge legacy audience. You don't have institutional backing anymore. You don't have a guaranteed deal anymore where you get money no matter how many people are there or what the engagement is or how many memberships you sell. It's over, boss. And he's groveling and pleading
about that.
Oh my God. Is he ever
The cope today was insane. We got that edited. We got like so much.
And we have so much
content.
We're not
even make it there, I think.
It's fucking disgusting because this guy now, every day it's a new cry session, a new cope session, crashing out on the trolls, crying about how he's being harassed and the incredible persecution that he's under. And you've got people like upper echelon out here sweeping for him now. The feeding frenzy. And
I just watched the video. What a piece.
Mercy to people who are down and out. And we have to go after the politicians and hold them accountable. Motherfucker, we can't hold them accountable. We can barely hold this fat rich cunt accountable, you fucking moron. We're taking out the people that we can take out. We're taking the trash to the fucking curb. Okay, that's what's going on. I just want to remind everybody how this actually started because people, I don't think, understand what Jeremy did.
Yeah.
Jeremy Hambley said that he would take everything from us. He would take our YouTube channel. He would take our Kick channel from us. He said he would sue us. He said that he would take everything from us. That's what he said.
Someone
that
death, by the way.
That he would make us homeless. So he was saying that he was going to kill us, basically.
Yeah.
That he was going to take away our ability to support ourselves, to support our loved ones, our own families, because he has that power and he's a king. Well, now when the situation turns around and we're putting the boots to him, as I told him would happen, that if he struck us down, we would become more powerful than we could possibly imagine. Then suddenly all of these people jump in. You can't do this to him. He's suffering already.
Not enough.
I know for a fact that if he took everything from us, was suing us into oblivion, we had no platforms to crowdfund, no platforms to rally an audience from and stream. I know for a fact that nobody would be coming to help us and say that he should stop.
Yeah.
He would never stop until we were literally fucking dead. So why should we now turn around?
Help us? Would upper echelon help us if we lost everything? Fuck you, upper echelon, you fucking loser. You don't even know the story.
They would be shitting on us and saying, oh, they got what they fucking deserved. Ha 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 ha. This is what you get. So fuck Jeremy Hambley. Like, in all seriousness, when you state that your goal from the beginning is life ruination, and it won't end until we have lost literally everything, unless we kowtow to you and become your servants and delete whatever videos you say and basically swear allegiance to you as some sort of feudal lord. Like, you, man. Like, I'm going to fight you to the bitter end, and it's never going to stop, because the moment that we give this guy 1 inch, one bit of breathing room, one opportunity to recover, build himself back up, get all of his millions of dollars back and his millions of followers and viewers back. If he doesn't do it to us and takes away everything that we have, he'll do it to the next person that he feels disrespected. Don Cockleone, Jeremy Hambley. Like, that's the truth of the matter.
Where was John's video when we were threatened, when we lost our fucking clip channel?
It wasn't there. It's only when his buddy Jeremy Hambley is under fire, and it's like, isn't it enough, guys, that he's been humiliated? Isn't it enough that he's disgraced and he's off the Rumble homepage and isn't it enough, guys?
No.
It's a feeding frenzy. No,
it's
not enough.
He has to quit the
He
internet.
has to fucking, we've honestly stated what has to happen, because it doesn't have to be total life ruination. You know what I mean? Because that's what he said the end game was for us. He said it would be only if our lives were ruined and we lost everything. That's what he said. That was the conditions that he laid down from the very beginning, was utter life ruination, us living in a cardboard box on the side of the road. That's what he wanted to happen. And that's what would have happened if it hadn't have been for the support that we got from other people, bigger creators like Nerdrotic, Heel versus Babyface, Shoe on Head, Brittany Venti, so many others. We
could name them all day. We could name all
and signal boosted our message and made us bigger than ever before. He would have probably got away with all of this, folks. And so I have no sympathy for him when he won't admit any wrongdoing whatsoever, when he refuses to take any accountability or make any real changes. We've said, get off the internet. It's the same thing Alex Stein said yesterday. Get off the internet for 3-4 months, lose 100 pounds, go to rehab, get sober, and come back as an actually new Christian, a new person. Actually go to church, actually change your life. Show us, not just by word, but by deed, that you are actually a changed person and you aren't just a total monstrous piece of shit. And then maybe there is a path for redemption. But as of right now, the idea that we're just going to, okay, yeah, absolutely, Jer. Yep, we're going to lay off you now. And then Jer rebuilds and builds his war chest to come after us. And
get
put the knife in. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to fucking do that. No. That's crazy. It's crazy.
And by the way, okay, so where was Upper Echelon's video on Brie Larson when he was on his 300th Sorry, 387th video on Brie Larson.
You know,
where was Upper Echelon?
where
Lay
was
off of
that?
her, lay off of her, lay off of her.
That's the thing that's crazy about all of this is Jeremy Hambly does the cancel mob. By the way, I just want to point out this whole cancel mob thing. We don't have any institutional power.
I don't.
We can't take away people's platforms. We can't take away people's banking. And like to actually be canceled, like in a true sense, you have to have your platforms taken away. You have to take away someone's payment processing, stuff like that. We can't do that, nor would we even want to. But Jeremy Hambly set the rules of engagement as everything is fair game. That's basically what he said. It's life ruination. I will take everything that they have. And then when we go and say, okay, well, we're going to make fun of you relentlessly and scathingly mock you and criticize you every single day until you make this right, then suddenly we're the bad guys. What?
How?
And by the way, I don't give a if I'm the good guy or the bad guy.
Same.
I just want to win at this point. I don't want to have some pants cuckold in Wisconsin holding the power of life and death over me. And neither should any other creator on any other platform. This is insane that we have to put up with people acting like they're mafia bosses or kings or gods that everybody has to bow down to and kowtow to, or they're going to snitch on them or sue them or do all this crazy off with you.
Amazing point you made there about the cancel mob thing. We don't have institutional power, right?
Yeah, there is no cancellation. It's just people calling you a piece of shit because you're a piece of shit.
And if we do this show to 11,000
do you
people
know
right
who
now,
did have power?
Who?
Quartering.
Yes!
He might not have it anymore.
Well, not anymore. But the
We'll
thing
talk
is,
about it.
if we have 11,000 people watching us and we convince them to think he's a piece of shit and laugh with us, that's not canceling. That's people going, they make great points. That piece of shit. We're not going behind the scenes like, hey, could you get his channel removed? Hey, get him banned. In fact, I don't want his channel banned. I don't want his channel banned.
I want him to continue making content so I can keep making fun of his bitch ass and making a bunch of money off of his ass. And honestly, when the guy is in the drama business and has been in the drama business for decades, and let's not forget, during like all of these anti-SJW crusades that he was on with all of these various women, probably a half a dozen e-thoughts over the years, he had no mercy for them. When they were crying out that they were being harassed, they were being abused, they were getting death threats, he laughed at them and said, I don't believe you, post proof. But then when we do that to him and laugh at him and go, yeah, right, you victim, crybaby, snowflake, post receipts, he doesn't post receipts of any of the abuse whatsoever. And it's like, I'm sorry, you can't operate like this for a decade and then expect everybody to be merciful and take down the torches and the pitchforks when you started total retard war towards life ruination and taking everything somebody had. And that's just what I want people to be out there.
And then he ended up being friends with the dude on Facebook.
Yes. Yes.
After 3 death threats, he's still friends with him on Facebook.
What are we doing? And so, yes, we were making fun of Quartering but like, here's the thing. Quartering tries to pretend like we started this beef, but this thing goes back like a decade. This thing goes back to the days of the Skeptic versus Sweetie Squad wars and arcane internet lore and Quartering telling Andy he hopes that Andy overdoses and dies. When Andy was down and out and Andy was struggling, Andy reached out to Quartering and said, like, hey, man, like, can we do a collab? Hey, man, can we do something?
No, I apologize. Remember, because I was on my arc where I apologized to everyone that I got when I was on coke and shit I was mad with. Or had
Which, by the way, is what you should do when you're an addict and you abused all sorts of people. Yeah.
Yeah, I messaged everyone. Everyone's like, yeah, man, no problem. It's been years. The one person... Okay, some people like didn't respond to me, which is fine, obviously.
Yeah.
But one guy publicly posted, you're going to be dead in a ditch, you're an addict, and no one will work with you again, and I'm going to laugh when you die.
Yeah.
That was
and that was
publicly
quartering.
after I apologized.
And that was quartering.
By the way, I never even hurt his feelings.
And so then, by the way,
I
we
apologize
see
for being
that
a
we were
retard, that's
making
it.
fun of Styx Hexenhammer because he was destroying his life in alcoholism, crumbling. Jeremy Hambley was bailing him out of jail for domestic assault and all this crazy, right? So we start catching wind of quartering, like being a weird guy, being a lolcow. Then he starts begging for money, like saying he's selling his Nintendo, his Neo Geo collection. He needs this money for this coffee equipment. He put $300,000 on a credit card, which we now learned was a home equity line of credit, and then another $80,000 apparently on credit cards. And he was worried he was going to lose everything, and he needed everybody to buy the Mother's Day boxes. So we're making fun of that. And then he was saying he was going to lose his Rumble contract. And so then I start watching his show. And then I realize he's being really creepy with these female co-hosts. So I bring it up on my show, like he's being creepy with these female co-hosts. Then the AmFest disaster happened.
Diarrhea story.
Where, by the way, he's scamming people, raising this money when he's supposedly a multimillionaire. Then he doesn't deliver on any of the rewards for AmFest,
And then shows
any
the
of the
RC
autograph cards. Yeah, and then, by the way, as he's scamming all these and begging for money and all this stuff, he's flaunting all of his material possessions, his Rolex watches, his RC cars. So throughout this entire, we're just pointing this stuff out. And then we're going back over his old lore and the speculation that perhaps there's a Sky Bowl or some sort of pizza bowl, because why is he so upset that his wife is going out for pizza? But the thing is, like, the main focus of attack was never on like his wife or his family life or anything like that. There were jokes here and there, and we went over, but it was mostly watching Quartering show and dissecting Quartering show for the boring, creepy train wreck that it was.
Yep.
And it was him that escalated this to a life ruination level where he said that he would take everything from us. Okay. Our goal was not to take everything from him. It was to have another segment on our show where we made fun of somebody and we made money, because that's what we do. We do drama, we do comedy, we go, and it's like he just couldn't handle it. So many times throughout us making fun of him, he would like reach out in DMs crying like a bitch. And it's like, no, I'm not going to stop making fun of you just because you're crying like a bitch. And because I wouldn't respond to his DMs at all, because I don't want anything to do with shady, greasy characters like him that I've known for a decade plus are shady and greasy. He then goes to Josh Moon and tries to say that we have to take down all of our videos about him. And this is the thing. If we gave in to that and we let Quartering take down all of our videos, what's to stop the next person from saying, well, you have to take down your videos, right? Like very soon, like we're just finished. Like we're done. Like,
what's the point of even doing a show?
Like what's even the point? Like this guy is a big baby.
Like, don't
so I called
terrorists, right? So
I called what I thought was his bluff, because I really didn't think he had all of this power that he claimed to have had, right?
Yeah,
I call his bluff. I say, you, pal. I'm not taking this down. This is crazy. And Josh Moon leaks the DMs and exposes the whole extortion scheme. And I figured once it's exposed that this is what Jeremy's plan was, he's not actually going to go through with this, because it would be career suicide. Because I know what happens to false flaggers like Mundane Matt, especially open ones that are trying to intimidate people in the right-wing space, in the free speech space, in the anti-SJW space, although that terminology is very archaic today, and the constant use of SJWs again, by the janitors. It's like, guys, this terminology hasn't even been in like vogue since COVID, if not like 2 years before that. Okay. Which goes to show like these people have just been coasting in the same grift for like a decade straight without updating anything, without getting up to speed with the discourse, with the memes, with the culture wars, without anything. Okay. That's how easy the grift that a lot of these Jannies for Quartering and Quartering himself, that's how easy their grift is. Okay. So he decided to actually go ahead and do this thing and not just do it after he had already been caught that this was his plan and it was all public. But then 20 minutes later to post a birthday card that was casino themed.
Again, by the way, 2 channels, same time, no strikes, right in a row. Mine first to say I was bannovating on Clip Channel in a row. Anyone who keeps going, but how do you, if you don't think that's what happened, you're and deserve to get
it's to the point now where this is the public consensus and Melanie Mack got community noted for it because it's beyond any reasonable doubt at this point. And then, you know, the DMs with Bering that just came out last week as well.
Admitting it again.
He's admitting to it and making threats again and in this whole situation, right? So our Clip channel goes down. Andy's main channel goes down, right?
Mine first, then Clip channel.
And then the Clip channel for ban evasion, which it wasn't ban evasion. This whole situation is greasy as Let me try and explain to you guys what's been going on and the bittersweet resolution
really bittersweet.
that we received today. Because it's like, I guess partially a win, but we're not getting our channels back, right?
Well, our editors apply.
Our
now
editors
for a
not
new
getting
channel.
his livelihood. Like, there's no guarantees in any of this. I just want to lay that out to people, and I just want to say we don't have stone cold receipts that what I'm about to lay out for you guys is what's going on. But if you have 2 brain cells to rub together and some common sense, this is most likely what went on. Okay. So Jeremy has this female YouTube representative that's an employee at Google. Okay. This isn't like the normal representative that a lot of people get where it's like some, as he says, Pajit in a call center somewhere where they don't really have any power or authority. This is a high ranking Google employee. Okay. This Google employee oversees our case. Okay. They unilaterally have the power to do whatever they want with our channel. Okay.
Both channels.
And there's both channels because they went to it first. Okay. This is the situation we were facing. So we're appealing this situation and our appeals are just going into the void. We're in limbo.
And by the way,
this is supposed to be
YouTube for a month and a half reply. And then when they figured out it was flagged, no response. And by the way, I had a big YouTuber who talks to Team YouTube all the time. Saying this is weird. They always message me back.
This is the thing. We had multiple people behind the scenes, big YouTubers, you know, people that don't want to be named, people with hundreds of thousands, millions of subscribers were intervening on our behalf behind the scenes, going to their representatives, trying to get this overturned. And they're all like, this is really strange. I'm not hearing anything back on this. Normally,
they message me back immediately.
Normally, they message me back. What was going on here? And this is speculation on our part, okay? But this is what is happening. Quartering's YouTube representative never wanted to give a definitive resolution to this case because if it was definitive that we were banned or not banned, we could then actually go through the appeals process or the pilot program for getting reinstated.
A new channel.
There's a pilot program to get reinstated on YouTube, and it might take a month, it might take 6 months,
might take a
or
year.
whatever. But there's an opportunity for us to come back to YouTube. Whereas if it's just held in the void with no resolution forever, there's no way of us legitimately coming back to the platform.
May I add one more thing too? They kept replying to Flake on email saying, no, the appeal did not go through. You are still banned. But then in the appeal YouTube studio, it says your appeal is under review.
Yes.
And so was mine constantly.
Yes.
The emails came back, but they're supposed to conclude the case.
Yeah. It would come back saying, oh, you guys are done. Okay, it's over. But it wouldn't be.
So we can't apply for the pilot program,
There would be no option in studio for us to apply for the pilot program, which is...
That's crazy.
So eventually, it got to the point where we're like, we're not getting this channel back. Like, we've been completely... And if YouTube admits fault in this, they open themselves up to liability,
Big
and
lawsuits.
news articles, and all sorts of. So they're not going to admit fault in this if there is shady, scummy going on. So we just want a resolution to this. Either, great, we won the appeal and got it back, but we're like, just tell us it's over so we can apply to the pilot program. But they wouldn't do that. This dragged on and on and on. And it would have dragged on potentially indefinitely forever.
Probably.
Except for the fact that Flaked lives in Ireland. Our editor lives in Ireland.
And so what does that mean, Ashton?
So Ireland is a part of the European Union. And we all know that the European Union has stronger consumer protection laws. But it's not enough. We still would have been if he was in some other EU country, if he was in Germany or France or whatever.
Anywhere.
We still probably would have been.
However,
But because YouTube's European campus and headquarters is located in Dublin, Ireland, there are specific agreements that YouTube made with the government of Ireland to be able to have the headquarters there and operate out of Ireland that provides stronger consumer protections for Irish people. And so we've been spending this whole week. Flaked retained legal counsel, and he was talking back and forth with the lawyer. And there was a few different roadblocks that was like, I don't know if we can go through this process. One of them was, had we actually taken money from Flake and established that with him, then it wouldn't have been able to go through. But because all of the commerce regarding the channel was done within Ireland, it was fine. And we could move forward through this process. Now, what this agreement between the government of Ireland and YouTube means is that Irish citizens are entitled to a speedy resolution of YouTube appeals, meaning that it had to be done within a certain amount of time, which they hadn't done. So when the lawyer contacted YouTube and said, you're in violation of my client's rights here, you up and you haven't provided a resolution within the time required by consumer guidelines, YouTube shot their pants within 24 hours.
14 hours, 14. Because last night the lawyer put it in last night.
14 hours. The channel, the case was taken away from the YouTube employee, which we believe is Jeremy Hambley's YouTube rep, taken away from him, or her rather, and given to the legal department. And the legal department resolved it as, too bad, so sad, you're okay? It's over. You're not getting the channel back. But at least we're no longer in the void. At least we're no longer in limbo. And there's now a path forward through the pilot program, right? But here's where it's interesting, and here's where we all know it's shady, the situation.
I didn't know this, by the way, until the morning. While I was talking to Flaked, I checked my email. I'm talking to Flaked. I'm asking him for all the details, screenshots, And I'm like, while I'm talking to him, I'm on my phone. I open my email. I'm like, bro, they resolved mine as well. We just went after it.
But
the clip chat.
That's the thing, right? We're not in the European Union. We're not in Ireland. We're not entitled. Andy's not entitled to these consumer protections.
At all.
But then somehow within that same time period, Andy's channel gets the resolution as well. So obviously there was some shady foot with what this YouTube representative that Jeremy had was doing. Now, people have asked, do you have this person's name? No, we don't. Do you know if they got fired or disciplined?
I hope.
No, we don't. We hope so.
I hope they're fired.
Do you know if Jeremy still has the services of this representative? No, we don't. We don't know these things. But based on what we're seeing play out, we can make some sort of speculation as to what's going on. I think when Jeremy says he's in the YouTube gulag, it means that this representative is not going to help him in the same way anymore.
To Rumble, by the way,
he's moving everything to Rumble, where they also took him away from the homepage and took away his deal. He's seeing that his views are collapsing on YouTube. The algorithms against him, the SEO's poisoned against him because the detractor videos are getting more views. etc., etc. So ultimately, it's not like a total casino victory.
No,
it's very
it's
bittersweet.
not. It's bittersweet. It
but
confirms
it's
to
like-
me that I was like, okay, we weren't crazy. Because I was talking to Flake, and I'm like, yo, wait, what? Because he only mentioned his channel. I guess what happened was when they picked up this case, it obviously has my fingerprints all over it. They're like, okay, just resolve his right now too.
Yeah.
I didn't head to a lawyer. It
No.
was flaked. Well,
It was all flaked.
We were, like, talking
It was
to him
all
and
going
stuff,
on
but
in
yeah.
Ireland because there's a separate system of arbitrations through the consumer protections over there that are established that we don't have in Canada or America, right?
Bullshit.
So that's the situation there. Hopefully we do manage to get a new YouTube channel through this pilot
They'll
program.
get it.
But ultimately, Jeremy Hambly took away our editor's livelihood, a channel that had 60,000 plus subscribers on it, that was generating 5 figures of revenue every single month from our editor. And so, in my mind, this is life ruination that he's been doing, to where our editor's having sleepless nights. He doesn't know how he's going to pay his bills, doesn't know what his path forward is going to be. What the he put this on our editor, and he put this on us. And so the idea that we're now going to forgive him and stop making fun of him and let him rebuild and regrow and come back and do this to us again.
No, thank you.
No, I'm sorry. You. So that's the situation as it stands right now. And I just wanted to go through the whole thing again for you guys so you can understand our perspective on this and why we don't think that it's, oh my God, it's so wrong, the feeding frenzy and the hate mob and the cancellation
Listen,
mob.
If he was
Stop it.
like a preacher who did Bible verses on YouTube, and we're okay, I can see why you'd be upset. This is
You know what I mean?
drama mongering,
Yes,
like
and
outrage
has
bait
been.
fuck. Right?
You know
for
what I
years.
mean? For years and years, smeared other YouTubers, covered their controversies, their dramas, and not just 1 or 2 or 3 videos, but dozens or hundreds of videos on people until he had bled everything out of it he possibly could. And then when we do that to him, it's wrong? No. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. And we've had times where we've had to eat and we've had to admit wrongdoing, or we've had to apologize, or we've had to go through times where our entire chat was tomatoes, just like his is oranges.
Yep.
Do you know what we didn't do?
We ate shit
We
for a bit.
we didn't ban every single person, turn the entire chat into a total hug box,
Or
fucking cry and whine and complain and make the entire content focused on the trolls and on the haters. We kept doing our same content, and we hoped that the audience would be entertained by us enough to forgive our indiscretions and continue to support the show. And that's usually what works. But he's gone so far and beyond anything. And then the lack of any sort of repentance, the lack of any sort of change, the lack of any sort of break. It's like, you man, you have to go through the process of eating in order to get your redemption. You don't just get to say you're redeemed and you decided that, bro. That's not the case. We're the aggrieved parties in this. Listen, what we were doing was internet talk, Jeremy. That's what we were doing. Something you've participated in gleefully for a decade, Jeremy. Now, were we more scathing and more cruel and potentially more funny than a lot of people are? Absolutely, we were, right? But where do you draw the line? You're not the one who gets to decide where the line is on what you can and can't make fun of or what you can and can't criticize, my friend. You aren't that guy, bro. And so you decided that because people are making fun of your show in a relentless fashion on a constant basis, that you had the power to ruin their lives. And now when people are with you and stomping on you, you cry. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Get, buddy.
I can't believe people actually thought we were, oh, be nice. That upper echelon video like blew me away. I was like, I can't believe he's Okay,
But
so
it's like-
just let him all right, just let him stab us. Where were all the videos about us being banned, of us being attacked from upper echelon, from everyone defending Jeremy right now, Chrissy Mayer? Where was it? And now we're the cancel.
It never
we're making
was.
jokes about
It
him
never
and
was.
exposing him.
Well,
Fuck him.
ultimately, the God's honest truth of this whole thing is we've been punching up the entire time. We're the underdogs.
Yeah.
This is a guy with millions of subscribers, millions of dollars, institutional backing, employees at YouTube that he claims are in his pocket and that he can have take down whatever the he wants. And now he's the victim and we're the bullies because his life ruination attempts on us blew us up to the point where we're now much bigger than him in terms of live viewership. What sense does that fucking make?
And social media and I mean, Rod Jared's chat. I have it here. Rod Jared's chat had, after I tweeted it, had 260 people watching when I was in there. It was very funny, everyone. It was so much fun. I woke up early for that one, but goes 3 times as fast. He's got 1,800 viewers. Rod Jared 250, and the chat is triple speed.
And I gotta just say,
How?
with Tim Pool and Redheaded Libertarian and these other
Fuck Tim
nobodies,
Pool.
are you guys serious? You really think that quartering is going to affect the midterms? I just don't know what to say. Like, quartering has no impact on anything in a grand political sense. There's not one person whose vote or mind was changed by the quartering at all. Like, none of this has any impact. And by the way, Tim, neither do you. Like,
Well,
these guys
have you
on
watched
the
that clip?
internet, it's crazy.
I watched it
he's like,
yesterday on
we
Google
don't
for
have
40
have
minutes."
time. We don't have the luxury or the privilege
She
of
was
this
on the
when
Hill.
the midterms are going.
He's an
But mind
energy
you,
consultant.
it's like you guys aren't anything. You guys are
energy-
nobody's pretending like you're these grand poobahs that
Who's
have this
that redheaded
massive
girl again?
redheaded libertarian. She's the one that was taking money for Animal Farm. It's like you guys have time to complain about movies, but we can't complain about a guy going around censoring people on YouTube and sweeping things up. What sense does that make?
Oh,
It doesn't
but-
make any sense
But
at
how are we
all.
going to fix climate change if we go after the quartering? How are we going? That's what he says at the end of the clip. But we're trying to change climate
I'm
change.
going to be real. It's a lot easier to fix the quartering problem than it is to fix the climate change hoax or George Soros or the globalists or the vaccine. Like these things, genuinely, we have very little control over, if not none at all. And this is the thing is it's like when people do have an opportunity to exercise their voices and exercise some small amount of control and have some sort of release valve, these people poo-poo it and are like, no, you can't do that. You must focus on Vivek Ramaswamy's Ohio gubernatorial. Vivek, the rhinos, the establishment GOP. I don't give a single about them because they don't give a single about any of us. Them.
Yeah.
I don't care.
But
this is
I
all
don't know
WWE
I don't know
anyway.
anything about the. Well, how would you say this? If he flagged, yeah, I saw how he was flagging people. If that's true, I don't know. I didn't research it. Then he should be punished for that. That's all you have to say. But no, but she was on the Hill. She like this guy's
And I'll
energy
just be real.
consultant. And
For the
this-
guys, in chat who say we're Canadian, our system is rigged as too.
oh, beyond.
It's rigged everywhere in the Western world.
Way rigged,
Did
dude.
you dummies not go through COVID? The orders were the same everywhere. Everywhere people were being locked down. Now, in some places, it was more extreme than in other places. But when you see in pretty much every corner of the globe, the same thing, all going on at the same time, regardless if it's Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, it's all going on at once. You think the orders don't all come down from on high? Anyway, that's neither here nor there, to be honest. But it's just ridiculous, this elitist attitude that we're not allowed to criticize some guy on YouTube because there's bigger things going on out there. There's always bigger things going on. There's always grand geopolitical issues that are beyond what we can control. I'm going to try and control what I can control and talk about what I want to talk about.
What
And
if
I'm
Tim
not
was
going to be
censored?
gatekept by Tim Pool. Well, then the crying would never, ever, ever end.
Yep.
Holy
Tim- has to realize what he's ignoring here. This is an actual free speech issue and a YouTube manager issue, which is his wheelhouse. Both things. I couldn't even believe it. Just say, I don't know anything about it and then move on. To act like an elite. Like
that was the thing. All he had to do is say, listen,
I don't know anything about this shit.
I don't know anything about it. And he could have said, I have better things to do. You know what I mean? That's it. But like this obfuscation or whatever. And it's this thing is once these guys get to a certain level of mainstream success, they're all in the cool kids club. They're all in the grifter club together. And they all sweep for each other. They all protect each other. They all go to these parties. They all go on each other's shows. They're all in each other's DMs. Nobody wants to offend this person or that person. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think Camelot got into trouble too, is because he tried to play both sides on this. Yeah. Where he wants to be a part of the side calling out quartering and calling out Chrissy Mayer and all this stuff. But he doesn't want to fully burn the bridge with Chrissy Mayer or these other grifters because it won't be financially advantageous to him in the future. So he's over there in the DMs. Chrissy's saying he's apologizing to me. He's bowing down to me, trying to maintain these connections. And they're both claiming different things in the DMs, but neither one will produce all of the DMs publicly because they know that the DMs...
He would leak all DMs to me today.
Well, but it's not to me. Do it to the public. This is a public dispute.
Yeah.
We are all tired. Everyone is tired of disputes being settled behind closed doors in back coat rooms where greasy, slimy grifter deals are cut between people. Oh, this is going to happen. And then we're going to get this in exchange. Let the thing be litigated in the public square.
Yeah.
And I'm just really sick and tired. And my whole, from the beginning of me being on the internet, I have always been going against these soulless grifter snakes. These people who stand for nothing but the bottom line, who've never, ever sacrificed anything and will never sacrifice anything for anything. They will always play by the rules. They will always give the milquetoast, acceptable take of what's going on at any given time, whatever they think is in their financial best interest, and they're all in an incestuous cabal together. And I'm not just going to suddenly rehabilitate somebody or cover for somebody that was like that for years and years and years, but today, because they see it's fashionable to make fun of Jeremy Hambly, are now going to pretend like they have principled stances. To me, I'm sorry. What's done in the dark is going to come to the light. These people will be rooted out one by one by one. This is the thing, is like people talk about like the midterms and conservative politics and the mission. If conservative politics is what Jeremy Hambly is, I don't want to be a part of conservative politics.
Fuck this.
If the whole point of being a conservative is so that you can creep on women like that, do weird sexual harassment, go out to the Ren Fair, blackout drunk and disturb families on their weekend, go around threatening and blackmailing people who are criticizing you, pooping your pants. And, you know, this is the thing. He has no passion for anything. He has no talent for anything. It's just reading news articles poorly. I'm sorry. People like this need to go. You wonder why your political cause keeps losing, aside from the fact that it's all controlled. None of this matters anyway. It's because the people representing you are they're trash. They're just the same as the left. They just say the right words. They pay lip service to your ideals and what you believe in. But then when push comes to shove and you see how they live, they don't live up to it in any way. They're trash. These people, they don't represent me. Who elected quartering to be the arbiter of the right wing? What the f are we doing here?
Why are we infighting? If this is infighting, I don't want to be in this.
Was it infighting when Donald Trump destroyed Jeb Bush and the Bush
No
criminal crime family? And like seriously, was it infighting when Donald Trump came up on that stage and called out every single one of them for being insiders, for being incestuous snakes that were on the take from special interest groups that were in the swamp, and that all of them were compromised and blackmailed by the swamp? No, it was righteous as is what it was. So I'm tired of hearing infighting. How do you expect to take over the right wing and make it the way we want it to be when we can't criticize the gatekeepers and the establishment and the people who keep failing us again and again and again? I'm tired of these old millennial and Gen X with their libertine sympathies who grew up when gay marriage was accepted, abortion was accepted, and they really don't have any problem with any of that shit, okay? And their sympathies are completely liberal, trying to tell us what the right wing is and isn't. There's a young group of new people coming in the grassroots that don't want you quartering. They'll never accept you. And it's the same thing with people like Steven Crowder.
You're a leftist because
we're not leftists.
You know what I mean?
We're not. We've lost so much.
My life.
Platform after platform after platform. Friend after friend after friend. Do you know? Like, it's not easy, especially in Canada where we are, to have the sort of views that we have. They can put us in jail.
Gone. Yeah,
they can put us in jail for
banned for making fun of someone.
You just got to understand, like in Canada, it's actually illegal now to teach the word of God about homosexuality. They'll ticket, they'll fine, they'll put preachers that go out and teach the gospel teachings on homosexuality. They drag them in front of kangaroo courts here called human rights tribunals and fine them tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars and ruin their lives. Okay. So I don't want to hear from people who've never had to risk anything to speak the things that they say that I'm a leftist, because trust me, this show in Canada any day under the Carney majority may go away. And people wonder, why don't you focus on politics more? Why don't you focus on politics more?
No, thank you.
There's nothing we can do. We try the best that we can. You know, we try the best that we can.
We push the line. But if we did a full politics show, if we did This Week in Kakada as a normal show every day, we'd be felted. We would be. So we don't do that. We actually don't do that. Yeah.
Like do you see what they did to the truckers here in Canada?
Oh.
They seized their bank accounts. There was no due process. Anyway, I'm just tired. And I don't think many people are falling for this. I'm a conservative, so you can't criticize me, or I'm a Christian, so you can't criticize me. But it brings my piss to a boil that these arguments are being made, especially by people who really haven't done anything except sit on the internet and talk about the latest woke Disney movie. It'd be one thing if this was organizing in real life, but he's not. He hasn't done anything. So him and the people sweeping for him.
And also, he didn't even apologize. He didn't even apologize. Why would we forgive him or stop going after him when there's no apology? How about he does the first move? You know what I mean?
I'll just say this. It's very easy to say woke bad. Everyone knows that woke is bad. What do you actually stand for? If you're going out there as a political commentator and you're talking all day long about politics, but you seem to have no real coherent ideology or worldview beyond woke bad and the Hollywood movies are bad, I'm sorry, you.
Yeah.
Like, you. You're not doing anything. You're just grifting off of people's resentment for Hollywood humiliating us and our culture over and over and over again. Okay? I'm sorry. Like, it is what it is.
By the way, guys, thank you for being here. Holy 12,000 people watching. Sub to our locals. I had a show yesterday. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun with everyone there. Thank you everyone for the big support there. Let's read some super chats we got here for Kino for 10 subs. Agent Orange is 4 for 5 subs. C3 Metal for 10 subs. Dramatic Discussion for 25 subs. Skylar36 for a sub. Trollkin Gaming for a sub. Lovable Fascist for a sub. Brain Dookie for 5 subs. One Nominally Smelly Feet for a sub. Hog Inspections for 10 subs. Jack Mayhoff for 25 subs. Man, come on, let's go. Boniface Enjoyer for a sub. Shoe on Head, what's going on for 10 subs? What's going on, Shoe on Head?
Huge support. Let's go.
Jameson 101 for a sub. Definitely not Brock for 45
5 subs.
Card of Axis for 5 subs. We got Brass Creations Foundry for 10 subs. We got Bohemians for 10 subs. We got Plattystein for 10 subs. We got Rape Jared okay, for 5 subs. I almost finished.
Whoa,
it was spelled like anyway, Belliv, thank God I stopped. Fondler for a sub. Shiny Tinfoil for 10 subs. Flamerican X for a sub. And
you may as well play Freebird during this. Like, there's a lot. Let's play Freebird. Let's read out. Get your support in now, because we're gonna have to lock in on the program and get through a lot.
Not only about like the donations, and it's like even on locals, like my chat's flying. People are supporting or retweeting me when I'm at like 9 p.m. just like chatting and it's like,
because I'm going to be honest,
like 1,000 tweets from like a retweet.
This is a show that doesn't have the same entanglements that all the other shows do, where they're afraid to go after this person or that person or hold this person accountable or criticize this person because they're friends with that person. We don't want those entanglements. We don't want a clout chase. We don't want to be on all the panel shows and in the club and getting off by everybody, and then we have to them off and run defense and sweep and be in everybody's That's not what this is about. We want to have the freedom to say what we want to say when we want to say it, and it has been a long, hard climb not having to off all of these people for clout to get to the place where we are today, where we can call our own shots and tell people like Jeremy Hambly, no, you. And it's a great thing. And I hope that all of you guys stick with us. We want there to be an entertaining show. That's our responsibility, is to provide an entertaining show, a high energy show, a funny show, a show that talks about things that are interesting to the audience, that the audience will be interested in because we're interested in it, not because it's the current trend that's going on social media to talk about this or to talk about that, because the talking points came down in the news cycle of what we're all going to talk about. That noise. This is our show. We run the editorial direction. We answer to nobody but you, the viewer.
We chat behind the show.
It's that simple.
We discuss what we're interested in. And there's some stories, by the way, that we've put in the folders to be like, yeah, we'll cover this. Everyone's talking about it. And then we're like, before the show, we're like, I don't want to talk about that. Like the collab thing. It's like, I don't give a That's
scum saying that we shouldn't be our own so hard.
Our own.
Suck my
Baxter's Crusader for 5 subs. Big Storm for 5 subs. Darax for 10 subs. Anonymous for 5 subs. Is that Ollie for 5 subs? Felt Sport for a sub. E-Bombs Girl for 5 subs. Boxy TV for a sub.
Ziggy for 50 subs.
What the fuck?
Hail A Borrow for 5 subs. Tony Panfer for a sub. Cowboy K for Rage of Fire Popsicle for 5 subs. Pencilvester for 5 subs. Biologist for 5,000 kicks. That's
Oblivious Icarus for 25
subs. Magikarp, Kevin Minnesota, Fecal Fanatic, Yakass, Capybara Supporter for 5 subs. Kino Grove for 10 subs. Toro DiCello for a sub. H3 Girly Gone Rogue for 5 subs. Grizzy Gary for 2 subs. It's that Ollie for 5 subs. Whack Jacket for 5 subs. Fishy Bishy for a yap says I've got no strings to hold me down, to make me fret, to make me frown. There are no strings. I am free. We got Fire Popsicle, A22G. We've got Gex the Baptist Crusader for 5 subs. Something for no one for 1,000 kicks. B. Hagstrom for 5 subs. Thyrax for 10 subs. Anonymous for 5 subs. Paul Jimmy Gianni for 2,000 kicks. E-Bombs Girl for 5 subs. Felted 247 for 5 subs. Holy man.
my God.
Unisicleon for 10 subs. Jersim P for 5 subs. Ball and Ball Nuts for 5 subs. Sunset 90 for 25 subs. Evil Dead 2 for 5 subs. The Real Steed 1 Homosexual Operation Gator for 5 subs. Carnivaxis for 5 subs. Barabbas Out Free for 5 subs. Rare Tricks for 5,000 kicks. Buzz CJC for 5 subs. Blimp Pat for the Tip of the Spear. Crow 88. Sunset 90 for 10,000 kicks. Here for Kino for 10 subs. Agent Oranges 4 for 5 subs. Trax Rocking for a pack it up. Says he backed Camelot's book a year ago and still hasn't got the fucking. Whoa, buddy. Snarpsta says Trump is the biggest insider of all time. Dude has made $4 billion during his presidency. Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. He betrayed us. But at the beginning, what are you saying? He's based and righteous, and we all know it. Holy C3 Metal for 10 subs. Dramatic Discussion for 25 subs. Skylar Trollkin Gaming for subs. We got those. Let's back to the top. Monty Charles for 5 subs. Jen Cook for a pack it up. Jimmy Gianni for a pack it up. Big Nuts for 25 subs.
Let's go! Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Digital Apex for 5 subs. Elf Druid for 5 subs. Rogue FDA employee for 5 subs. Ram 56, Justana, Arcade Outpost, 30 Fish Cakes, Viking Ninja, Waterweird, Jack Mayhoff for 5 subs. Strike XX Freedom says share. Let's go. D-Shift 00 for 10 subs. Judge Brimstone for 10 subs. Family Cancer for Pity Fact for 5 subs. Radical Rizlamist for 5 subs. True Firepower for 5 subs. Ace King Suited for 5 subs. Officer Dank Nasty. Axe Baldo Fondler. Pianoish for 5 subs. Bad Banner for 5 subs. We Was Wolves for 5 subs. Homosexual Operation. Hambley's Last Brain Cell. Subscribe. Sure Thing Giant Beer for 5 subs. Sneed Dave for 5 subs. Capybara Supporter for 5 subs. And Pride Personified, Willie the Composer, Johnny Pretzels for 5 subs, Kyle Hex with a Rage Quit, Alonzo for 5 subs. Okay, holy folks.
Thank you so much. Oh, and one last thing. We're, I think, 18 members on Locals away from me and Psycho watching the Matt Jarbo movie.
Not the Jarbo
We're gonna watch that
movie,
AVGN
buddy.
movie. I'm gonna start watching all the YouTuber movies, and we're gonna review it there. I'm hype. So we're 18 subs away. We're starting with a Jarbo movie. So
you
18
better
followers.
sign up on
It was
Locals.
so-
When are you thinking of doing it? This weekend?
Yeah,
or?
Sunday. We're getting 18.
If we get it, we need 18 more
Listen,
signups to the Locals. And
every
remember,
live
all
show-
of the Locals money goes directly to our editor so that he can continue to create the clips that are being distributed
And he's working
all
with
over
people.
social media by the Hydra Network, which is being very successful.
Hydra
And I
Network.
would say
There's a few
the
channels that
Hydra
I'm like,
Network
what the
right
fuck?
now is getting way more views than we ever got on our
It's
original
combined.
clip channel.
It's actually fucking
Thanks,
insane.
Jeremy.
And Flake,
Thanks, Jer.
And Flake is in DMs with all them, helping them out with SEO or ideas. One of the Hydra channels actually promoted the Locals 30 minutes before I went live, helping me gain more viewers and ours more. So, guys, thank you. I would say all you're doing if I could. All right. I'm just kidding. All right.
Are you though?
All right, guys.
Are you though, buddy?
By the way, Ash, I want to apologize to you. You go, stop with, no, Phil, we can't do Phil. I tried doing Phil yesterday with Psycho. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot.
There's a reason we're not doing Phil anymore. This guy
really
is the most boring bum of all time, but he's still on the internet, Jeremy. So look at your future, buddy.
And we're gonna do some stuff.
You have a long future ahead of you, Jeremy Hambly, as the next Philip Burnell. Because Raw Jer today, his chat was going faster than Jer's chat at 9 a.m. because Raw Jer had 250 real viewers. And he didn't even probably have half that.
All right, funniest guy in Raw Jer chat. His name is Dead Air Jer. And every time Jer went silent, he went, "You rang."
Whoa, buddy.
Dead Air Jer is the funniest. And he was like adamant whenever it was silent, "You rang." Raw Jer
and
chat
we got
is
Sloven for 10 subs. And Sneeden says PvP forced Josh to review the clown cartoon show, bish.
Whoa.
Well, maybe that's what the next Kiwi Casino will
you should do
be.
it with Josh.
We've been talking about what's it gonna be, or like, is it gonna be about complaining about taxes? I'm like, I don't know. That's a little dry, Josh. You know, it's like, is it gonna be a sector deep dive? I'm like, yeah, but on who in the sector? You know, we're talking about what the next episode will be, and I'm just being a lazy and focusing all of my attention on Jeremy Hambly. And I know Josh is busy battling the skeleton chair cuckold or whatever so it is what it is. But soon enough, we're gonna get the Kiwi Casino back together.
Yeah.
Probably next.
Josh. They're so good.
Probably next week, and it'll be on Gumroad. So we'll figure it out.
Oh, by the
Anyway.
way, okay, so I edited a Jer app today, right? So now I'm helping Ash with the Jer apps, right? That's all we're doing. But I gotta say, Ash,
for now,
for now, and we're gonna move on soon. I promise. At some point,
when he stops freaking out every day,
I know.
Probably not gonna happen.
I was editing Jer here and there, but you would watch the show, right? Could I just say you are a saint because the parts that are funny are the worst content I think on YouTube.
They
Like,
are.
I actually at one point he talked about. I left it in for a second so I could remind myself when we watched the clip. He talked about stamps for 25 minutes. The price of stamps went up 79 cents to 82 cents, and he did a 30-minute segment on it.
They did like 7 minutes on foods that start with the letters T and H.
It did not.
They did. They actually did that on Thursday. Because Jer is such an alcoholic wet brain that he forgot that Thirsty Thursday exists. So he's like trying to riff off the Taco Tuesday theme, but couldn't come up with any foods that start with TH, even though like Thirsty Thursday, he must know. But maybe I don't know. Like it's just wet brain. And then like they couldn't think of Thai food. So it was brutal. It was like 7 minutes of that. There was a whole segment where they watch, and we're probably going to skip through it, but they watch American Dad for like 10 straight minutes.
Oh, I saw that clip on, I think,
oh,
Hotep.
man.
But Ash, I left a little bit in, but the stamps went up from 79 cents to 82 cents.
No, it did.
I swear to God.
That's not really what happened today. Oh my God.
He did 30 minutes. Who was there? And Roger in the morning. Did he not talk about stamps for 30 minutes? I swear I wanted to blow my brains out. I'm not even, chat. Yeah, he did. See? 79 cents to 82 cents. And he's reading the article. And I'm just going, is this to actually make me kill myself? I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make the A-logs kill themselves.
The amount of errors this guy does, not just speaking, right? Because I understand when you're low IQ and you're an alcoholic with wet brain, it can be hard to have a train of thought that you're able to carry and speak extemporaneously. But you're reading off of a screen, sire. You're highlighting each word with your cursor as you read. And you're still not able to read the words properly. Like, this is unacceptable. If you can't Reed, you can't have a take on the news or politics. I'm sorry. Off.
I swear, Ash, I thought, because I was OBSing for better quality and I went to the gym, came back, and I saw this one line in the audio that was just like a line, and I'm like, the OBS up. I click it. It's dead air Jer. I thought it was a glitch. I thought, you know how sometimes like your audio would fuck up or like a Rumble download fucks up? I'm like, oh no, did the fucking player stop or something?
No.
It was like a fucking chunk like this. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. And he's like,
oh, by the way, I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but I was right. I called this since the start of the week, since the Chrissy Mayer sweep job with Melanie Mack. Quartering is now attempting to hire Chrissy Mayer to be his full-time janitor. He is making offers during Chrissy's show last night to bring her into the fold at the same salary as she's getting at Friday Night Tights. Now, from what I understand, that salary is $0. Okay? Maybe she gets a little bit of a split here or there, but I did. So Jer is basically offering for her to go work for him for free. Why doesn't he offer her what Melanie Mack is getting? Just $500 a show. I guess he's running out of money and he has to lowball the out of her. But what he's doing, by the way, so on Thursday, he did this whole rant about, oh, well, I can't defend Chrissy. I can't defend Mel. I can't defend Hannah Claire because I just keep making it worse for them. Now, mind you, by saying this, if what you're saying is true, you are making it worse for them by bringing it up and defending them by saying you can't defend them, right? But then if that is the case, don't go to Chrissy Mayer's live stream and sow more seeds of division and dissent and discord between her and Friday Night Tights. Like you're going over there and deliberately sabotaging her on the show.
But he's doing it on purpose. Like you said,
he's doing it on purpose to give her no options but to go work for him, which is twisted.
And she wasn't on FNT tonight.
No, and she might have been had she handled this situation properly. And Chrissy, by read the super chats, we don't just mean read the super chats and then like pretend like you don't understand it or just move on. We mean actually respond to the super chats in good faith, the criticisms that you're getting. And I'm just going to ask every single person who can hear the sound of my voice this right now, do not send her one more penny.
Stop, please, for the love of God.
Stop.
And by the way, the A-logs are sending her like 50, 20 bucks. I'm like, make it $1 at least.
She made more money in the last week than she did in the last 2 months combined, guys.
The most you should A-log, Dono, is $2. I see like 40 bucks. Like, you're a bitch. I'm like, you threw her $40 to call her a bitch?
Stop it.
Why?
Stop it.
That's crazy.
She has no respect for what you're saying anyway. Unsubscribe, move on, pay her no mind. But that's the thing is she shuts down all avenue of discussion. It was so twisted what she did last night. First of all, she limited the chat to people who've only been subscribed for 8 days or longer.
Yeah.
So anybody that actually has a problem with what she's not allowing them to talk, right? Yep. She banned the orange emoji.
No way.
She banned the orange emoji, folks. That's how twisted this
There's no
you know, and then when people are complaining and they're like, well, we want to have a voice, she says that chat doesn't run her show and that if you want to say something to her, you have to pay her for it. What sort of commitment to freedom of speech is this? And like, do you think this is going to go over well? Like, you're just pouring more salt in the wounds and disrespecting people even more. But what she's doing is she's fanning the flames of the outrage by acting ignorant. Basically, her job is to keep pretending like she doesn't understand. So you guys give her thousands of dollars to then the next time pretend like she still doesn't understand. Like that. This bitch.
I was editing a bit of that. We have some clips, right? But I was like, oh, I'll edit the whole thing. And then thank God.
She's basically a distraction.
Like, edit quartering because, and I'm like, thank God. I was 10 minutes into the edit. I'm like, this is terrible. Yeah, and she's a distraction. But it was actually the most boring, like worse than quartering. It's actually
Oh my
insane how
God.
bored. Like I was actually blown
She's
away.
just awful. Well, there's a reason why she has no live viewers, why her replays struggle to even get a few thousand views. She has no actual audience. She's just one of these people that, because she's a woman and she says the right opinions, she'll repeat whatever conservative right-wing talking points are that day. She gets invited onto panel shows for representation. She's basically a DEI hire on the right wing to be like, see, we're not all incels. We have this 42-year-old bitch that comes on here, guys, and see, guys, we have representation. It's like, fuck off with these diversity hires. Seriously. It'd be one thing if she was a woman that actually had anything interesting to say, but she doesn't. It's obvious why she's there.
Yeah.
Holy fuck,
Hit
man.
on new people. There's a lot of new people too who sub to us. But yeah, Ash, I was about to text you. I was about to go like, are you sure we should edit this? I'll edit quartering. And then you're like,
Yeah.
and then as I'm texting Ash, he goes, just do quartering. I'm like, thank you.
What? You'd
Oh.
think, though, like a comedian would be better at handling hecklers in a
Yes.
hostile audience. Like, I'm sorry to say, but like if you actually were a real comedian that really had to scratch and claw and go to all these dive bars and have people throw beer bottles at your head and call you a in every name in the book and be belligerently drunk and stuff, you'd think you'd have thicker skin to be able to handle someone putting an orange in chat or criticizing your interview with Melanie Mack, but apparently not. And these are the same people that are always like, this person's a snowflake, this person's triggered, this person has thin skin. And then the moment they get made fun of, they cry like bitches. It's crazy.
But she's saying the cancel mob, right? Again, you still have a platform, Chrissy. Shut the up about this cancel mob bullshit. You said it like 10 times.
This is the thing. We don't have the ability to cancel you. We're criticizing you. That's it.
Making fun of people is different than canceling someone.
We can't take your platform away. We can't take your bank account
We don't
away.
want to, by the way.
Yeah, that's not what any of this is about. It's just about you not getting involved in that you don't have to be involved in and sweeping for people that are doing disgusting. That's all that it's about, Chrissy.
Mhm.
And you know that, but you're so prideful and so arrogant and think that you don't have to answer to anybody. And why these YouTubers who, let's be real, aren't qualified to do anything in the real world. Let's be honest. They have nothing other than this. Seriously. And we don't really either, right? I'm pretty aware of that. Like I could go sell cars or something, but you know what I mean? Like, this is it. This is what we do.
Yeah.
You somehow think that you're like a god and you're above all of these regular people that work real jobs that are difficult day in and day out, and you don't have to answer their questions or answer their criticisms. Who the do you think you are? Why do you have this belief that you're above everybody, that you're like this special clergy class or like godly king class that's above the common peasant? Like, where did this come from?
Yeah, and her saying about my chat doesn't control my show. Yeah, they don't. But when your chat hates you and they're mad at you and criticizing, don't cry about it. You know what I mean? If we did, by the way, if we did RTU all day, we would lose every single viewer.
Well,
so
listen, I would love to sit here every day and on Angry Joe.
Yeah,
you know,
if we could just do Angry Joe exclusively,
and do that guy with the glasses retrospectives and review the latest AVGN review and be like, he fucked it up
every day.
You know? That's what we would do. That's what we would do, but there's
I'm
not
jealous
actual
of Red Cow Arcade.
You know,
I'm like, I
you
wish
have
we were
there's
Red Cow Arcade.
there's a balance, right? You have to do the things that people are interested in, but you can't become a full to your audience and allow them to dictate everything. There is a give and a take between the creator and the audience, and that's what's best for both, is to find that balance, right? So you can't always just let chat bully you into doing whatever they say, but you have to actually take them into account and make them feel heard. And what she's just been doing is completely disrespectful and insane, and it's never going to work, and it's just going to lead to more hate. But that's what she wants because she's laughing to the bank off people sending super chats. So stop sending her super chats. She's clearly a bad faith actor. She clearly doesn't want to know what's going on. Otherwise, she would have learned what's going on, because it literally takes 5 minutes to get caught up to speed on what quartering did and why people are upset, and why people are upset at Melanie Mack for sweeping it and co-signing it. Because it's not just that she swept it, it's that Melanie has agreed with this activity. Okay? So that's all I got to say.
Angry Joe's looking rough.
Well, he has been for a while.
No, it's like actually like he's looking brutalized. Look at him.
Oh,
Look
man.
at this, Ash.
Pull him up then.
Is his cheeks not like really red?
Oh, man.
Is
He's
he
looking
drinking?
pale too. Like,
he's drinking, and his arms
and there's
are
like
tiny.
this like alopecia, like the flushness in his cheeks, like he's drinking, and he's like got quadruple chin going on now, but he's trying to
small
hide with a
arms.
cope beard, and then his beard's all gray and but I don't know, man.
I could do that all day. I could do that all day. Just pause on every.
He doesn't look quite right. He doesn't look quite right. Okay.
By the way,
Holy
14 dead dogs for 25
5 subs, and Captain Dimitri for 5 subs, and Jer's Pickled Brain Matter for 5 subs, and Sunbro Brulaire says this Jer arc has been a ride, boys. As a new viewer, I look forward to a day where your main content can be like the great indoors. Godspeed, lads. And we're looking forward to that. Like, listen, this show has always been a variety show where we cover a variety of topics.
Yeah.
And hopefully eventually, like, we can get back to that, because I feel like that's a lot more fun.
I mean, we'll always
and I
do
apologize
Jer, but
to the fans who, you know, are waiting on the iDub segment, although I don't know how many of you really are waiting on that at this point.
we apologize
want
to
see,
H3.
you know, or want to see Phil, or want to see whatever.
We promise we have it in the works. We just want, we're just trying to get this out of our system. You know what I mean?
Well, Jared just won't stop, though.
I know.
He won't stop. All right, let's get into the show proper. It's been an hour and a half of self-masturbation and creature PPP. No, we're not doing the Ralph segment.
I'm just kidding.
We're not doing the Ralph segment, folks.
No secret Ralph segment.
All right, into the folder. We go.
Do you want to see the Roger chat? Real quick, just real fast.
Well, were we going to do that? All right, we'll start off with this.
It's not part of the actual. Just so you all know,
Okay.
everyone. Roger. All right, I screenshotted this from my chat thing in the morning. But there's Roger live. You see at the bottom left there?
Oh, he's got a really good ratio, 89 thumbs up, and only Jer thumbs it down.
Only one dislike.
It was Jer himself came by to thumbs it down. He couldn't even get Melanie Mack to wake up in time for this. Okay.
I didn't even think of that. By the way, so after I saw this, recorded it, I tweeted this out, and this went up to almost 300 viewers. Roger chat. And by the way, Roger is actually on time.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually earlier than Jer.
Well, Jer was late again today, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he
he
hasn't
was.
made it on time a single day to this 9 a.m. time slot.
And then he promised I'll see you all at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock came, and there was no show.
Oh, man.
Watch the chats. Okay, so this white chat's Jer's. Roger is the black chat. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Sorry, do something different. Like everybody else on this entire platform,
The
just talks about
Roger is
news all
moving
day. I get
faster.
that.
And Jer
That's
has
part of it.
3K
I
watching.
can't like go
Roger
on
has
here
150 here.
you know, play
And it
video
went way
games and grow an
faster
audience on
later.
a level. Not
But
right now.
after I tweeted it.
Hopefully one day.
It's over for Jeremy.
crazy.
There's more actual engagement on a restreamer with 150, 160 viewers than on his live stream, which according to Roger's count is 1,200 viewers there. So it's supposed to be 10 times the viewers at least. but it's
but he-
moving half the speed.
But dude, he had. Oh, that's a video. I'm like, what the hell?
So this is the
buddy.
situation
And
now.
then
Is he's
later-
becoming DSP? He really is.
At the 250 viewer mark after I tweeted it in the morning, the chat, Roger's chat, was going 3 times as fast. It was wild.
I look forward to kind of
And look at this. They're all on Jer. And I think, by the way, I'm pretty sure he has Roger open on another screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seemed suspicious when he would look over and he was like stopping, like, I'm like, is he reading
Well,
Roger?
he's gonna do the same as Phil, where he has Raw Phil or Roger open in another tab, and he's clearly seething at it the entire time. Once it becomes the case that Roger has more viewers than quartering and more super chats than quartering, it's going to go downhill so fast for Jer. And we're fast approaching that point. And I don't think he really realizes just yet, or maybe it's starting to sink in based on how much he's crashing out, his future, which is being Philip Burnell, being a guy who has no other option but to clock in day after day and get felted and humiliated and embarrassed over and over and over again for nickels in the gutter just to survive. Like, that's his future on the internet right now, unless he makes drastic changes. Well, here's Jer's new plan, guys. So let's go to
Okay.
folder 00 here. Here's Jer.
plan.
Jer has a new plan to save it.
Okay.
So he says, good news. I'll be updating my content based on your feedback in a few ways starting next week. Wow, is Jer going to actually apologize and address the controversy and take accountability and give his side of it? No, of course not.
Oh.
But what he's going to do is he's going to take into account things that viewers have been upset about for years. And now that he's on his knees, desperate and destitute, trying to survive, he's finally going to now appease his audience and do things that he should have done years ago, except he was such a greedy bitch that he wouldn't. Okay. So he goes, 1, get right into the story. Why haven't you always been getting right into the story,
By the way, a
buddy?
lie, because he talks
No, it
about
is a
getting
lie.
into the story.
Exactly. He goes, oh, no, I'm going to talk about the story. But it goes on for like a minute or 2 minutes of him saying he's going to get right into the story before he gets into the story. And the reason he didn't do that for the longest time was because he was doing sponsors and ad reads during that slot.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's not getting the same sponsorships now. So now he's like, oh, guys, I'm doing you a solid by not doing these. No, it's just that you're not getting the same offers you used to, Jer. And your coffee company is in the... So, and it's obviously a point of contention and fraud and the FDA labeling controversy. So you don't want to bring it up anymore. Do you know that's why?
Actually, he did on the edit I did. You know what he said? He goes, yeah, we're going to sell coffee. I just got to put stickers on it or something. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, no.
You'll see. I don't want to spoil it, but
Oh,
just so you know.
no. Okay. So he says, I'm going to get right into the story instead of jawing around for 2 minutes. And 2, get more details, moving away from just reading a single article or 10 minutes in most cases. I need to provide you more value for your time.
No.
Isn't this something you should have done from the beginning? But
He's
imagine...
lying.
No, he is lying. He's not going to do anything. We've heard this all before. Remember when he was going to hire the researcher and he hired the researcher and he was going to do these deep dive videos? Ultimately, he's lazy. He has no passion for any of this. He has no opinions on anything. Imagine doing a video on a news article and not having an opinion on it at all. Like, that's what he does. He just reads the news article and goes, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm sorry, that's not transformative. That's just stealing news articles. Like, you didn't do the journalism. You didn't do the reporting on any of this. You're either reading somebody's tweet and reacting to it and not really even giving an opinion there, or doing the same shit with a news article. Like, buddy, that's not content.
but
it's garbage.
When did he say this, by the way? Wednesday?
Today. No, this was today. This was today. This was like 2 hours ago.
Wait, but that's a lie because today in the morning show, Roger's chat knows he just read articles. He didn't go into detail. He didn't find multiple articles about the same thing. He didn't watch like different angles or different perspectives. It was one Twitter article per story. Liar. Okay, what do we got here?
So then he says, I need to provide you more value for your time. I hope you'll find value in the new change. I am excited to do basically less videos, but better videos. There is no chance that that's ever going to happen. Ever.
Less
Because
videos?
as his views continue to decline, he has to keep pumping out more slop to keep his income where it's at. It's not going to be the case that people are then going to suddenly, let's watch these high quality core. That's not going to happen. Like he's cooked, bro. He's cooked. Says, gotta keep evolving, and I've gotten lazy. No, you've always been lazy. It's just before you were able to get away with being lazy because you didn't have competition. You were coasting off of being a big YouTube channel and being in the algorithm, and now you've fallen off. You're desperate. You're being choked out in the algorithm. And so now you can no longer afford to be lazy.
By the way, he said that last year as well.
Yes, he said this so many times. Then he says, I'm also live on Rumble twice a day now, once at 9 and again at 2 Eastern. By the way, he failed that promise. He was not live at 2 Eastern today because I think he got drunk.
Also, Ash, you know what he said on the show? I don't spoiling it, but he goes, listen, I'm only going to do 2 shows a day for only a month. This will not be sustainable. So we have to figure out what time we should be live.
He talked about how he's not able to have a life by streaming twice a day or whatever. It's like, but you're streaming like 3 hours, 3.5 hours total. Like we're doing like 20 hours a week, like 3 8-hour streams
25, 28 hours.
Hours of fucking streaming a week. And
Plus
we
editing.
actually prep and edit the shows ahead of time. Like if you want to be successful in the live streaming space, it's not enough to only stream for a couple hours a day and just read a few fucking news articles and fuck off. Like that's not going to work,
and he
bro.
doesn't have a
it's
life.
A competitive. No, he doesn't. This is his life. Why do you think he's spiraling so badly? If he actually had a real life, happy home life with his wife, lots of friends, hobbies, if he was touching grass like he claimed, he wouldn't be crashing out about trolls making fun of him on the internet on the daily. And it's gotten bad now. This week, like from Wednesday on, he's just turned into a full-blown lol cow. He really has.
Yep, he literally is. He's finished his transformation.
He says, hope you'll stop by the shows. They are both different topics and vibes. Have a great weekend. They're not. It's the exact same.
Because he's on YouTube putting this comment? Okay.
Who gives a What a coward.
Yeah.
Be a man.
He censored Rumble like you're saying like
a dirty word or whatever.
Like, you're saying, you know what word we're thinking
but
of.
by his own admission, he's already in the YouTube gulag anyway, so.
Yeah, well, it's even more so now.
So let's get out of this folder. Let's have a look at Melanie Mack getting felted.
It's the greatest day ever.
Melanie Mack got completely owned on Twitter. People accuse Quartering of false flagging that he didn't even do, and now it's turned into a giant grift. Imagine being Quartering's co-host and complaining about grifting. If it's okay for Quartering to grift, why is it not okay for other people to grift? You know what I mean? A chunk of the anti-woke space turned woke with cancel campaigns and drama farming. No, the anti-woke space has always drama farmed. I don't know.
That is
the anti-woke space. Oh, they made Helen of Troy black. Get pissed off.
Which, by the way, that grift it's fine to make money and get viewers.
Who gives a shit? It was okay when you guys were going after Jack Murphy or Brie Larson or Lauren Southern or Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian or whatever SJW feminist boogeyman of the week that it was, right?
Monster of the week.
But now that it's you guys getting made fun of and criticized, it's a cancel campaign. I'm sorry. We don't have the institutional power to take you off of social media. We are just expressing our displeasure at Quartering taking us off social media and being a thin-skinned little bitch in a pants and a etc., etc. Okay. So she says it's all a grift while news is slow. Readers added context. Jeremy Hambly, aka the Quartering, has admitted to using contacts at YouTube to remove channels that criticize
And then
him.
there's a video
But
link.
I'm sure that's all the woke cancel mob, right? Like, this is the thing. This is the consensus. This is the facts. These are the facts at this point, Mel.
The fact that it
You think
went
that
like
you
this-
can go out there and lie like this? And here we have Melanie Mac. My husband told me to use social media a lot less. And like a good wifey, I listened. We're so worth it for more time going outside and offline gaming. I'm more clingy with him. I'm pretty sure the reason. Let's hear Catsburger's here. Bimbo Babble translation. Everyone hates me for sweeping for my flag at boss, and they're being very vocal about it online. So I'm going to try and lay low for a bit. P.S. My husband's totally not gay. He enjoys my company. I'm just a small bean. Ooh.
By the way,
Right.
Ash, that's the best way to quit social media.
By announcing it on
Tweet
social
it.
media. How about you just leave social media? Why is it so necessary for people on the internet to know that you've left the internet? Wouldn't they notice?
Also,
Like, if you have to announce your departure, aren't you kind of an irrelevant bozo anyway?
Yes.
Because wouldn't they miss you? Like, oh, I haven't seen from Melanie in a while.
I'm gonna tell you the truth about what happened with Johnny Junkers. Okay, he was like, "Bitch, we just got married. If you keep talking about this online drama, I'm gonna have a divorce." You know, like Johnny Junkers probably like, "Yeah, please, I don't care. I want to watch cosplay and game."
From what I understand, this guy quit his
Don't
job
clip
as an
that.
engineer to become an internet cosplayer power couple with Melanie Mac. And then Melanie Mac burned her entire grift to the ground for Quartering. And now Johnny Junkers is sitting there with his in his hand, like, what the am I going to do?
Yeah.
But Mel claims that she's financially set for life.
Mm.
So
So is she a
Don't worry, guys.
multi-millionaire?
that's
No.
what she says.
She doesn't have 10K in her bank account. Let's be real, okay?
Maybe she had a lot of simps for a lot of years, but
Fair,
But
yeah,
this is-
I forgot the
But
sim
this
factor.
is what this whole thing is about. This is what Quartering did. It was life ruination.
Mhm.
First will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion, easy takedown. And next will be your kick. So it wasn't enough to take us off YouTube, but that he was going to go to Eddie and he told Josh Moon he was in contact with Eddie, the owner of this site, to take us off of this website so that we would have no source of income. And then he would sue us while we had no source of income in order to financially break us completely. That was his plan. Okay. He says, I literally begged you two to be reasonable. I tried everything. Did you try not being a thin-skinned little bitch and playing by the same rules on the internet that you expected other people to play by for the last decade? He says, you chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. Like, that's actually twisted.
Well,
That's mental illness.
your YouTube is in shambles. Your Rumble's a joke now. Everyone hates you. Wait till you watch the begging about his please sign up for the quartering.com, please.
And by the way, he could have just talked back and everybody would have had respect. And maybe he could have turned the tide.
Or
But
it'd
he
be like a
believes-
fun battle between back and forth.
Well, yes, there's content and there's money to be made and a back and forth between us. And it could have eventually led to some sort of a confrontation or a debate where there would have been a bunch of money and a bunch of viewers and people would have been excited and hyped up for it. But he threw it all away.
Mhm.
I don't know why. Like, because he's above that, because he's a god, because he's a king. I don't really understand it. And there's a lot of material to go after us with. It's not like we're sinless angels out here, do you know?
And he expected us to be
Holy.
stuck in limbo for the right. I mean, the manager's probably like, yo, I'll keep them stuck in limbo, right? But now that's gone. What was it for? There's a
I
million
know.
channels now
And then,
of us.
By the way, when he did get his opportunity to confront the detractors with Yellow Flash,
He ran.
he ran from it. And now he won't even address any of it because he knows that if he's in a live confrontation with a competent person that has receipts, he will be completely demolished and humiliated. It will be a Matt Jarbo moment. And that's why Melanie Mack had to have Chrissy Mayer run defense for her and not bring Brittany Venti on, because had Brittany Venti come on and actually forced Mel to take a position on this that made any sort of sense at all, she would have been demolished. So all these people can do, just like the woke SJW left, is hide in their hug box, pretend that none of this is happening, ban all dissent, and then wonder why people hate them. It's crazy.
It's actually insane.
So,
Okay, let's move on to the next folder here,
Okay.
folks.
so then we have, this is just a little quick, interesting segment. You know what? Go to the other one first, okay?
Sure.
So I just want to show you guys, this is the quality of content that Quartering's doing for his shorts. So there hasn't been a single video posted on Unsleeved Media in almost a month now. But I didn't realize he was posting these shorts every day that are getting like 1,000 views or
Wait.
less
On Unsleeved Media?
on Unsleeved Media.
Is that
okay?
That's what you meant? Oh my god, I can't believe
So
it.
just have a look at how we're just going to review the first 10 seconds of this short.
I'll watch
okay?
all of them.
Have a listen to this.
I love watching hours of this in a row.
Everything's been around over 30 years, and these are the most
By the way,
controversial.
pause. Notice he sped up his intros on these shorts. So he's actually putting himself at like 1.5 times speed because he's so slow as a speaker that he actually has to speed himself up. He looks there, bro. He
Yo.
actually looks like a homeless bum begging for change,
Oh
doesn't
my
he?
god, look at his eye.
His eye is messed up,
Both
dude.
eyes are not symmetrical at all. What is happening here?
/ most banned artworks in history. Honorable mentions include
Artworks?
Oh, wait,
You
no, there's
mean
no way.
bring
No
it
way.
back? He
No
couldn't
way.
say artwork. You couldn't give it another take, bud. You said artwork instead of artwork.
Yes.
Magic the Gathering's been around over 30
Wait, look. He's reading the script first. He starts with a script reading. Why don't you cut to you looking at the camera like this? Look.
Magic the Gathering's been around over 30 years.
Wait, you hear that though?
Magic the Gathering's been around.
What?
Well, he's unnatural. He sped himself up in the editing software. That's what he's done.
Greatest shit ever.
On over 30. Magic the Gathering's been around over 30 years, and these are the most controversial / most banned artworks in history.
Artworks. How do you edit that and put it up? How do you not go, let me take a second take here
Perfect.
and properly say, like, it's one thing with these live streams he does. It's like, there's nothing you can do. But this is edited content.
Perfect. Yeah. 5-star. Hit like.
That's insane, Jeremy. That's all I really wanted to show here,
Check this
okay?
out. Wait, is
So
there
honorable
any
mentions
more?
include cards like Crusade
Not
and
really.
Jihad, religious warfare imagery, and name.
Jihad. Anyway, so we're going to go to the next one where Quartering tells everybody that he has no problem with people making fun of his shorts, except every single person who makes fun of his shorts in chat gets banned.
With an
And
orange.
anyone who posts an orange gets banned.
Mhm.
But yeah, he's totally okay with it, guys.
But if you're only here to be a then
Hang on. That can we just talk for 1 second?
Test. 1,
Right.
2, 3, 1, 2,
All right.
3.
So-
Test.
I'm gonna lower you a little bit and boost that because he's a little bit low there. Sorry, folks. 1
Okay.
second. There we go. Make sure it's perfect audio for all you.
So I just want to point out, he said, if you're only there to be a and make fun of him, you're going to get flushed. Now, this contradicts his broader narrative that you're going to see later on, where he says that he loves that the trolls are there because he gets paid more for his pennies in the gutter ad reads. Obviously not the case if you're banning everybody that makes fun of you there, buddy. Obviously, you're sensitive and you don't want them to be there, okay?
What's the deal with the oranges anyway? It's just a meme.
Oh,
People-
the stress sigh. Did you hear that? Oh, It's just a meme. Well, if it's just a meme, why are you so sensitive about it and banning everybody who posts the meme, Jeremy? That's lolcow stuff. That's Philip Burnell tier stuff where it's completely harmless. And you're going to admit that you put no effort into this and that you find making these shorts degrading and unfulfilling. And you're going to say that people have a right to make fun of you for it. Then why are you banning people for something that innocuous? Why are you people so sensitive and soft when your whole grift was going after the snowflakes and triggering the libs and owning the libs? It doesn't make sense.
It's just by the way, it's like the most like for Phil, right? It's like he doesn't pay his taxes. He it's all these crazy like accusations on Phil, right? He steals, he takes advantage of it. For Jared's, what are the oranges for? Loses his mind.
I know.
People don't like that I make
Go ahead.
short video content that
No.
literally
No, that's not what it is. People don't like that your shorts are stealing other people's content. It's freebooting other people's content, doing 10 seconds in front of it. What do you guys think? What are the oranges for? And then, using that to profit. That's what people have a problem with. It's not actually transformative. It's not actually fair use. And you're obfuscating and refusing to address the real reason people are actually criticizing you. And then it's the same thing, this mentality that he has, where in the thief's mind, everybody steals, right? He goes, everybody does this. No, everybody does not do this. It's pathetic and desperate. Let's continue.
Like any shorts I do watch, by the way, are usually people like actually talking or doing something, or it's a miniature version of their content. Jared just goes, "Hey guys, check this out."
everyone else does.
No, they don't.
I'm going to promise you one thing, Jared. When I'm part of the pilot program on YouTube and I get a channel, I'm going to make a channel where it's 4 seconds of me going, check this video out, and it's going to be all your videos.
And then what are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it, bitch?
And then it's going to be Quartering says this, Quartering argue, you know what I mean? And then we're going to choke out your shorts in the algorithm. And then how will you feel about that? Well, I guarantee you he'll go around copyright claiming that stuff, right? And this is the thing, is the moment that these giant creators that he's stealing off of realize that he's doing this, the game's up, right?
Yeah.
But he's just hoping, because there's so many of these Indians and AI run channels that are stealing from all of these genuine content creators, that he's going to be able to escape the notice of the copyright takedowns.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Well, someone's like, Andy, wouldn't you be banned again if you did that? I'll just make 1,000 channels and keep doing that.
I really, at this point, like YouTube,
Fuck. Yeah, fuck
YouTube,
bro.
their terms of service, we
Because-
wipe our ass with
Yeah.
it. Fuck their platform.
Yeah, what are you gonna do, bish? I'll get banned every day. I don't give a
Fuck
it's the
YouTube.
most
Wait, we got Ziggy for 10,000 kicks. Says Quartering. I was happy watching the clip channels, downloaded VODs because my internet is sketchy as now I'm stuck playing Among Us with the mods in the chat. Hail the casino. Quartering's a piece of shit. Bring it back 2 seconds here. He's saying it's not the most fulfilling
you know what,
content
Ashley, you know
to
what?
make.
I hate these people, like these bitches, like, but they broke the terms of service. You guys are being okay. Shut the up.
You know,
when the did you
the
guys care
fuck up.
about the terms of
no,
service?
but it's
Eat
like
a
when the
dick.
terms of service said that you couldn't question the vaccine, did you not call out the terms of service
all-
as you know what I mean? Like, how many right wingers got purged on YouTube? And then it's like, oh, well, we're not going to allow them to come back or have a platform or have a voice because the YouTube gods have spoken. The YouTube gods and their terms of service. Like,
Yep.
it's just such snitch bitch behavior. And all of us in the right wing have been dealing with this for over a half decade now. And he wonders why
exactly.
there's such a backlash against him. And it's specifically from creators, because other creators know. Other creators know how bad this is.
I'll have 10,000 channels ready. Don't worry. I don't give a about the terms of service. Them.
right?
We followed the terms of service and they still banned
And
us.
it didn't, you know what I mean? And there's tons of channels that follow the terms of service perfectly,
Yeah.
aren't even political, aren't even controversial,
Yeah.
and still get by YouTube. YouTube. They are garbage.
So part of the game you play on YouTube is making shorts content.
That's your twisted game, because for you, line always has to go up. You always have to be able to present the narrative that you're winning and you have all these views and you're making all this money. Some people are happy to actually just have their dignity and not have to do these shorts and sell out in the gutter for nickels to try and pretend they're still a big deal when they're on the decline. Everything has a natural rise and a natural fall. The idea that you're always going to be at the same level on YouTube for 20, 30, 40 years straight is a pipe dream fantasy from untalented bums like this who could only get popular by exploiting the algorithm and staying super safe and milquetoast and neutral on basically everything. And it's just not the case, Jer. Things go down and you have to adapt, bro. But instead, he's like, oh, I'll just sell out and do these shorts and pretend like my channel isn't crumbling. You're stealing. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was...
And by the way, if I were to make that channel of me just reading 5 seconds and then it's his whole video, and then he got us banned off that, it would start this arc all over again.
By the way, we got Chrissy felt it herself for 5 subs. His face there 2 seconds ago was crazy.
Oh, shit. I know. Look at him. Oh my God, hang on. Wait, where is it?
Oh man. Oh man. The way that his eyelids go is so Jabba the Hutt reminiscent, isn't it? Like he's some sort of a stop motion puppet or something.
There's one particular short that everyone glommed
Jim
onto
Henson production
because it was
I
like,
gotta get like a CG VTuber avatar of him, and I just do his videos.
the Hutt.
Jerbo.
a cooking
Well,
video.
AI would read them better.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are the oranges for? That's it. That's it. And by the way, people are allowed to make fun of my short content. It's not like,
But not in your chat, right?
He said short content, but not the orange. You see how he phrased that?
This is lawyerly and weaselly and slimy, isn't it? Like, off, man. Like, everybody in your chat, Chrissy Mayer's chat, like they're getting banned for this stuff. You won't allow people to even make these jokes. Had you embraced a lot of these jokes and rolled with it and laughed and was like, yeah, I'm being, I don't know what I'm doing. People would have eventually accepted it, and like a lot of people would have let you off the hook. But when you keep putting your heels in the sand and digging in and being like, no, I'm not going to admit that I'm an idiot, it just makes people felt you more, man. And eventually it gets to the point where it doesn't even matter. You're a Philip Burnell. It doesn't matter what you say or what you do because everybody knows you're just trying to save your ass anyway, and you're a lol cow. And then you're truly trapped, and you're fast approaching that territory, my friend. Fast approaching it.
Just looking for a wire to plug in my house one second.
Guy, it's not like I get any much fulfillment from it. I'm actually working on trying to make to get away.
By the way, imagine doing something like because you're forced to. I don't get fulfillment, and it's not even like making money or viewers or subs.
The only reason he does this is so that we can't make fun of his social blade anymore. We're supposed to believe that this guy is more popular than any other time except for his absolute peak on YouTube in 2024 during an election year. That's what we're meant to believe. We're meant to believe that this guy has more viewership than Hassan Piker. And he just doesn't.
No.
He just doesn't.
I would even argue now that Roger has more viewers. To be honest, for real.
Yes.
Honestly,
from reaction shorts into more creating my own 2 and 3 minute shorts, which I've started to do more of. A couple of times a week. I'm doing a 3 minute.
Nobody would have a problem with you doing a 3-minute news article. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's when you're taking other creators' content that you're not even giving credit to them, and you're putting your watermark on their content and adding 10 seconds of commentary. What do you guys think? That's what people have a problem with, Jeremy.
Mhm.
Like, figure it out, dude.
Yep.
minute news short. That's what I'm going to do in between shows now. So I do the morning show. Then I'm going to do some like 3-minute news shorts for like news stories that, don't really require
But
12 minutes kind of thing.
If he's doing nothing wrong, as Meme Copium said in the chat, why is he changing anything at all? Like, this is an admission that he is in the wrong and that the critics are right, but he can't actually just admit that.
Yeah, they're
And
just
it's like-
making this. The orange meme was a meme on a bigger problem, the stealing, the thievery, right? It's like, and now you're admitting, I'm gonna actually make my own shorts now. What do you mean your own? So you're admitting that you are stealing, right? Isn't that against TOS, guys? Isn't that against TOS? You know what I mean? Like, what are you, a bitch?
Thing. But yeah, that's the whole meme for the oranges.
That's the
Is that
whole. Have you noticed that, by the way? And I'm sure you have. That's the whole. So many sentences. He repeats like the sentence, like just one sentence like 5 times. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And you're like, are you actually dying? It's crazy.
He didn't
man.
that I was reacting to shorts content, which isn't going to stop me.
No. Never mind.
Literally everyone else does it. Everybody
they
else
don't.
Literally everyone else steals content.
Not like you do it, Jeremy. Stop it.
buddy.
does it. And so they picked one video and that became a meme. And I accept that meme.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Lies.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying like this? Anybody who's watching you knows that this isn't the case and that you're banning everybody who brings it up.
Mhm.
It's not helping that you're doing that, by the way. It's making it worse, Jeremy. You know how the internet works, man. You claim to be the meme war veteran. Why are you making these mistakes?
I accept that meme.
No, you don't.
Yeah. See, Ishmael. By the way, if you're new in the morning time slot, make sure you follow the channel so you get notified.
Who's new? Who's this
nobody
channel
is
at 9
new.
a.m.?
Nobody is new other than the trolls. Like, it's not, there's no growth here, quartering. There's not. It's in decline.
Your shorts are just as entertaining as Sniper Wolf. Yeah. I mean, it's the same.
Okay. No,
It's not like.
by the way, it's the same. Yeah. And Sniper Wolf gets on for those shorts.
Like, it's not like she's a respected and acclaimed member of the community. Like, no one
everyone
likes
hates her.
You know?
like I'm one of the best.
And by the way, at least with her, she's a female. Jer, you're a slub. Unshaven, dirty shirt, same
Well,
sweater.
he can't even, worse than that, he can't even read. This can't read. It's not
Shorts
just that he
creators
can't talk, he can't read, man.
ever. Making those reaction shorts are like soulless.
Exactly. That's why we're all making fun of you for it. And it's not new, by the way. All of your content was always soulless, reading articles and giving no opinion of your own. But it's a new low in soullessness, buddy, to just outright steal from other creators.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
He's not even reacting. There's nothing.
But they reach a new audience, and then when I put out, like, I've done some like 3-minute shorts on like short topics, and some of those get hundreds of thousands of views. Now it doesn't make any money.
Well, this is the thing. He admits that none of it makes any money, right?
But it brings in main people to watch the main. No, it doesn't.
No,
Your
it
views
doesn't.
are tanking still.
The long form views are in the toilet. That's why you're on your knees before your audience saying you're going to improve and you're going to finally listen to the demands that they've been making for years. And the only reason you're doing it is because you have to, Jeremy. That's why.
How many views is his newest video? 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
Did he not post anything today? 8 hours. He posted in the morning and went to sleep?
That's it? On a Friday?
Yeah.
He's probably moved it to the Hambly channel because the quartering channel is completely cooked in the algorithm.
Oh, it's 10 hours ago and 8 hours ago. So 2 videos and one's about McDonald's.
I clipped that one up. That was that was from Thursday. That was from Thursday. So it's like old news by the time he even gets to it.
Oh God.
But at least they're seeing my original content.
They're not though.
Well,
Anyway,
I steal content, so they watch my original
By
content.
the way, we got Kino Man for 2,000 kicks. He's been making freebooting shorts for years. Nobody noticed until now because no one watches him. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have, this is actually the rarest thing in the world.
Oh.
This is a Jeremy Hambly W, folks. Probably the biggest W of his life. Now, I say that it's from the perspective of Jeremy that this is a W. For anybody else, this is like a pathetic, creepy, loathsome thing. But it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, that Jeremy Hambly actually succeeded in getting pictures of Sydney Watson's feet.
No
That she
way.
was sending him the foot pics on Discord, and Jeremy was attempting to sell them.
Wait.
And you wonder why she doesn't want to come out against him.
If you're facetious, is she being facetious?
you know, listen here, have a listen.
Okay,
Have a listen.
Okay.
What is going on? Like, in what universe do you share these views? Like, what is happening? Anyway, that's just an interesting thing. We live in topsy-turvy land. That proves to me that we've gone like off the edge of the cliff.
Okay.
Lightning bolt.
Because-
Holy.
This is twisted. This is like, imagine reading this to your female co-host. Like, what's wrong with you? She'd be like, lightning bolt, you're a sick fuck, and I'm not reading that to Sydney. Like, look at this shit.
Okay.
Moly, by the way.
What?
Whoa. Oh, I didn't read it. Oh, I don't care. I'm reading it for $80. Hey, Sydney, I would love to see your feet.
Australian
What are
dollar.
the chances of you putting them on display? Either that,
so fired
or
up
would
about
you
this.
consider feet pictures? And
She's
something I would
uncomfortable.
like
Buddy.
to know about your feet. Are they ticklish at all?
I would never
Hey, I
post
love it.
feet photos intentionally.
I love it. Why would you say that?
Why do you love that?
love it.
Like, holy. Well, because he's
Yo.
obviously perving on her feet. Like, he's a freak.
Jesus Christ.
You cannot buy them or my
Yeah.
shoes to a handful of people who try to buy my shoes.
Wait, there's a handful?
There's a chair on his alt accounts keeps asking to buy her shoes.
The old Converse with holes in them? Oh, keep your socks in.
Oh, man.
I will say
I have
I'm
a foot
actually
picture.
not
How much will you pay me
ticklish.
for it?
So
Anyway,
Chair's
yeah,
admitting that he got pictures of her feet.
Wait, what?
And he's asking people.
but,
Do you hear that?
I
Bring it
will
back.
say
I have
I'm
a foot
actually
picture.
not
How much will you pay me
ticklish.
for it?
Anyway, yeah, but yours was disgusting and it was your feet peeling.
No,
and it's
your
revolting.
foot.
Hold on.
Oh
I have a
yes,
picture.
you
Yeah,
do.
he could
You actually
clarify.
do have a
Yeah.
No, wait.
Whoa, buddy.
Was this after the wiki feet?
I don't know where it fits chronologically into the timeline, but like,
It has to be after. About the
Why?
wiki feet.
why is she sending Jeremy pictures of her feet on
Or
Discord?
he's saving them from wiki
But-
feet and then she knows that he's like
Well,
snipping out
no,
the
I
feet.
think she sent it to him, you know? And it's like, what is actually going on here with him and all of these women?
My
Like,
God.
does he have, like, what does he have? Like, did he get, like, what did he get from her? Like, this creepy man.
Oh, buddy.
Okay. Let's open the bidding.
Yeah,
Why
I
is
mean,
he-
you can pay.
What? That's twisted. Ooh, let's see what I can sell these pictures of her feet for. Oh, like what?
This is fucking crazy.
Jeremy for the photo of my foot. That's
No,
fine.
then I'm like pimping out your feet pics now.
Well,
He's the
yeah,
foot
I mean,
pick pimp, folks.
I guess
I'll split it with you behind the scenes, you know, like a real pimp would, like 80, 20, you get 20%, I get 80.
20. No, I should
Listen,
get
bitch.
Okay, this is getting too far for me. This is too much for the show.
It's just
Oh, it
jokes,
kinda
though,
fucking
guys.
is.
Like,
No,
I
no.
know, man. This is twisted, man. Like, whoa, you're conservative culture warrior, sire. Like, sicko alert! Sicko alert!
Listen, bitch.
Holy
I'm gonna sell your feet pics.
Listen, Ho, get in line. Listen, Toe, get in line. Okay,
Yeah,
no, but seriously, prob's not going to be a thing. I will answer the question. I'm not ticklish anywhere, so.
Why would
It's
you answer
because
that
she's
question?
It's because I refuse to be. Like, I hate it. So I hate being tickled to the point where I mind over mattered it.
Oh no, hang on.
Like
That's a thing. You
catering
can
to
do
the
that.
tickle fetish people?
Jared's
Like,
getting horny. Look at this.
yes, you can
Look at
tell
that.
he's
Mind
fired
over
up.
mattered it. That's a thing. You can do that.
That sounds like
Buddy, this is the guy in the world.
a challenge.
No, really. Like, people.
Like, she's like, oh, I've learned how to not like laugh while being tickled. And he's like, is that a challenge? What do you mean, Jer?
Will be like, oh, blah, blah.
What if I held you down? And he's like, whoa,
I
hey,
started
chill.
tickling you.
Yeah. Pull my cock out. What the fuck?
Oh, man.
I just like I mind over matter it. I'm like, do not react, do not react, do not react. Even if it's annoying, even if I'm like,
How
hate
many
this,
people are
stop.
tickling her on a regular basis? Like,
I
don't think I've been tickled since I was like 10.
yeah. Like, it's
Like,
been a minute.
I don't know.
For sure.
I don't know.
You just will not do it. Absolutely not.
If someone tickled me, I'd fight them.
You know what I mean?
You know, I'd
This
be
is-
like, okay, are we gonna fight? Is this a battle?
This is so strange, you know? Okay, so now we're back. We're on Jer's Wednesday.
Let's go.
Okay. And just this face of Jer really sums it all up. I posted
This
this
is the
on my Twitter.
greatest image you've
Look
ever
at him.
posted.
Look at him, man.
Bro.
Oh, he's broken,
Bro.
buddy.
No, dude. That is actually, I swear I had to ask Ash, I'm like, did you AI this? He's like, no, that's a raw from the edit. I'm like, I've never seen a man so mad. Like, that's crazy.
He is angry, man. He's
Oh,
angry.
man.
So
look at the
here
fucking-
we was ratioed on Wednesday, 877 thumbs down to only 498 thumbs up. And this was him begging every few minutes for likes on the video to make the trolls cry and to win. And he just still couldn't even come close to not getting ratioed.
Oh, look at this.
So here he is. This is a brutal humiliation ritual for quartering. You can see the pain in his eyes as he has to do this. For those of you who don't know, Quartering has a coffee company called Coffee Brand Coffee that he claims is a multi-million-dollar revenue / profit company that's going to be in the stores at Walmart. I'm not kidding. He claims it's going to be on the shelves of every Walmart nationwide by the end of the year. But he's so destitute, he's so desperate for any sort of revenue right now that he's reading competitors' coffee ads. And this is a coffee company that he made fun of just a few months ago and said that they'll never be in Walmart, but he's going to be in
And they're drop
Walmart.
shipped. I'm pretty sure
And
you
they- yeah.
accused them of being drop shipped.
And so it's come to this where Quartering has lost so much leverage with Rumble that they're able to make him do anything. He's no longer allowed to stream on YouTube. He's having to shill their coffee that they want him to shill, even though he has his own coffee company. YouTube's put him in the gulag. I feel like he's lost his power with his YouTube rep. And so this is it. This is what it's come to for Quartering. He's having to do the ad read for a competitor's coffee.
No.
Let's have a look.
After all this shit that happened with his coffee company?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, by the way, huge shout out.
Oh my God. Watch this. Watch
There's
watch.
no enthusiasm.
way,
Like he's
huge
so
shout out.
buck broken, buddy.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
dance,
no.
monkey, dance. Do the ad read, Jer. Shill the competitor's
How much-
coffee, Jer.
How much do you think he's being paid?
Not a whole
No,
lot.
this
dude,
can't
because
be
there's
a
not
lot.
very many viewers there. I think you get 7 cents per viewer.
Yeah.
So it's like at best he's getting like $70 for this shit. And it's like, is it worth it if you're a multi-millionaire to humiliate yourself and your coffee company by promoting the direct conservative coffee competitor
Mm-hmm.
for $70 to $100?
Oh.
I doubt it's even that, honestly. I doubt it's even that. He's probably making even less.
If anyone from who knows like Rumble ads and views, and can you tell us how much do you think he made off that? Let us know in the comments below.
Two
Or DM me.
If you still haven't tried 1775 coffee, now is your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped only 1,000.
The starter kit just dropped. By the way, 1775 coffee has like a starter box, a Mother's Day box this year.
Right.
But Jeremy couldn't deliver one for coffee brand
and
coffee.
better prices, by the way.
I know.
Hey,
better value.
1775 coffee. Hit me up. We'll see how much we could do an ad for you over here on Kick. Throw us a DM, you know.
In units. You're getting that bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast.
It's hard.
And
so it's dark roast, it's medium roast. These are direct competition with quartering. So he'd cope the next day that he's only promoting the mushroom coffee, but that's not true. He's promoting all sorts of their coffee because he was so upset. And by the way, guys, you'll see he's banning anyone that brings up that he's promoting this coffee. He won't let you mention 1775 coffee in his chat now, even though he does ad reads for them, because it humiliates him and makes him feel like less of a man and less of a big shot. So
did he say bull dark?
The bull dark roast,
Hang on,
the
wait,
dark
that
bull
bold
roast.
dark roast that hits
It's the bull dark
The bull dark roast! Heather, no!
No way.
Oh, no!
That's
Not the bull dark roast. No!
That is me magic, bro. Another coffee competitor, and it's the bull dark roast. And look at him.
Suffragere.
knows.
Yes! Yes!
Look at this eye right here.
Yes! I love this for him. I love this humiliation ritual for him. Yes!
hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee.
I'm going back. I want to hear it again.
Only 1,000 units. You're getting that bold dark roast that hits hard.
The bold dark roast. He really said bold dark roast. Oh yeah, crab music incoming. Oh, how
Let's
degrading
go.
for Jer, buddy. Oh,
Do we think Chrissy felt it herself for 5 subs? I think we missed that one. G Money for a sub. Thank you. And Dean Roth for 5 subs. Let's go. And Johnny Junkers cum-filled ass for a sub. For 2 subs, actually.
huge.
Thank you. And Pelted Orange, I think we said that already. And Sure Thing, Giant Beer for a sub.
The smooth medium roast.
Johnny Junkers, cum-filled ass. What a name.
And the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash. Highly recommend the mushroom coffee. All single origin, small batch.
How can you say it like that? Highly recommend the mushroom coffee. Like, there's no energy, there's no enthusiasm, nothing. Like, there's not even a tonality. Like, it's just so monotone. It's so bad. Like, I can't imagine paying this guy to promote. Like, it's the exact opposite. Be like, this guy's so low energy. Why would I get the coffee? He has no energy.
Toxin free and mold free. Plus, you're also getting
I'd hope it's mold free.
Mold free.
Mold free.
Oh, what
Holy
a selling.
Well, Jer tries to claim, but then the Tangerine K cups have been sitting around, I think, for 2 years now, and he's trying to sell them for $9 a shot, like heavily on discount. They're probably moldy as fuck. Let's be real.
He loses $1 per bag now.
Everyone's pointing this out, and I didn't even think of this. Low IQ. The mushroom is a mold. Like, mushroom is a mold. You know what I mean? Like, how can it be mold free when a mushroom is a fungus, for fuck's sake?
golden spoon
Oh,
clip.
man.
My God.
Because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law opinions. And
1775. This is cringe as fuck, bro. I'm gonna tell
I
you all
know.
right. This is the cringiest coffee commercial I've ever heard. Even if it was like done properly, it would still be horrible.
Black 1775 tumbler, 100.
Do you love America? Do you want to not scoop your coffee with a plastic the spoon. It's like, who's scooping with a plastic spoon ever? Even if you buy a regular, like, don't you have
You know what? Like only
silverware?
Phil would only have
Silverware.
plastic spoons, and it's like, you don't have any sort of silverware. Okay,
And $70 worth of coffee and gear. Yours for $99.
we
This
got
is for all
Iota
the
4240 for 10
10
subs.
subs,
Tyrone
big
the
support.
Pilot with a sub. Mr. Bubbles with a sub. Zero Fox says new fan due to Phil and Jer. You two are great. Stay safe up there, and God bless,
Thank
boys. We got Melanie on my Mac. He's not a meme or a veteran. He's the equivalent of the guy who says I would have joined, but I would have punched a drill sergeant if he got in my face. Yes. Okay.
Who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it.
Chair
Spoiler,
seating.
it is.
He hears the word blowing up on Rumble and he gets mad.
He's mad. You can tell he's so mad that he's having to read this, bro. I guarantee you, somebody at Rumble said you have to read this, bitch,
Oh,
or
yeah.
you're done.
I bet you it was
That's-
Chris.
Because I don't think he elected to do this. I think that this is a humiliation ritual that's been forced on him.
Let's go to 1775 coffee/studio and grab your starter pack before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and the morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. Now check out their mushroom coffee.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
have,
trying to
I don't
say
have
he's
mushroom
just
coffee.
promoting the mushroom
So,
coffee.
I'll-
So I'm not promoting the competitor because the mushroom coffee, but you're also promoting all of their other roasts, like the dark bull roast, buddy. So you are, buddy, the bull beans, buddy. Oh,
I'm happy to shout out their mushroom blend.
you shouted out a lot more than the mushroom blend, buddy.
This is cool. This is actually
Oh, you
crazy.
can tell it's a coat because he's banning anybody who brings it up. Oh, here he is now. He's saying he has to stream exclusively to Rumble from now on. So that's why he's
What?
over a barrel. Yeah.
We're here on yet
Whoa! Sorry, folks. That one was a lot louder.
another Wednesday. We've got some interesting stories, including one from Gavin Newscomb,
Got him.
which
I think he was making, yeah, okay. I was like, did he mispronounce? Okay, but he's.
is
Got him.
very,
Felted him, Jer.
very probably one that is only suitable for Rumble. By the way, I'm streaming exclusively to Rumble now.
Yeah,
and,
because you
nowhere
can't make
else. I
fun
don't-
of Gavin Newsom on YouTube, right, guys? That's too. Like, stop it. How many videos have you done about Newsom on YouTube before? Like, what an excuse for why you're exclusive to Rumble now. I think it's because Rumble put the foot down and was like, we're not giving you all the money we've been holding unless you actually jump through our hoops, boy.
Yep. Well, that, and also, in our opinion, he lost his YouTube manager, so he has no
Yes.
power over on YouTube anymore. So,
know if that's going to change, but my plan right now is to
wait.
nowhere else. I don't know if that's going to change, but my plan right now is
My pen right now is to.
Did he get hit in the head with a fucking. Is he brain damaged or something?
Right now.
to try to put everyone in one spot.
That's desperate.
That's
so you
so
say like
crazy.
he doesn't have enough viewers to stream across multiple platforms. He needs to consolidate all of them in one place because he has so few viewers.
Yeah. Did he ever think he actually had 75,000 watching?
I don't know. He's
I don't-
going to admit on the Thursday show that he never did, that it was just people sitting on the homepage. I think there was a lot of botting going on as well, but he does admit that the viewers are not real, that they were just people sitting
I
on
mean,
the homepage, which is a brutal admission for him to make.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I haven't made any announcements like in standalone videos yet because I'm not sure what the new time slot's going to look like. But
Oh, my God.
or if we're
You all ready for part 3 of the clip I did where it's 7 minutes about the time slot?
even going to move.
Bro, I have probably 20 minutes about the schedule.
No way.
Like he's become Phil at the sacred schedule. Like the talk about the schedule never ends. It's every single stream.
I have 7
now
minutes. You're like, I have
People are
20.
pointing this out. Jeremy Hambley of the Quartering is now banning people for saying they bought the 1775 coffee from his ad read.
Wait.
He is literally banning people for buying items from the ads he reads. Not sure how Rumble and Chris Pavlovsky feel about that.
That's against
Well,
terms of service.
Well, no, that's his freedom of speech, bro, to just scam the advertiser like that. What are you talking about? Chris is in favor of this, right?
Ooh.
Chris can't mediate stuff like this. He's a... Anyway, here he is in real time deleting the 1775 coffee super chats.
No way.
Holy is this version crispy as but you can go to sleep. See, okay, let's continue here.
See if you can swim inland.
Everything he does is just
Look, see at the top there. Bring it back. See up at the top. I got that 1775 coffee from your ad read the other day, and it was delicious. Right there. I got that 1775 coffee from your ad read the other day, and it was delicious. Good recommendation. Banned.
And he banned
User
him.
was
He
banned.
banned him.
Banned for life for that. That's crazy, man.
Should I at
can't
Chris
do that.
on Twitter? No, I'm not going to bother Chris.
everything he does is just
I think Chris is dealing with
Oh,
Jared. in his own way.
no. He is. He
I
is.
think there's some struggle sessions going on big time. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. This is, I think, the best of Jer. Let me credit this guy. Go back out. I have his
The
name.
best
in
in
the,
the
So this was from Don Flurgundy on
Okay.
Twitter. DonFlurgundy on Twitter.
Mhm.
Now, I had to go with his edit of this because when I tried to download this from Rumble, the file was corrupted, like it was permanently.
Oh,
But
look who just
it's-
donated.
Don Flurgundy for
For
10
10
subs!
Speak of the fucking devil. What's up, bud? Thank you. He said what up in chat. Yeah, thank you.
yeah. That's what everyone says. Like that, I have huge bags under my eyes. So
You
maybe
do.
I'll order a ring light and
Are
I'll
you
try
hearing
that.
this? He's going to get new lighting to remove the bags under his eyes. You've had them for 10 years, bro. It's not the lighting. The cope is crazy. Imagine addressing this, by the way. Like,
That I have huge bags under my eyes. So maybe I'll order a ring light and I'll try that. Yeah, it is the lighting. I mean, I do have like darker circles under my eyes, but I mean,
come
He's
on.
trying to-
He's trying to
you
move
see
the
the-
hat. And it's like, bro, those eye bags didn't move at all. It's not a shadow from the hat. Take the hat off then. You won't because you're
Well-
bald
Well,
and
a
it won't
shadow would be
remove
like
the bag.
this. Look. All right. Look, this is what a shadow looks like, right? And the moment you look up, it should be okay. But no, Jer, we know what shadows look like. Your bags are not a shadow. They are real.
We got Elder Scroll Skybull for 5 subs and Jeremy's Jaundice Eyes for 5 subs. Smooth Criminal 007 has subscribed. And Cambridge Police for 2,000 kicks says at this point, just make your own coffee with Billy. Call it Felted Brand Coffee. Have flavors like Jamba Jumble or Stolen Orange and Dark Chocolate.
We'll do
It
it.
may be. It may be the grift that we need to get into.
It'll be all
Misty
drop shipped, by the
Mochi,
way, just so you know.
for 500 kicks says Andy sent you a Twitter DM about 1775 coffee. Okay.
Oh, you
All right,
did?
let's get back to this.
By the way, if we did start coffee, by the way, it would 110% be drop shipped.
Of course.
I would not-
Everyone's it.
Hey,
Buddy, I'm
Ash,
not buying.
we're
We don't have the
AIing
money
us.
to buy a coffee plantation and a factory. And I vertically integrated the supply chain. Like that's what this guy claimed. He vertically integrated the entire supply chain and owned it all. Like, no, you didn't.
I'm getting a lot of
Stop.
DMs from people who are asking. They're like, we do really want merch. Honestly,
I know.
We're at that
We've
point.
we've always been like it's kind of cringe to have merch or whatever.
but now
or
I want to wear a Wool Buddy shirt.
Well, wait, we got Viva La Raza for
For
10
10
subs. subs.
By the way,
listen, if we're going to do merch, we want to do it right and be cool. Like when we did a collaboration with Billy Mitchell and it was Hot Sauce signed by Billy Mitchell, I thought that was really cool. That's something that I would want to own. So that's like the sort of stuff we want to do. But, you know, if there's so much demand for it, we'll put it together, but we want the designs to actually be good and it to be on a platform where it's not going to get taken down by or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So we'll see.
and also all art will be an actual artist, no AI, all that. So,
It's not. It's
we need like a Whoa Buddy shirt or something like that. I don't know. We need something
The
like
felted hat.
felted hat and stuff. Yep. Viva la raza for 10 subs. Big support.
And we got
Definitely
Jen
delight.
Cook, who says he's going to felt Jer tomorrow because Jer's brigaded him. I was saying, like, I'm putting together a presentation for next week on all of the times that Jeremy brigaded other people and directed his audience to go into chats and go into comments because he cries about that. But that's what you did to other people for 10 years. So you can't cry about it now, Jeremy. If it was anybody else, it wouldn't be happening. But with you, you.
Oh my God. I'm
And
assuming,
potentially criminal for 5 subs.
Gosh, we're talking about coffee right now, right? You know, Alyssa Clips just DM'd me with a screenshot. She bought Coffee Brand coffee. I was waiting for her order, and Jeremy canceled the order.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
What
I'm not kidding.
What a loser.
Open
And
image
we
in
got
your tab.
Anime Fan for Kick for 2000. Kick says new idea for songs in the key of CWC, a parody of Dirty Work by Steely Dan from the perspective of Jared's Bulls. That's not a bad idea.
Look.
Order. Hey, Alyssa, I'm reaching out to you today to inform you that I will nay canceling your order. Was he drunk when he typed this out?
Wait.
Unfortunately, it seems you made a purchase for some products we no longer sell. You will be receiving a refund. Okay.
Yo, thanks,
Is he
Alyssa.
doing a recall of certain products because it wasn't labeled properly? I don't know.
Yo. Are you kidding me? Okay, we have someone trying to figure out a payout right now. And potentially criminal. It's Sean, the lawyer, for 5 subs.
Yes.
Big support. Thanks, Sean. Man, I appreciate you.
Kleinfeld says he wants a Kino Casino t-shirt with the logo and he'd pay $50 Canadian. Whoa, buddy. So like
Wow.
20 real dollars, buddy?
That's, yeah, I know,
It's
right?
tough.
Yeah.
It's tough right now, bro. It's tough.
like if I turn to the side, it's not like crazy. Those look like sleep apnea eyes. No, they're not. I don't have sleep apnea. I know I'm fat, but I don't have sleep
Buddy,
apnea.
did you go for the tests? Because chances
Yo,
are
he's
you
got
probably
apnea.
fucking did. Bro, like, I love this where he's like, oh, I'm 400 pounds, but I have no health problems at all. Bullshit, buddy. Bullshit.
It's literally just from the lighting. Like if I
No,
if I
it's
go
not.
back here, I don't.
He's
you know,
gaslight. Like,
good.
we
I get
still
good
see.
sleep.
How does he think he can gaslight people like this? This is objective reality that you have bags under your eyes. It's like me saying I have no double chin. What are you talking about? We can all see with our eyes.
Oh.
sleep too. So this, my friends, is perhaps the worst yet. The worst yet. And I'm working harder at just getting to the topic right away. So I hear you guys' feedback. My only request is in return you smash that like button on the video. Leave it.
Ash, hear this. Now we're talking about art. We literally, because we just talked about art, I got 3 DMs from actual artists who are like, I'll do it for free.
Well, I know.
They love us. Yeah, what up, artists? We'll
Nice,
check
happy,
in.
positive comment on it.
We'll pay you, though. We're not
Definitely
gonna
use
steal
a
your
boost
art.
this week. So he used his government paid, his government issued.
And it's amazing. Holy
really is.
shit, dude.
tablet to do so. This
This is the thing
shared
is he
by
never
Chris
thought that
Rufo.
this could be done to him or this could happen to him. That all the other lol cows that that's not me. No, buddy, you are that guy, and it can happen to you, pal, and it is happening to you, buddy, and you're gonna cry. And he is crying. He's crying badly.
There you go. It's
There's the
coming
casino
soon.
coffee.
You know, I'm gonna actually go back to no hat now. I think I'm done with the hat style, folks.
Yeah.
I think next week we're doing new Warski style, no more hat. It's been a year now. We're done.
New
By the way,
Warski.
Ash,
Yeah.
I kept this in the edit as well. He keeps.
I did
doing
too.
this.
He keeps doing it. He
keeps
did this
doing
on
this.
Thursday too. Yeah, he keeps doing this.
I love it. I love this.
Let me bring up the article here real quick. I don't really understand. Can you even believe all those are real words? Like what? I'm confused. I can't believe
I gotta see this again. Yo, dude, this guy's amazing.
Rufo.
He's
Let me bring
so
up the
bad
article
at
here.
this.
No, I meant this guy who edited
Oh
the video,
my
not
God.
Jer, obviously.
This
Yeah, this is
shared
good.
by Chris Rufo. Let me bring up the article here real quick. I don't really understand. Can you even believe all those are real words? Like what?
Oh
Buddy,
my
like,
God.
let's see, like, what are these words that he's struggling with? Like, it looks like just basic English. Okay, let's just continue.
I'm confused. I can't believe the amount of people seething on X. I don't know. I use X to pull up articles, but I don't spend any time on it anymore. It wasn't good
What
for
a
me.
lie.
It made me act irrationally. And
No, it
stupidly.
wasn't that.
Oh
It was
my God.
you that acted irrationally. It was you getting drunk and acting irrationally on X. X didn't make you act irrationally. That's crazy, Jeremy. Take some responsibility for the things you've done, and maybe people will stop felting you as badly. This is crazy.
And so I left, and I don't miss it.
I use a combination of lies, manipulation, cheating, stealing, gaslighting, bullying, insulting, and flexing.
So if you're into like,
On
the
point.
gross images or whatever the case may be, there's nothing stopping you from.
What?
By the way, huge shout out to the Kids Guide. I don't know if you've gotten this yet.
Whoa, what an edit. Oh, man, did him dirty there.
This is so fucking jokes.
Oh, my God.
What's his name? Don
Flurgandy. Flurgandy.
Yo,
Yeah,
this
he
is-
did. He nailed it. He nailed it here.
Jeremy John Size. I don't know if we shouted that out for 5 subs. I think we did, though.
And we
Oh.
got Anime Fan for Kick says, Jerry eats bull gravy. Yeah, he sure does.
Oh, yeah.
There's a free guide called The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday. It's honestly a great way to introduce kids.
Yeah, and how many times has he read it, by the way, and he can't take his eyes off it for even a second? Like,
Yeah.
he's read that at least 24 times now.
By the way, are you allowed to be like? I'm sure. Okay, if I'm reading an ad and I'm looking down here and I'm doing this, that's okay. But if I'm reading an ad like this, hey guys, so we got.
Hey guys,
it's like, hey guys, and you're like, not even like a glance at the camera.
Yeah, boo! Boo! I keep getting told that VR is going to be the nextest, bestest thing. And like,
Okay.
I basically, people only use it for. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you?
I mean,
There's a self-report there from Joe.
let's see.
I use it for sim racing.
Let's see here. By the way, I am testing out the 9 a.m.
This is the
God,
19th
we're gonna hear
time.
we're
Oh,
gonna
right.
hear this a
There's a
lot
lot more
over the
of this
next
9 a.m. talk.
over the next few hours. The sacred schedule discussion is going to be burned
Yeah.
into our brains.
I hope you guys
So,
love schedule
just
talk. 'cause
a
that's-
fair warning. It's become Phil, where the schedule is a good 30% of the show.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So if you're around in the mornings, it's totally different topics, totally different vibe.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's a lie. Totally different topics. Like what? Ash.
And
That was a lie.
He's just reading Twitter. That's 400x.
for those of you that like
Dear God.
Tardcast, I might keep Mel at the 2 o'clock.
Imagine calling your show Tardcast, and he's already debating whether to cut Mel or not to save expense. It's tough. It's tough.
For those of you that like Tardcast, I might keep Mel at the 2 o'clock time slot.
Might keep Mel.
And we'll just do a totally different show on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Tardcast.
Her future
Isn't that every day?
Yes. Okay. Let's continue
Let's keep
here.
going, guys. We got a lot. Oh, Flash. Yellow
so
Flash.
Flash says, I'm hearing the quartering is trying to get YouTube to push his videos over to tractor content. YouTube did something similar with Brie Larson for a time when they made her name a news subject. This makes it so only authoritative outlets had their videos appear at the top. So Jer's totally bitching up, trying to go into protective custody on YouTube and pull a Brie Larson. It's tough. And this is the thing. It's funny because he complained about YouTube boosting authoritative content several times. According to the Jerilizer, there's five different examples there alone.
It'd be easier if you still had a YouTube rep.
It's tough.
Joe, please make sure.
And here he is admitting to a tough thing.
Joe, please make sure you leave a like on the video and share this out there. I'm definitely in the YouTube gulag, so
Let's go! YouTube gulag alert! YouTube gulag alert! The YouTube rep has been torn from him. His place in the algorithm has been taken from him. His SEO has been poisoned by the detractors. He's fast on his way to becoming a Boogie 2988, a Philip Burnell with a zombie dead channel where the people making fun of him have more views than he does. Was it worth it, Jer? Bud? Was it worth it striking everything down and burning it all to the ground? He said, by the way, guys, that he could do this because he had a guaranteed multi-million-dollar deal with Rumble for the next 5 years. He's not even on the homepage anymore. He's moving time slots like a gypsy bum, throwing shit at the wall till he finds that something that sticks. But yeah, I'm sure he had millions of dollars guaranteed to where he could burn it all down. I bet.
Why would you say 5 years? No one's done a contract for 5 years unless you're being, and I don't think.
Well, the CEO came out and said they don't do 5-year deals anymore.
Well,
so side scrollers, though, the slum program that's so beneath Jeremy that he said Melanie Mac should never appear, has just signed a deal with Microsoft, with MSN, making their content more accessible in different locations around the internet. They're now actually on the main page of MSN. So for Jer.
And Craig sent me a very nice DM today, and we chatted for a bit. He's awesome. He covered our story today about the whole YouTube
that's
thing.
tough. I know Microsoft though, but good for them. Good for them, honestly. Okay, so this is Thursday.
Okay.
So Thursday morning.
Oh no.
Quartering's chat was completely unprotected. The janitors were asleep. Quartering pointed this out on his live stream and complained that the janitors didn't show up to service him.
Did he call them janitors?
He said the mods are asleep.
Okay.
He said that the mods are asleep. He complained that there were no moderators there to clean it up. So it was just a brutal open season
He's afraid.
dash for Jer.
buddy.
Holy. He deleted his Twitter. He's afraid. Whoa, buddy. We got more. Does he not have mods this morning? Chat's all trolls and getting away with it. Oh my God. There's trolls getting away with it in chat. No. Someone's got to point out that his brightness is and he's glowing.
Is that?
It's the same guy.
He's not even
So
a
this
fan.
is the thing is you can't tell who's a fan and who's a troll
I was
anymore.
like, wait, that's
And
the
this is the great plan, the asymmetrical warfare of this, where the trolling gets ever more sophisticated and subtle, so that Quartering ends up banning his own fans. Here we have low tier Jer. What are the oranges for? This is worse than a stoner trying to make a point. How was your weekend, Jer? Jer's completely felt it. If you want to know the truth about it, that's Adam Sellers' username, by the way. Lamau, he needs a bra. Look at them tits. Jeremy needs a bra. Low effort. Why is he sniffing so much? None of these people were getting banned. He's 2 scoops full. He needs a bra. His needs support. Why does he look so ghostly? He's Janny-less.
How long?
It was
he
savage.
Janny-less?
The entire show. He had no janitorial support. It was just never ending.
No.
Who watches this unironically? This sucks.
Oh my God.
Nah, I don't see how they're ruining anything by increasing Jeremy's viewership. Most streamers more successful than Jer have plenty of hate watchers. Now, would one of Jer's real, true, and honest fans call him Jer? That's the real question. But it's hard to tell. If you're a moderator, what do you do with a comment like that? Because it's like pro Jer, but there's a subtle undercut of feltoning,
It's the word Jer now is so like
it's like a slur.
mean.
He's a Jer.
Hey,
By the
Jer.
way, the reason I call him Jer was because in the sales office, when I used to do door-to-door sales, we called the morons who bought anything Jers. They were Jerrys.
Oh, really?
That's why I call him Jer. But we got Conceptual Prepper for 5 subs.
And I remember I started calling him Jer Bear. And then H3
Yeah.
brought up Jer Bear. I'm like, yo, use Jer Bear. Let's go. I love Jer Bear.
And then this guy, Nagger Noticer, says because he's a
Wow.
living human being, not a robot, they're getting to him emotionally, and that's why he's become alcoholic. It's easy for me to sit here while they send in dollar chats to bully. This guy's Jer's bravest soldier, standing up for him when no one else could.
Yes. Mr. Nagger. Hey.
Look at this,
Noticer.
Timmy the Tool. I forgot to smash the like button to prevent Charlie Kirk from going down south. Jer said if you didn't smash the like button, Charlie would be in hell. You have to smash the like button to get him to heaven. Then we've got my morning stream is under attack. Jer to his Jannies via text. Like Jer brought up on his show that there were no janitors there, and that that they would have to start waking up earlier in the morning
That
to
second
support
one's the
him.
best. What a giant piece of shit. Adding nothing of value. Just like
His udders are protruding disrespectfully.
So mean.
She sniff. Then we look at this like question mark bull orange question mark. Oh my god. How does this end? Think time slots work? Just in time for a staff meeting. Just quit. Cope sip. Yeah, the time slot's the problem. What happened? Dead air Jer. Cope sip. It was just like this for hours. He couldn't ban anyone.
People.
He could no one was getting banned. Look at this gripper enjoyer for $1. And this even got past Jared. Yo, man, I don't blame you for bringing up Sydney's feet on stream. She's got some crazy good grippers, man. You don't get little piggies like that at the local Ren Fest.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That's
no.
unhinged, bro.
His wife is out of his league. He's probably been a cuck from the start. Jer is on a cocktail of drugs to keep him streaming every day. I think he cried about that today and said he was on SSRIs and he plans to get off them by the summer. He said that last summer too. Someone calls him a fat F slur. We got hog inspections for 5 subs. What do you mean you think?
Inspection.
Didn't you actually prepare for your job? Fireball brand Fireball, RIP leftist for Hamley. Jer wants to put a baby in her. Nice input, Jer. LOL, that Sydney comment. He's gooning in his mind.
You know, by the way, the nice input, Jer, I saw him banning tons of people who said, good one, Jer, or nice commentary, Jer, getting banned.
I feel like he's looping. What a piece of shit. It has to be something to do with the Rumble contract. Maybe no payouts unless a certain amount of streaming hours. So original, Jer, keep reading your articles, you talented cock. This chat is Jerry-licious.
Okay.
Jer was just being destroyed.
Okay.
Bro. Hey, Jeremy, I'm a longtime fan and just want to let you know to stay strong and you will get through all this hate. And maybe your wife will let you sleep in the bed, you flag it. So that's one where Jer might start reading it, thinking it's supportive. It does happen where he starts reading it out and then he gets angry. He gets angry.
No way.
Oh, man. This is the unrelenting hate mob for $2. Nobody wants to watch you. Doesn't matter the time slot. You pervert. This one Buck broke him for a good minute. He was like stun locked on that for sure. I was wonder if the bourbon coffee the quartering makes is any good. I'd really appreciate the nutritional information if that's available. Oh my god. The trolling will continue even if morale
It's
improves.
so innocuous too for like a new viewer. Like, wait, what?
Yes. The janitors need to have like a PhD thesis prepared on all of this. Like they have to write an essay to Jer about knowing all of the memes.
I'm actually so happy.
Can we get a sniff counter on stream? We may actually have to do a sniff counter because I was so petty. I clipped every single sniff and it must have been 30 sniffs. It was insane or more. Jer wants himself gone. Sniff. Has Brad turned up yet? Sad news. Brad got felted. We'll get there when we get there. Let's
Cheeto
continue.
J did math using someone else's Rumble promo and how much they made, okay? Jer per ad read makes between $4 to $40.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's why even do them? Why even do them at that point? Holy it can't be that bad. Where are the moderators at? We are being attacked by the liberals, Jeremy. A whole 900 viewers and no moderators? Then unemployed troll 69 says, if you don't know anything about Kino Casino, Sam Buckus, how can you say they're SJWs? And Sam Buckus, of course, is a true and honest Jer fan. This is the thing is it's like Phil's Kick Chat, where it's all LARPers and stuff. Then there's the real dent, though. Devin Diamond comes in. How's that Clips channel, by the way? Oh, wait. So that's Jer's only
a lot of
thing.
big clip channels now instantly.
Don't worry. It's actually a lot better.
Hydra Productions, and Flake is still working with all those people.
Mm-hmm. Then we've got T-Baby here says, Jer, you and Aaron Imholte should recreate 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Aaron said he will do it. And B. Jefferson here says, thanks for reading the articles for me, Jeremy. At my old age, it's hard for me to read the news nowadays.
Okay. By the way, B. Jefferson 777, like casino style.
No. That's a true and honest viewer. Then this guy goes, hey there, been a fan of your coffee for a long time. My favorite flavor has always been the Runners and Ian's Graphene Dream. So those are Tim Pool's coffees. Those are Tim Pool's brands of coffee, so you know that big Jer hurt in his heart, you know?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. If you downvote this video, you reload Tyler Robinson's rifle. Oh my god. Then we got Grandpa Boomer 78. I have a hard time seeing this video, Jeremy. Alcohol ruined my eyesight years ago.
The fucking these ones are so good, dude.
I'm sure Grandpa Boomer 78's a true and honest fan.
If you download this video, you reload Tyler. It's actually fucking
These are
so
true
funny.
viewers. Make sure to leave a like and a super chat if you want to show your support. And there comes Steel Toe. If you guys get banned for trying to be nice, head on over to Steel Toe on Rumble or YouTube. We love trash talk.
Yeah, shout outs to Aaron.
Oh, now it backfired on Aaron because then his haters come over to Quartering and give him money. So like, then we got Hannah Claire Brimlow. Wow, Hannah weighing in for $1. Jeremy, send me my final paycheck or I'll be going through with the sexual harassment lawsuit. Oh no. Oh no. We got MMA says, yeah, you gotta watch her get by the bull at night. Can't plan a stream then. The Jannies were asleep. When the Janny is away, the trolls will play.
But I thought he did the honey pot where you could ban everyone, and then it's like
It didn't work out. It didn't work out because people found ways past that. There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Cocaine Sniffles for $1. I know it's not much, but just wanted to say I appreciate what you do. 07.
Thanks, Cocaine Sniffles.
Cocaine Sniffles. So Crowder, so the whole stream was about the schedule and how Jer's afraid of everybody else's time slot. He doesn't want to offend other creators by streaming in their slot.
Mhm.
He's worried that everybody will watch Crowder or Bongino instead of him. And this guy goes, well, so Crowder just started his stream with 32,000 viewers and it didn't affect Bongino's 49,000 viewers. I think the time slot doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It depends on if people want to watch, and if they do, they will watch, which is obviously the case, you know. But Jer is a mental midget.
The guy underneath him, his name, America Rules.
Yes,
Is that
that's a true and honest fan for sure.
America Rules?
And then we have Grape Jelly 817, and that was Adam Seller's username. Hey, bud, the wife's cooking chili tonight. Hope the tub's ready at your pad. These are just brutal, bro.
I didn't see any of these. This is so funny. I got tears.
It was such a great time to be alive when the janitors were asleep, bro.
But the America Rules name and shit like that, like old patriot.
It's just so funny. It's just so funny. And that's why he's going to lose ultimately, is because he's crying and seething and everybody else is laughing and having fun. And that's why he's ultimately doomed to lose, because it's just too much
And we're
fun.
getting the
And that's the
YouTube
thing
channel.
is people see this, by the way, and they want to join in because they're like, this is way too much fun. And
Yeah.
eventually Roger will surpass. Here we go. Let's have a look at a sample here of the Rumble comments quick. I think we only have one.
Oh my god.
Let's have a look here. I think there's something wrong with the stream, Jeremy. The audio cuts off all the time, and that's from Patriot Granddad 95. Has 156 upvotes. And Patriot Granddad, no, there's nothing wrong with the stream. It's just a Jeremy stop talking. It's dead air. Then we have the silent majority 166 says your chat belongs to the casino now. Whoa, buddy. 86 upvotes to only 3 downvotes.
So the one underneath.
Yes, Krasilvan, is the show getting earlier and earlier? Pretty soon he'll be live streaming at 4 a.m. 77 upvote. Only Jer himself downvoted that one. Then we got Thin Castle Underground. Haters say you're going to overdose on liquor and gas station erection pills, but I know it's really going to be an autoerotic asphyxiation accident. David Carradine 2.0, buddy. I think he's wrong because there's no rope strong enough to hold his fat ass up.
Jesus.
And then we have Good Rex. This is so Kino. Jeremy, this is painful to watch. I take no joy in telling you that it's over. Your show is done. You handled this whole situation wrong. At this point, the humiliation ritual is difficult to see. It's perfectly fine for you to take an extended break, not only for your reputation, but for your mental health as well. And I think that guy is actually a real Jer fan.
Yo, dude.
It's gotten to that
This is
point.
actually fucking hilarious.
So there's one true and honest king, though, holding down the fort in Jer's chat. And that's Brad Cool. This is bradcool.com. There's a whole website for this man, bradcool.com. You see here, this is Brad Cool. And he wants you to know that he has verified accounts and links because there are many Brad Cool imposters. This is Jeremy's strongest soldier out there, holding the fort down with broomstick in hand,
No, this guy was
battling the
actually-
haters in the trenches.
This guy was actually sweeping for like months now.
Well, he's been an unironic Jer fan for years, and we're going to prove it. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to see some examples of his handiwork. Here he says, please leave a like on the stream. Also, a fun and positive comment to brighten everyone's day would go a long way. Hope you all have a relaxing Saturday and Sunday. Let me know what you've got going on. I plan on being outdoors and maybe going to some garage sales. See you all on Monday. And these evil, dastardly trolls gave him 78 thumbs down. But there were 6 positive people that gave him a thumbs up. Let's continue.
Okay.
This is Brad Cool Unlimited. Here he is in November of 2025. It's only cool to hate Ben Shapiro because he's winning so much right now. You may view dominating Twitter as winning, but you're no different than the liberals who believed the same thing a few years ago. In the real world, Ben is winning. You're just sitting on a computer. This is the caliber of quartering fans.
Jared glazed. I erased it from the edit. Jared glazed Ben Shapiro for like 30 minutes.
I know. Well, he loves Ben.
Oh
He's
my-
hoping Ben will bail him out. Yeah. Here he is in November of 2025. I just wanted to help boost the reach of a man under a lot of censorship right now, thanks to Elon Musk. Cat means a lot to me.
Oh.
And I hate to see a patriot suffer like this at the hands of the oligarchs. He's an unironic dent here, folks. Supporting
Okay.
Cat.
There you go.
Here he is responding to Melanie Mack's post. Sounds like good advice. We all need a break from time to time from the madness of the real world. More time to start a family too.
Wow. He's like really, and by the way, he's in the
He's
chat.
working
and he
overtime.
sweeps on the in the chat.
Yes.
All
Yes.
day. All day.
He's Jer's biggest fan. Here he says it was Winston Churchill who famously noted that having enemies means you've stood up for something in your life. God put Jeremy Hambley of the Quartering in this time and place for a reason. I admire his perseverance in the face of so much hate.
See, if we didn't know he was like a fan, I would go, this has to be a troll. 'Cause it's like for months.
This is the thing is the line between a dent and a troll is a very fine line at this point, because no matter how brain damaged you appear to be in chat, these people are actually like this and they walk amongst us and they're the actual Jer fans. And that this is leading up to is they're getting caught in the crossfire. Let's continue.
Okay. Okay.
Brad Cool Unlimited was banned.
No.
He was banned from Jer's chat. He sent a $1 super chat
What
that
was
Jer
it?
misinterpreted. We don't know.
Oh.
Misinterpreted as a troll super chat. And his sponsor, Jeremy's own sponsor, freeusabirthday.com, came in and tried to tell Jer that it's The mods banned the real Brad Unlimited Cool, and now the imposter liberals won. Ridiculous. I literally super chatted the mods about it. They don't like honestly.
Jesus.
It's
I
tough.
saw that. 'Cause I remember I think that guy, I'm like, oh, he really is persistent. He like really
Curse
wants-
you, liberals!
So did he unban?
I don't
Cool?
know. I think he's still banned. But there's all these imposters of Brad Cool that are in there now. And it's hard to tell. You have to go to bradcool.com to find out who the real Brad Cool even is at this point. Because the dastardly trolls are doing Brad Cool so wrong.
I love the positive, like boomers, like.
So this was his morning stream. Once again, total bloodbath, ratioed 880 downfalls.
Oh, the 565.
Only 565. So here he is. Jer just broken. This is how the live stream started. He was looking at the chat and he realized he was Janny-less. This is the face of a man denied his Janny. Buddy, he would be doing nothing else other than Jannying the program. There's no way to do the live stream and Janny this amount of trolls at once.
Did he manage to get a few people?
He's alone on the battlefield. Bro, there were no Jannies. I mean, he was banning as much as he could.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
He would take long dead air sessions to ban 20 or 30 people at a time while scowling and seething. He would. But it wasn't enough.
The 9 a.m. show was the greatest idea
like
ever.
Snort Korea. It's so good. And I'm just hoping that everybody keeps showing up at that time and that he makes it the permanent time slot because I want to force Melanie Mac to get up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
I want Melanie Mac to have to get up at 6 a.m. for this.
If he starts doing 6 a.m., which is 5, yeah, so like, can I say 5 a.m., right? Someone said 4 a.m.? If he starts at 5, we could actually stream snipe him at the end of our show.
I know.
So we can A-log him for 12 hours and then stay up for the stream
start
snipe.
over again.
Good morning.
Whoa, let me lower that.
Whoa,
Actually,
what the
I'm going to lower that, raise you up, when we all get good audio. All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Cringe!
There's all sorts of interesting.
Cringe alert!
I put you way too loud.
Cringe
Sorry.
alert! Cringe alert!
That was
Holy
a crazy
Jer.
cringe alert. Sorry, folks.
Stuff going on out there. How's your mornings going?
But he said, "How was your weekend today?" You could tell, like it's like he himself on screen was like, "How's your weekend?" And he's like,
he admits it's a meme. It's brutal, bro. It's brutal. he's like, I don't know if you saw, he's on the show with Mel, the afternoon show. He's like, I know it's a meme, but guys, what are you planning on doing this weekend?
No, he has to acknowledge it.
Oh, nah. Look at him here. He's looking down at the felt. All of his chips are gone. He just can't believe it. Not one janitor showed up to work for him for free at 9 in the morning Eastern time. Oh, it's dead air. Dead air, Jer. Just looking at the chat and seething. Look at him. Look at him. He's like chewing on his lip like a cow chews on cud. Look at the tears forming in his eyes as he looks at that chat. And every comment's negative. Yeah, seethe, Jer, seethe, buddy. It is John Fetterman's special, the bum hoodie with the ball cap on. It's tough, Jer. Tough. Oh, he's about to cry. Look at him. Cope sip time. Just total dead air for like a minute straight to start the show. Great start here, Jer. Wake up, Jer. Wake up.
Is this real?
This is real, dude. Like you can see the tears in his eyes as he's trying to ban everybody.
Getting closer to being ready at 9. It's a big switch for me.
He's late. He's late again. He's been late every single day he's tried this. He can't show up on time. Holy.
Normally I'm not live until 2 Eastern. So 9 Eastern is a big switch. I was an hour late yesterday, and about 7 minutes late today.
Imagine bringing up that you're 7 minutes late, and then like the OBS is busted. It looks like. Oh my god!
Not that
I love
one.
this.
This one. Okay. Close.
You're close
3
to
minutes
doing
late
it, right?
tomorrow, and then next week we
How
should
about
be on
you
time.
show up on time?
Man, I need to I don't know what's going on. It's an allergy or something this morning.
The
My
sniff
body's
gang.
rejecting
You
being up
sniff
this early.
one sniff. Buddy, is he railing lines of coke to stay up at this time? Like, you'd think, though, he'd be able to speak if that was the case, if he was on stims. I think more likely he's sniffing pills to numb the pain away, is I think what's going on. He's like snorting benzos off his keyboard or something. I don't know.
That could be it. I mean, I see
you're hungover.
all you people wasting your time.
This is where all the
But we're not wasting our time. But we're not, because you're upset. And that's the whole reason we're there, is to make you feel bad, buddy, and to have fun doing so. And every single time you acknowledge us, say, you're wasting your life, you lose. It's just like a badge of honor. It's like getting a Purple Heart on the battlefield for these. He doesn't get it. We have no life. Our life is destroying you.
no life. Look, I woke up for Roger. It was the funnest chat. I was sad to leave, but I had to edit some shit. So
My chat trying to, from some other stupid show that I have no idea what it is.
The
but-
Keno Casino. He doesn't know what the casino even is anymore.
and Morphe where they're watchful.
What a dirty cope, buddy. Say our names, Jer. What a cope, buddy. This all happened because you said you were going to take everything from us. And you got our YouTube channel taken down. And now you don't know what's going on? Like, you're better off not saying anything, you stupid. But he can't help himself because he's low impulse control. So he's just going to keep giving the trolls a bountiful feast every single day and making this so fun. And then it's going to become a habit for everybody. It's going to be the daily ritual like it is with Phil and his detractors. Wake up in the morning, get that cup of coffee.
Jared, could you bring up the show back to 2 p.m.? So Roger could be on at 2 p.m. so I don't have to wake up so early. Could you do that?
I think he's doing both now. It's bountiful. Like, he's doing 2, sometimes 3 streams a day.
Well, he missed 2 streams today out of the 3. So
because he is breaking down and he's not going to be able to keep up this pace. But let's hope he does, because the content is endless. The winning is endless. We got Lightbulb Head for 5 subs.
And Tav 815 for a sub. Let's go.
Just say you're a soy-filled bitch, Jer, that flagged it down so the horrors can end, Jer.
You will just get muted. So, I hope it was worth it. That's all.
It is, because you just come back. Like, he thinks, look at him there. Look at his sneer of superiority. He's like, I'm going to ban you. I'm powerful. I muted you on the internet. We can just make another account, right, Jared?
It's free to make another account.
No, he's seething. Like, he's genuinely seething. It is, in fact, worth it. What he doesn't understand is that when you get banned from one of these chats, it's a badge of honor because you go, I'm winning. I'm breaking him. I'm breaking the mods. Like, that it hurts the Janny's heart every time they have to use that broomstick. And it makes Jer cry every single time. And that to all the onlookers, it makes them sympathetic to your cause because you have a supposed free speech champion silencing all dissent, all jokes, all memes in his chat. So it's just so effective every time. It would just endlessly winning with every single ban. He puts another nail into the coffin of his sad career. to be banned. Dramatic discussion for 10 subs. 1 end pulse for 5 subs. That might have to be a sticker. His face there, when his like the corners of his lips turn up and his nose crinkles, and he's got that sneer, like, yeah, I banned you. I'm powerful. Goblin.
I don't. Did you have a couple of nose beers? No. At 8:30 in the morning. Well, I guess.
That's oh my god! And then the snort right after, where he just confirms that he's having some nose beers, buddy. Oh no, Jer.
Yeah, I'm up early, so you gotta get.
This is proof
That's how I got up so early.
Oh my god!
Today, Junior. Today.
That's how I got up so early.
There's no way he's on
Obviously.
coke. He's on pills.
It's just that it's
Just sitting at chat, like just seething. Like he's looking at chat and he can't even believe that people are allowed to express their opinions freely. And it bothers him. It bothers him that there's not a whole brigade of servants, actually slaves, working for him for free, overtime on their hands and knees to scrub this chat until it's all just unironic wheelchair dementia boomers that are glazing his ad reads.
It's just that my mods aren't up this early. They
total victory, and it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. Yeah, he's admitted the Janny's are asleep. It's 9 a.m. Woo! Let's go. Listen. Our shock troop trolls are far more dedicated than your janitors, Jer. They're born again hard A-logs, forged in the fires of the sector, Jer. Forged in the fires of detracting against Phil. They were born in the boredom, molded by the dead Jer. None of them will ever surrender. Your Jannies have fled the field. You are destroyed. Let's go.
But-
Total A-log victory.
Imagine being a Janny and be like, what time do I have to wake up?
What do you mean I gotta wake up
No,
at 8
I'm
in
not
the
gonna
morning?
wake up. And then you can't even enjoy the show.
If you're on the West Coast, you have to wake up at 6 in the morning to sweep this guy's chat, and you're miserable the whole time, and it's a losing battle, and everyone hates you. Whereas the trolls are just having fun. There's camaraderie. There's the raw Jer chat. Everybody is just, every time Jer gets mad, it's like another victory. And it's like they're taking L after L after L. Their morale is just cooked. Like they're not going to keep showing up to work, Jer. You're going to have to pay them and pay them handsomely. And then we're going to keep trolling more because we know that you're being bled financially to ban us. This is total victory. This is the best.
Nice little pick me up first thing. Yeah. Right.
That laugh.
Man, I don't know.
The sniff.
I don't know.
Is he sniffing shit?
He's congested. He's sniffing pills. Look at him here, man. Look how sad he is. Oh my God. Hello, darkness, mild friend. I've come to talk with you again. Sniff again.
Again. Like,
We
what
really
if the
need
Jer?
a sniff
I saw-
counter. That's like 6 sniffs in like the first 2 minutes alone.
I saw like a Jer Janny be like, yeah, but their channel's still down. It doesn't matter. And
Is
you
he
go,
not completely
but you
morphed
go-
into Phil now, where he snorts like Phil
Yeah.
now?
Oh.
He has scheduled discussions like Phil now. He has
But-
janitors banning everybody in chat like Phil now. The only people donating are people donating to spite other people now. Like
and
the
also-
metamorphosis is crazy.
And also, like Phil, you took down our channel, right? There's like, we're like 10 times bigger on different channels, all combined. It's like, this didn't work out, bro.
Another weird weird thing.
Weird. I'm making the Jared channel tomorrow.
Weird.
I don't give a.
It's
I'm gonna be AI'd.
By the way, we got
as
the
Jared.
juggler for 5 subs. Thanks,
go.
juggler.
Let's go, the juggler.
odd to me that no one apologized and no one clarified
Yeah, no,
it.
it's odd to me that you haven't apologized yet, nor have clarified anything going on. That's strange, Jer, when people don't do that when they're clearly in the wrong. Yeah, it is.
It's fine to get stuff wrong.
I know,
How's
right,
everybody's
Jer?
morning?
So then why
How's
can't you?
everyone's morning?
Oh,
How's
he
everyone's
said it. He said it.
but-
Oh.
Like you could ask that one time when it starts.
Well, the thing is, he only has a few catchphrases that he can rely on. Like it's his crutch,
It's
and
like
he has
that's
no other
his woe
option to
buddy.
fill the dead air. Yes, it is.
That's his woe
catchphrase is
buddy.
like, "How was your morning?" or "How was your weekend? What do you think about this?" Like that's all that he has. He has like those 2 phrases, and that's about it.
Wait, Hail Hydra sent me the sniff cut. I have to download this.
Oh
Let me
my God,
download
somebody
this.
else made a sniff cut.
It's called the cokening. It's called the cokening.
Oh my God!
I'll have to grab it. Wait, Hail Hydra, do you have that on your actual Twitter account? I don't have to
How was your
download it.
weekend morning?
We'll show that. We'll show
I don't know.
Here. Let's just throw this in here because it's really going to show you. It's the same clip, same show, but watch this. All in a row. You ready? It's from Hail Hydra. I'll retweet you, Hail Hydra.
I swear
Good
there must be
morning,
more than 40
everybody.
seconds of this.
Thursday. Did you have a couple of nose beers? No, my body's rejecting being up this early. At 8:30 in the morning. Well, I guess I'm up early, so you gotta get that's how I got up so early. Obviously, nice little pick me up first thing. Yeah, right.
There we go.
Based. Funny. Yes.
He's getting destroyed, man.
I'll retweet that Hydra. Hail Hydra. Let's fucking go.
It should be to like the 1812 overture. We need like some music to go along with it.
Yeah.
It's a good start,
The most likely outcome of this is that we stay at 2 Eastern.
Okay.
What? What did he say?
The
Now-
outcome of this
So he
is
starts off by saying that the outcome of the scheduling and like the gypsy and everything around is that he's probably going to stay at 2 Eastern. Then why are we doing this in the first place? If you've been at 2 Eastern for 4 years now, and just because you're off the Rumble homepage and your viewership collapsed because they weren't actually your viewers in the first place, and we all knew that, why move your time slot around thinking that you're going to magically find these viewers? What's going to happen is you're just going to lose the people that were watching you at that time in the first place. But in his mind, it can't possibly be that he had inorganic audience and that nobody actually likes him. It must be the time slot that's wrong. And it can't be that there's this big backlash against him on the internet because he acted. It must be the time slot that's wrong. So now everybody has to suffer through 20 minutes of talk about the schedule every single stream forever. It's Filmaxed.
what the most likely outcome of this is that we stay at 2 Eastern. That's probably, that's the most likely outcome here, is that we just stay at 2 Eastern. But I don't know.
But
What I want to do is see if maybe we have we've been at the 2 Eastern time slot for a long time.
years.
And
Okay.
I want
We're
to
now
try a
in the
morning
middle of
time
a
slot,
business
which
meeting.
works better with
And it's agonizing.
But Ash,
Wait.
it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You've said this all
Now,
week.
guys, you asked
No,
for this time slot,
no,
and
shut
where
up,
are you?
Stop.
It's crazy.
Help.
It's crazy though. Like this isn't what people want to watch. No one cares about the
No,
schedule.
but Ash, I swear to God, it's just. He goes, I wanted to try this 9 a.m. slot
But-
every day
But
for 2 weeks.
guys, I'm doing meaningful content. It must be the time slot that's
Oh.
wrong. This is positive, meaningful content where I inform people. What happened?
my
I'm
life
rewarding
getting,
you.
getting to cover the news early right away.
No one cares. No one cares.
He said this.
Holy man. people are not sitting there and watching 7 people back to back cover the news. They're watching whichever presenter they like best tell them the news. Okay?
Mhm.
No one's sitting there and watching the entire Rumble block in a row, and you're not a part of that Rumble block anymore, so I wouldn't even worry about it.
The Rumble block.
Oh my God.
Covering it later in the day means at least you'd have like newer stuff.
What do you mean?
Wait, what?
Like, so there's newer news. Like he talks about how you're able to cover the newer news when you're later
at
in the day.
noon, when something happens at noon.
Like, does he
you
not
have
understand how time works? Like, you're always covering the newest news possible, no matter what time you're going. When you go live at 9 a.m., you're covering the newest news available at 9 a.m. When you go live at 2, then you're covering the newest news at 2. Like, what the are we talking about? Time progresses linearly.
You know, we'd have newer news, like the afternoon news cycle to cover it.
He's
The problem with the-
retarded. He's retarded. Can you imagine?
We got
if I was
newer news at 2.
Oh
We
my
got-
God! Well,
or
Nicholas
at 9.
Dorio's at 5 p.m. and like he'll have already covered the iDubbbz. So like, oh my God! Like no one's gonna want to watch Keno Casino. No, there's separate audiences. You idiot!
Now, look, there might be overlapping, but some people will go, okay, I'll watch the Casino's replay on Kick, or I'll watch the Oreo when he posts the video, or I'll watch the Keno Casino on one of the 100 YouTube channels that now exist about them.
Like it's not 1970, man.
You know what I mean? Or there's Rumble channel. We have a Rumble, Keno Casino clips on Rumble. There's locals. Come on.
The problem with the problem with the
Oh, my, no, you can't say the problem with D twice.
The
Can't.
problem with that, he keeps doing this. It just repeats the same phrase or the same word at least twice, if not 3 or 4 times in a row. And then he believes that he's a professional presenter and broadcaster entitled to a 7-figure income a year for the rest of his life. I'm sorry, there are so many people that are more talented than you. Like there are kids in 3rd grade that can read without up like you do.
He's buffering IRL. He's buffering.
Oh man.
It's like it's repeating, you know? Watching him is like watching an illegal pirated movie where it's buffering and you're like, oh my God.
2 Eastern time slot, as I've talked about before, is that ultimately you end up with a crazy amount of repetitive news. So Vince has covered it.
about?
Steven's covered it.
Okay, wait. Hang on.
That's
But Ash,
always going to be the case.
if you're a viewer, are you going to watch every news show in a row? Or are you going to pick
No.
one guy?
No one's doing that. People are picking the presenter that they like best
Yeah.
and watching them. And the thing is, right? If you genuinely have a different take on things than other people, if you have a unique perspective and knowledge and insight to add, people are going to watch you. Like people watch Nick Fuentes because he says different stuff than Steven Crowder. You get that, right? And people will watch Alex Jones because he says different stuff than those guys. You have to have a unique perspective and outlook on politics, or at least an outlook that's like established and strong, like a strong persona and viewpoint. And then people will choose to follow you and they'll have a loyalty to you. Like, does he not understand how any of this works at all? He's
No.
basically saying he has nothing to add. He is a glorified news reader, regurgitator of information that other people gathered, and he has nothing of value to add himself, which is true.
Yeah.
And it's like from his perspective, it's like, yeah, it's been done 7 other times. That's sad. It's very sad to view yourself like that.
Dan Bongino's covered it. That other
What do you call Dan
What are you-
Bongino again?
He called him Bonginio the other day. And it's like, but Jeremy, you should have a different opinion than Dan Bongino. Basically, what you're saying is that all of you are all like Glazer, like sycophants that are a hive mind, and you all have the same opinions and takes. Like, if that's the case, then just retire. Like, hang it up. If you're saying the same thing as other people already say, but they're way more popular than you, Why are you even doing this in the first place? It doesn't make sense.
Chick who works for Dan has covered it. Tim's stand-in guy has covered it. Devori has covered it. Then we're
Are you
up.
telling me you're lower than Tim's stand-in guy?
Who?
And so
He's saying he's lower than Tim Pool's stand-in guy. That people will choose Tim Pool's stand-in guy over him.
Oh, is that
But
who
it's
that
time to
was?
retire, Unk. Get a real job.
I was trying to see like because you know
Well, he
Tim Pool
referred
was like
to him. No, he referred to him literally as Tim Pool's stand-in guy.
Well,
Like he doesn't even have
I
a
was
name.
wondering. I was like, you know, Tim Pool's like, we change things here, right? So I went over to his channel and I'm like, oh, this video has like 30,000 views. It's nothing for Tim Pool, and it's not even Tim Pool. Tim Pool has another guy doing his videos for him, but Tim Pool is still on the thumbnail. Ash, Tim Pool's still on the thumbnail, and the standing guy is there. What the?
I'd rather
But he beats Jer.
Yeah, everyone does.
The standing guy.
even if it's it's easier, it's more exciting to be covering news in the
Stanton
morning
boy.
as it's breaking, as
What?
opposed to
So
having
apparently
seen
news
every.
only breaks in the morning.
Yeah.
But there's news going on at all times during the day. Like, what are we talking about, man?
He should be a 24-hour live streamer, you know?
This is insane.
Everybody else on Rumble cover it, and then
What?
opposed to having seen everybody else on Rumble cover it.
If you watch a show,
But
you
no
don't
one
watch
else did
9
that.
shows. Oh, I'm gonna watch
I'm sure there is some boomer and like
Yeah.
a
American
hospital
Patriot,
somewhere.
old grandpa,
that's
88.
like you know what I mean. That's just got the Rumble app playing the homepage 24/7, but you can't rely on that
No.
because now that's been taken away. It's not a guarantee that Rumble is always going to institutionally back you and prop you up on the homepage. The whole point of that, by the way, was to garner your own fans and your own audience from that promotion so that eventually you don't have to be on the homepage all the time. But you didn't do that. And now
Mhm.
you're crying? You.
And then be that guy who covers it. You know what I mean? So I don't think my input matters. No. Some people like my input.
He was called out. He was called out and he sighed. Yeah, your input doesn't matter. That's what you're saying. You're saying that you're the exact same as an AI robot reading it. That Tim Pool's second, third, fourth guy on staff is the same as you. And in truth, they're better than you because they're probably able to read. You know, you're in a tough place, buddy. You're in a tough place.
Buddy, scrolling through Twitter, you get better news coverage than quartering.
Yes.
You did the, what was it? That thing? Yeah, the stamp.
But what? But why do
30-minute
I
stamp?
need somebody to? Why do I need somebody to read it to me?
Exactly.
Why can't I just read it myself?
Some people don't. But
Go ahead.
I don't like talking about it so much.
I forgot what he's talking about. May you remind me?
Like he's in dead. Like
I've
he just loses his train of thought.
I've lost
over and
my
over
train
and
of thought. I don't know what
over
he's
again.
talking about. I forgot.
Like he just has like a in the middle of his sentence and then trails off. Like it's worse than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
This guy is only in his 40s and he's talking like he's in his 80s. And it's like, okay, like when an 80-year-old guy goes off on a tangent or drops off in the middle of his sentence, you give them some grace. Not when you're supposed to be like in your prime as an intellectual in your 40s. You know what I mean? Like, holy
So much later than everybody else. Do night shows 8 p.m.
Nice
Eastern.
sniff.
Well, that's the other one. The other time slot was leading into Tim.
Who cares? Why are you so deferential to everybody else? Like groveling on your knees and licking their boots. Like, do you know what happened, by the way, when we first started this show? We were competing with Ralph. We went directly into Ralph's time slot.
That was the point.
And just destroyed him. And took
9:30?
everything from him in a span of 12 to 18 months. We took all of his viewers, all of his money, and left him with nothing. We stomped him out. Like, we weren't afraid to compete because we knew we had a better product. You, on the other hand, know that you're an inferior garbage version, and you know that at any time of day you go on, you will have no audience. And the only way you can have an audience is inorganically through being propped up by the website or view bots or like that. That's just the truth.
By the way,
So
that
hang
was
it
so
up.
based, bro. What we did, we're like, let's just go live at 9:30, and we did that for like
Yeah.
half a year, and then we started at 8
Until we just
o'clock,
totally buck broke him and he moved his time slot to the morning.
No,
So
he
then-
moved his to 8.
Yeah.
And then we started at 8. And then when he moved to the morning, we're like, we're going to stay at 8. We're not going to do. Okay. What?
Look at his dead hair. He's just seething at chat. Look in his eyes. Look at the anger he has at the chat. Look at the anger in his eyes that people are allowed to express their opinions about him. So he has to ban them. No, you can't say mean things. You can't post oranges. No. It's time to
You know.
retire, Jer. You know?
Are you nervous to be
You don't
stepping
even
on the
know.
other creator shows? No.
That's him also.
Oh.
Okay.
What does Dan Bongino, who gets like 50K live viewers, care about my 1400?
But wait, I thought you used to have 70,000 live viewers, 50,000, 30,000, 20,000. Now you're down to like 1,400 live viewers and you aren't even a speck beneath the shoe of Dan Bongino? That's tough, isn't it, Jer? I thought you were the big man on campus, the big swinging, the king of Rumble. Guess not, eh? So you're just a cockroach.
Be 2, 3, 4,000 after I fully move. You know, it's
No,
not
it
like,
won't.
and it's not like Dan Bongino has everybody on the world who wants to watch him.
On the
I know.
world.
I know, Jer. Then why are you so concerned about the time slots and who you're up against? Look at his face there. Zoom in.
He said
that's a
on.
stick.
He said on
Look
the
at-
world. Did
He's
you hear that?
Grouch status here. Look at him. He's like Oscar the Grouch Max. Like,
Doesn't he have,
just a
like,
miserable
Him
bastard
saying
living in a
on the
trash
world.
can.
You know what it reminds me of? Like Rickyisms. You know, worst case
Yeah.
Ontario, two birds once.
yeah.
It's like he has like Jarisms where he's just like, yeah,
Look
he's
at him
on
there. He
top
looks like
on
the
world.
AVGN. Like this is
Buddy.
AVGN taking a dump on an NES cartridge.
You know?
Holy
To be fair, he does take dumps all the time.
blobfish, Max.
I think I could
Yeah.
reestablish my spot this early. And what I like about the
Reestablish?
morning time slot
What?
is like for family reasons.
Okay,
Your wife
What is that?
hates you.
but I
She
I
doesn't
gotta
love
ask,
you.
Jeremy.
She's other men.
We, the audience, don't give a about your family
Fuck
issues
your
or your
family.
own personal schedule. We care about, are we being entertained by you? That's it. That's what people, and if you're entertaining, they will follow you. They will make the time for you. If they can't be there live, then they'll watch the replay or support in some other way. Like, we don't want to hear excuses. Like, we don't want to hear, oh, I have this family. Blah, 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 blah. We don't care. Like, we have nothing to do with your family. F off. Stop bringing your personal life into this.
Oh, we got Warski, too sexy for casino. Aw, thank you. For 5 subs, big support. And Jared, don't go pooping in portalids for
And Contera says, I love watching Jer lose everything. Pack it up. And Jen Cook says, my theory is he speaks so slow so he can stretch out segments. It's true. It's not a theory. It's a fact. That way he can cut and paste clips that optimize vid length for revenue, and it's also that his brain doesn't work.
Yeah.
And dramatic discussion for 5,000 kicks.
What?
Going all in on the casino until Ham Planet loses everything.
Ooh.
Safu
Sorry.
Jer,
Wait.
and yours truly says the troon that beat his ass gave him CTE.
Let's go. Big support. And we're killing it. Let's do it.
You know, Like-
you know.
for family reasons. I can get my show done.
No. He's lying because he had already
It's for
admitted.
drinking reasons.
That. And also he admitted that he's testing out different time slots since he's losing everything.
Yeah, well,
So-
he'll admit that during
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
He'll admit that
Exactly.
during this-
Exactly.
This whole
See,
hope
I didn't
session.
even watch this and I knew.
Then I can
Keto Critic for a sub. Let's go. Let's felt Jer.
do like the bookkeeping and all the other stuff that happens.
The bookkeeping.
Whoa,
He's telling us he does daily bookkeeping.
There's no money to count.
What is he
You don't
talking
have to-
about,
what do you
man?
mean? There's no
By the way,
money.
at this size of business, he doesn't have an accountant? What? Like, what are we talking? It's not like, okay.
Yeah, but we got Aurelius for a sub and Fishy Queeps for another sub. Thank you so much for the support.
Get my show done.
Yeah, bookkeeping. Oh, he's seeing how much in the red he is. That's what's happening.
And I can do like the
Like, he
bookkeeping
knows,
and all the
right?
other
Like,
stuff that has to be
everything
done.
is
Did he say that
digital,
again?
right? Like, yeah, he did. But it's not like back in the day when you would have, as Phil would say, a sandwich shop and you had to count out the physical cash that you took out in the till and mark down, we brought in revenue this on this day. Everything is electronic now. Like, everything is stored for you. Like, what are we talking about here? And like, you have an accountant, like you'd think, right? That tallies everything up every week or every month, like, or every quarter. Like, what are we doing here?
With the show, and
This is him talking with his accountant. His accountant's like, so Jeremy, you've lost over 34K this month. How much did you make? Oh, it's made $50.
be able to handle.
No, his accountant is like,
Oh my
God. There's no money, Jer.
What needs to get done around the house.
Oh my God, I can't do this. Oh my God,
What do
I
you
can't.
mean what needs to get done around the house? Like, you have a wife that has no job.
I can't-
Like, what are you doing
Ash.
around the house exactly?
If I hear one more time.
Also.
Oh my, I can't.
It gives me
I
time
know.
to get my ass on the treadmill in the afternoon.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! Like, stop it, bro. You're not getting on the treadmill. Just stop, man. Like, he's just lying to us.
But you could wake up and do the treadmill before. I work out before the show all the time.
But he's not working out.
But it's not
He's
working.
not. He just started working out yesterday, guys. Just like all the other times he said he just started working out and then he
Right.
never followed through on it. Does he have one in the
All
house?
this kind of
Like,
stuff.
does he even have proof of this?
Yeah, show us the treadmill, Jer.
So it's just a better time slot if I can. I've been trying to go to bed earlier, like all week long. I
Who
go
cares?
into bed at like 8 o'clock and I
Why
just
are you
lay there
telling
wide
us
awake.
this? Why are you oversharing like this? This is what got you into trouble in the first place. We don't care about your personal life. No one cares about my personal life or Andy's personal life. What they care about, are they being entertained? Are they laughing? Are they getting the information they want? That's what people care about. They don't care what time you went to bed, what time you woke up, what your gym routine is. No one gives a
Well,
fiddler's
There is one set of people who do care. Us.
the trolls. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
literally
only ever going to be used. It's only ever going to be used against you. Any sort of personal information you provide to the internet can and will be used against you. And nobody's going to suck your dick because you went to bed at 8. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know I need to probably get to bed by, be asleep by 10 so that I can be up at 6
What are we doing
so I can
here?
like do my morning routine, come down here and still have an hour to prepare for the show. That's
I don't care about my own schedule, Jer. Why would I care about yours?
Oh my
like
God.
that's the goal. We're getting closer and closer
Wait, that's the goal.
every day.
Closer.
He's getting closer to going
No,
to bed at the time he
yeah.
wants to go to bed.
Yeah,
Like,
so it's like he's
just
like,
go to bed, you
so he says, I'm gonna start at 9 a.m. Like closer. So first it's like, okay, now it's at 1:45, then it's at 1:20, then it's at noon, then it's at 10, then it's at he made it, it's 9.
How many steps are we getting in now? About
man.
7,000.
No, you're not.
It's
No,
not-
you're not
We
doing
need the
7.
Fitbit.
Bro,
Fitbit
so
check.
guys, last time he talked about this, he said that he does as few as 300 steps a day. Now he's jumped to 7,000 steps. You know, it bothers him that we pointed out what he said himself, that he only does about 300 steps a day. So now it's 7,000. Okay. Now that's only about an hour of walking, but he's not doing an hour of walking. And that's an hour of walking for a person that's actually physically fit and can walk at a decent pace. So for him, it's probably 2 hours of walking. He's not doing that in a day. And he's not magically doing that overnight. Okay. Like, trust, as a person, you're not suddenly doing that like overnight. Like, you have to work up to that. Like, he's full of shit.
Jer, I got it. Do a stream with you on the treadmill. Honestly, I'd watch that. Prove it. Do a stream on the treadmill. Do a fitness stream.
People are saying they work on their feet and do 10,000 steps over 8 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Like, he's not doing that, guys. He's not
Dude.
doing that.
A few days ago, I went out and I was like, it was like, you know, the mall and then shop. And then I went out here and then and visiting people. And I only did like 9,000. And it was like all day of walking. Like, I was,
Like, he just tells lies that aren't even believable.
Yeah.
Like, had he said maybe 2,000, maybe you'd. But this is the thing. It's really none of our business, bud. It really isn't. You're just trying to get suckers to believe that you changed. How about we actually see the change? Let's see you physically lose the weight, bro. And then you can get ass pats.
But it's every day for a week now. So, it's nothing to write home about.
Why are you telling us about it?
Show us the Fitbit tracker. Show me the Fitbit tracker.
You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have that.
Yeah. How would he know? Does he have a Fitbit? Or does he uses his phone step counter? That doesn't even work properly, by the way.
Nothing to write home about. Actually, what was it? Monday, I was like 2 hours late.
Okay.
Tuesday, I was like an hour late, but that was
the negativity and the failure and just feeding the trolls.
I thought the internet.
You know?
2 hours late.
But
Okay.
But then he can't even just accept that his fault, that he overslept. He has to make up this lie about how the internet wasn't labeled correctly. Listen to this shit.
Was down. When News of Soul went out to video game news, I recall you doing something like that.
The internet was down. He has 3 different internet services. He has cable internet to his house, and he has 2 separate Starlinks. 2 separate Starlinks.
Why?
They were all down, and he was unable to, because he needs to have multiple backups in order for him to ensure that he has internet to stream at any given time. But he's put all of these contingencies in place, and he still can't manage to live stream. And he just says it's because the cords were mixed up. They were labeled wrong. It's like, well, who labeled them? You labeled them. So it's your fault they were labeled wrong, buddy.
My fault. The internet was down. When News of Soul went out to video game news, I recall you doing something like that years ago. Rumble has 1,000,001 political takes. Yeah, you're 1,000% right.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to try to do with Melanie in our 2:00 time slot. On days when Melanie's on,
this hasn't happened, by the way.
I can't hear the word again. I can't.
Hold on.
Days that Melanie's on,
he repeated himself.
That's what I want.
I didn't rewind. Hang on.
In our 2:00 time slot. On days when Melanie's on, days that Melanie's on.
Whoa.
That's what I want to do. There isn't a ton of video game news, but
there isn't a ton of video game news. There are channels that are entirely dedicated to video game news, Jeremy. Like Arlo is completely dedicated to video game news, and not just video game news, but like Nintendo news, right? There's channels that are completely dedicated to Xbox news, for sake. But this guy, there's no gaming news. There's no way he can talk about gaming news every day. What are we talking about here? Brutal. This is just like a whole other level of excuse.
Oof.
There's at least literally anything but politics. You know what I mean?
No one's forcing you to do politics, man. It's you who told everybody else they were stupid for not only doing politics.
If you're in chat, make sure to leave a like on the stream.
If you're in chat, everyone hates you in chat, though.
But every single person watching is in chat.
Yeah.
You know?
If you're in chat.
The downvote brigade Yeah, give a like to the stream. Yeah.
Is it a
Keep
brigade
feeding the trolls.
if everyone actually legitimately hates you, Jer?
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? We don't have to tell anyone to do anything.
It's all good. It doesn't hurt the show, but it does make them cry.
You're the one that's crying. Everybody else is having
Billy
a ton
Mitchell's
of fun
here.
dunking on you. Yeah, he's been here for hours.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, Billy. By the way, you see Billy's video?
But that's the thing, Druids. Acknowledging them just encourages it. He keeps acknowledging it and then thinking that it's going to change. Like, this is not working, Jeremy.
You see Billy's video against Carl today on Twitter?
Felted Carl. Yeah, he did.
So based. I'm going to buy your sauce, Billy. I want that sauce.
Having the morning show idea, monetize the haters, good luck. That's okay. There'll always be haters. It's fine.
Monetize the hate. How about you monetize your viewers who like you?
You think
Oh,
you
wait.
think DSP hasn't ever thought of that? Like it's so delusional. It's like, I'm making all this money. If you really were, right, then you wouldn't be crying. You would be laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
No, it's not. It's
Right.
actually not fine. It's the furthest thing from fine right now. We can tell when we look into your eyes that things aren't fine. It's the picture of the dog in the burning house. Everything is fine.
Except the
No,
house
it's
is now
not.
ashes. The house is ashes.
The only thing
And
that,
the dog doesn't even have the hat on anymore.
that bothers me is that they bother you guys.
Who gives?
Oh,
good.
stop.
That's more based.
They bother who? All 12 boomers that are there? You know?
Yeah.
And then also that is an incentive for us. We love to bother them. We
Mhm.
hate your viewers. Like fuck them. We want them to suffer. We want you to suffer. And you are. And you are. Because you wanted us to have nothing. So now you suffer. Fuck you.
Mhm.
They don't bother me at all. In fact, I get, the fact that
Come
they're
on.
here in the stream, I make more money.
No. Okay, listen. If you make 10 extra cents, I'm fine
On
with
an
that.
ad. Like, who
I'm
cares?
completely that's
I
what
made
money well
$37 on my Rumble. Right? Like, holy
that's
shit.
money well earned for you because it makes us
Why does he ban them then? Why does he ban them then if it's more engagement and more views for the ads and stuff?
Oh yeah.
He says if you're you're going to get flushed, right? But look at him. Look at him. Is that the face of a man that everything is fine and is happy and he's winning, or is that a seething bum?
Like,
Let's be real.
his overhead.
Like when I do my ad reads, I get paid per viewer. I hope they know that. So
Okay.
Okay.
At 2,000 viewers, let's be that max. He'll get $50.
You know,
I appreciate that. If they don't bother you while I talk about them,
Thank you.
exactly. He's felted there. Look at how felted he is. It's like he just took a punch to the face.
because for good or bad, I interact with my chat.
No, you don't, though. You're banning everybody. You're not interacting with them. When they send in a super chat, you refuse to read it and fucking ban them, bud. You're not engaging with your chat. You're running from your chat like a coward.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking? This is next level gaslighting. What are we doing?
Almost anybody else at this time slot is not interacting with their chat, especially
You mean
people
this
who aren't paying.
time slot that people aren't interacting with their chat? Again, every live streamer interacts with their chat, Jeremy. Other than people that are like institutionally backed, like Steven Crowder or Dan Bongino, basically guys that are like cable television. You're
But with
not
that,
like
they
that.
have-
You're not on that level.
But they have like 19 co-hosts. There's like 9 cameras. There's like skits in between. Like
you know,
they don't have time
like
to read chat.
CNN doesn't interact with their chat.
Yeah,
you know, you know what I mean? But you're not CNN. You're not these people. You're not on the homepage anymore. You're not important. You have no audience. You're done.
The money. And so people take advantage of that. It's unfortunate.
What?
If I was like any other streamer on Rumble, I would, for the most part,
On Rumble.
not all of them, I wouldn't even read chat, and I might read a few Rumble rants.
Okay.
Okay. Is he actually trying to convince us right now? I'm not convinced.
Or himself.
Like,
Like,
or
what is he
his
doing?
boomer audience. I have no idea what he's even saying here.
But I read chat, which
Watch
signal.
this. We read chat all the time, by the way, and we've got 10,000 watching.
Yeah.
Like, does that make us special? No, we're every other fucking streamer in the goddamn world. Asmongold, Hassan, fucking.
So he says, so is he
Name.
throwing Rumble streamers under the bus? He kind of
Yes.
does.
Yes.
And later on he'll say like it's only on Rumble that it's like this. Da 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 da. It's okay.
Whoa.
to people who want to get under my skin that they can get
They're
at
under your skin.
me.
They obviously are. Stop
And so
pretending
it's
they
unfortunate, and I don't want to like. I left X, and I feel great. I don't miss it at all.
Yeah.
He was there. He was there today.
So, like, how about you stop live streaming then, man? Look at his eyes. Like, he's threatening to turn off chat. If you turn off chat, you may as well just make pre-recorded videos. Like, there's no point being live when there's no live chat and no super chats or anything like that.
And also, Roger will have the chat. So we'll all be just over on Roger. Like, on
Like,
you.
he thinks that he has control. Like, you don't actually have control, man.
That's
You've
nuts.
lost it.
The first day after I left X, I was like, what's going on in X? Now it's been what, 3 or 4 days? Don't even
You're
give a
logged
shit.
in on X right now. Like
Ooh.
you're on Twitter right now, sir.
Yeah. You can't.
But the like chat's gonna end up being the same thing. Like
So
if
you're
chat
gonna
becomes
turn off
unusable,
chat.
then I'll just be like
It is
every other
unusable
streamer.
right now.
Oh
No, but every other streamer is not like that, right? Like, rather than actually address the controversy and work through it, you're pretending like you can just ban every single person that brings it up and then turn into a hug box and only people that glaze you. Like, it's not going to work, man. It didn't work for DSP. It's not going to work for you.
Is he actually trying to convince us that him closing his chat is a good thing? That means we ultimately won.
Yeah, well, just shut it down then, Jer.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
First it was your YouTube views. Now it's your Rumble chat.
And it sucks, and I don't want that. You know,
Keep putting
Then
up.
don't do that.
this is why we like you, because you have a
these
relationship with your
threats.
audience. I know most, like, you know what's interesting? It's easy for me to tell.
What is he saying? I do not say jet. Hear that
He's
again.
saying
Really
that he knows the name of every chatter that's a true and honest fan in chat, and therefore he knows who the trolls are because he memorized his true and honest supporters.
Always a great sign of a massive streamer when they know every single name of everyone
You know,
by heart.
this is why we like you, because you have a relationship with your audience. I know most, like, you know what's interesting? It's easy for me to tell who's here in good faith and who's not, because I've been doing this for so long. I have almost all of your usernames memorized.
So he has a list.
You know-
He's going around
How-
taking down names. And he's like, these are the true and honest fans,
He's
and the
like
rest of you
Santa?
are imposters. So, but by the way, what that does is limit you to exactly who you have now, and you'll never grow. So only those people that you know of as right now as being true and honest fans will be allowed to stay. And anyone new who comes is under suspicion. Like, you understand how this isn't a viable long-term strategy? Like, you were never made for live streaming anyway, Jeremy. You were lucky that you scammed Rumble into giving you a contract for a number of years for a garbage show. You did nothing with it, did not take advantage of the opportunity and build anything worth anything. So now it's time to shut it down. You didn't develop any talent or skill for this. You're a bum. It's
I'm
over.
saying
He's making a list.
the burner account, though. Yeah, thought that I had they thought that they really got me. This is some funny
Watch
stuff. I
this.
know I'm going to give him a clip here, so clip this.
He's
One
he's
of
saying
the
he doesn't have a burner account, right? It's saying he has burner account, and now he'll admit to having a burner account. And we see that he's logged in on the burner account right now.
biggest was like, oh, I have information that Jeremy's talking to people at YouTube, and he's going to get his name taken out of a complete lie. That's how desperate they are for content.
Okay.
First of
But
all,
this
how
is
would he
the
even
thing,
know?
like-
Desperate. People are
This is-
begging us to
but
move. Like, there's
It's
like 10
Jeremy,
guys.
you
Are like, where's Ralph?
understand that getting you to seethe about it is the goal in and of itself.
But Ash,
Like, does he
there-
not
I'm
get that?
looking-
Like, does he not understand how the internet works?
I'm looking at our time. right, of how much show we have. 4.5 hours we're in. I'm thinking about what we have in the folders. We're never going to do it. Jer, we don't need to make content with a single tweet. There's
by the way,
so
say
much.
who it was. It was Yellow Flash that said that, Jeremy.
Oh.
It was Yellow Flash that said that, buddy, and it would make sense. It's a move that would make sense for you to do because you're getting drowned in the algorithm by the detractors. So I wouldn't be surprised if you went to YouTube and tried to make that maneuver like Brie Larson did. It makes sense for you to do that. Here's the thing. If people are just saying about you that's just totally false and you know it's false, you just ignore it because it's false. There's no truth to it and it's not going to go anywhere. But once you start addressing it, seething like this, then people are like, well, is there truth to it? Like he's addressing it and crashing out about it, right?
Mhm.
Like it doesn't make sense what he's doing. It's bad PR.
Know that. Second of all, it's just not true. And like the
Not
same
true.
retard's like, guys, we found his alt account. You mean one of my many other X accounts?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jer.
Retard alert, Jer! Retard alert, Jer!
There's
So
no
you
way.
have many. It's not just one burner account. You have many. He's like, yeah, you say I have a burner account? You're retarded. I actually have many burner accounts.
No, because it's not
Why?
a burner account. It's my other account.
What a
I'm actually blown away.
Accounts that I'm also not posting to. They're like, yeah, we got him here.
Wait. So his
But we did
defense
catch you.
is, yeah, that is my alt account, but I got way more accounts that I don't use.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
Why does he need so many accounts?
Yeah, his account is, what account?
Has another X account that he's very publicly talked about before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's actually unhinged at this point. Like he's actually melting down. Like this is a meltdown. This is a
that
full on
means you're on
crash.
X, though. That means you're on X. You can't go, I'm not on X. We found your alt account. But I said I had that before. That doesn't make it, untrue that you're... Anyway. I'm, losing my mind.
God,
he's
make a video,
angry.
guys.
I'm
Go to the
angry.
X account. Again, haven't posted. It's so weird.
It's really not though.
I'm really worried about you from a guy whose name is Jermageddon.
Well, yeah. But why are you you're feeding his trolling, bro? Like you're giving him
Did he
big
just say
props.
Jermageddon?
Jermageddon.
Oh, you
And I bet Jermageddon is worried for you, bro. He's worried that it's Jermageddon, hence the name Jermageddon.
Chernobyl?
Like I don't doubt that he's worried for you. We're all worried for you. You're
Jer-
burning it all down.
Jerpocalypse, Chernobyl.
I'm really worried about you from a guy whose name is Jermageddon. Oh, you sound like an authentic. You're definitely fooling me with your username.
He's not even trying
I don't think
to.
he's trying to. It's pretty clear. It's cut
Like,
and
here
dry.
you go, troll, on a silver spoon. Here's your caviar. Would you like some lobster dipped in butter, Mr. Troll? Would you like a juicy steak, Mr. Troll? Like, this is him. And then he thinks it's going to stop. Look at him there. Zoom in on his face, man. This is a man that's brain is broken by the trolling, but he can't handle it. He could dish out this sort of punishment to people for a decade. He loved it. He loved making women suffer under harassment and troll comments and stuff like that. But now that it happens to him, he can't take his own medicine. He doesn't like the taste of it. Do you, Jer? You cock. You.
By the way, that's a really great point by a Mr. Boomer Star Wars, who says, wait a second. So Jared's like, I don't use X, but there was someone on X saying I have an alt. How do you know what they're saying on X? As you're... Okay, this is crazy.
I'm doing
actually
great.
loving it. This is
I'm doing
crazy.
great.
This is actually crazy.
You're not doing great.
I'm not on X. Put yellow flash on X, and I have an alt, which I do.
He's gotta get off the internet. Like this is how, and this is like the dementia, like the psychosis that Phil gets from going on every day and just being inundated with negativity and hatred and getting obsessed with the detractors and the detractor memes and a never-ending war with them. That's how Phil's like deteriorated mentally day after day after day. And like, I must be honest, I don't think Jeremy's as strong as Phil. I don't think he's going to be able to take it.
No,
he's not. It's going to be even more rapid of a mental decline and deterioration.
He's already breaking.
Yeah.
So you admit you're still on Twitter.
Whoa, Jer. Did you hear that?
I'm doing great.
Listen to this.
So you admit you're still on.
Oof. That's a meltdown, but
dance for me, lol cow. Dance for me, bitch.
That was crazy.
Twitter. Twitter's on my screen.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Like that's why we're blown away. You keep like saying you quit X.
The Emperor has no clothes. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, but you keep
wonders why
you
people
quit
say
X.
they're worried about him. Like, I am worried. Like, this isn't normal behavior. This is mental illness we're watching.
But I don't post and I don't read it. You know, I grab news stories and I move on with my life.
But
the
if
reason
if you really weren't doing that, right, would you need to say so on the internet over and over again? Like, why do you feel the need to correct the record and control the narrative at every turn? Trying to control the narrative is how you got to this place in the first place, man. It's not helping.
Yeah, man. No, this is actually trying to get
it's a cry for help.
The reason I just
more like a whine for help.
Use like an egg account is
but it's not an egg account
because I don't want to be like in any drama.
Alt accounts. And this is the tailgates for Trump account that you're logged in on, man. Because when you're looking at some of these news stories, the accounts you're looking at follow you, and it's because they're following tailgates for Trump, Jeremy. Like, I don't know why even lie that it's an egg account when you admit to having dozens of other alt accounts. Like, it doesn't even make sense, nor does any of this matter. But this is the thing, is Phil convinces himself that things matter that don't, and then he gets all revved up about it and starts crashing out about it and waging war about things that don't matter, and like he has a mental breakdown, and you're doing the same thing.
So like, it's just an account that I never used, and so I don't have to see drama. I don't have to get into it. I don't have to worry about it.
You're into it right now. You're neck deep in the drama. You're addressing the drama right now, but not in any sort of way that's going to help you. It's only going to make it worse. You're drowning. You're flailing.
By the way, how could you say you don't see drama as you're looking at your chat, which is all... Yeah, sniff up.
I think it's good you interact with Czech. Yeah. Can we get back to the...
What was that? Yeah.
And then one of his own followers.
I think it's good you interact with Czech. Yeah.
I think he's good interact with Czech. That was like a German word.
One more
Did you
time.
hear that?
What was that? Like Gesundheit?
I think it's good you interact with Czech. Yeah.
Oh!
I think
it's good you interact with chat.
I think that's what it was. I think it's good you interact with
chat. Okay.
Can we get back to the news? Yes. All right.
No.
So after like a 7-minute crash out session,
then either
we're now going to go back to the news. Yeah, man, it felt like an eternity.
I feel like we've had a 9-hour show.
He bizarrely tried to pin the blame on.
Bin the blame. He meant to say pin the blame. Bin the blame.
Bin the blame.
One more time. Bin the blame.
Then either bizarrely tried to pin the blame on.
Oh my god!
Hope you like this time slot. Look, if I get this time slot up to like
back on the
3 to 4K, I'm staying in it.
Nice.
It's never happening. The 9 a.m. time slots.
Guys, we all should show up at 9 a.m. so
Yes,
this becomes the
everyone.
permanent.
Yeah.
Every detractor needs to show up. We need all of the European viewers out there.
You need VIP
show up
likes to show up.
Yes. Well, no, we
No, I'm
don't
kidding,
need
I'm
that.
kidding,
It
I'm
needs to
kidding.
be
I'm kidding.
legitimate, organic engagement. Let's get his viewer count at 9 a.m. as high as possible so that Melanie Mack has to wake up at 6 a.m. Because when he tried to tell her that she'd have to be there at 9 a.m., she was rattled.
Yes, please.
If I get this time slot up to 3,
He's gonna have 500,000 viewers tomorrow, isn't he? He's gonna have like
or 4K concurrent viewers, I'm staying in it. Today's basically the first time I'm in there, and we're at 1.5K.
He's proud of
I haven't
it. That's a
advertised it
good
to
number.
my standalone videos.
But
or
why?
my-
This is that's what's crazy to me though. Is it's like, so this is your career, right? This is your job, and you're not promoting it. What's wrong with you? Like, why is that our fault that you're not promoting your own content properly? Like, what a like it's just an excuse for why it's low. So you can be, well, I didn't even promote it. Well, are you going to promote it? And then what's the excuse going to be?
On any of my platforms, anything like that. So I think we can, if I can get to 3 to 4K, I'm just going to stay in it. If I can't, then I'm going to probably try the
There's not this magical
pre-temp-
time slot that's going to create these viewers. Either you have viewers that are going to come and follow you when you're live, or you don't. It's really that simple.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what time you're live. But if you have an established time slot, stay in your established time slot. It's really that simple.
pool time slot. I don't know. My guess is
My guess.
No,
Three times.
no.
No.
like
You can't
Beetlejuice?
just say that.
My guess,
You
my
can't
guess,
just
my
say
guess.
the same two words 3 times in a row. If your brain is this slow, think out the full sentence before you begin it. If
This-
your brain is that slow.
they must think, right? Am I wrong? I mean, what do you guys think?
My guess
Did you
is,
hear that?
I don't know. What do you
What
think?
do you guys think? You should be fired. Like, you should retire. Like, that's like you have no brain at all. You're just totally broken.
My guess. Take
It's
notes.
dementia.
Take notes, Ashton.
What do you guys think?
No, you can't. What do you
He's
guys
repeating.
think twice?
What do you guys think?
You can't. You can't.
My
repeat.
guess. I don't know. What do you guys think?
What do you
That's
guys
what the
think?
sentence was, with a bunch more pausings and ums and dead air in between. That's what it was.
That's crazy.
Tennessee has laws where you, like, as long
What?
as he survives.
What was that Tennessee laws?
I actually.
Laws.
Let me just open this real. Oh, wait, a lot of new local members today. Wow, and some people got the annual plan, Ash. No, I'm serious. There's 3 annual members who just joined.
Huge.
Annual. Wow, and some people. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Remember, at 500, we're almost there. Matt Jarbo movie on Sunday. Me and Psycho are going to watch it. And the AVGN movie.
As long as he survives,
you.
you would think, haters are viewers too. That's okay. Everything's fine.
It's not,
Everything's fine.
though.
Everything's fine.
You know, if everything's
fine.
fine, then you
That's what I
have to
missed.
keep saying
Everything's
that
fine.
everything is fine many, many times if it is fine. Wouldn't it just be self-evidently fine? Why do you have to tell
It's
people
fine.
it is?
It's fine. It's fine. Does it sound like a crazy
Yeah.
guy? It's fine. It's fine.
He is
It's fine.
actually crazy. Like, he's on all sorts of psychiatric medications
Don't
because
you
he is
worry.
actually crazy.
We got the 7-minute SSRI weaning off
Oh my
clip
god!
from today.
Can I
We're
build? And
never
can
gonna
we?
get through all
No.
this, man. We're gonna be here for 12 hours. We have Chrissy Mayer and all her. Oh my god!
Build N-word towers in chat.
Let's go.
I'm not going to permiss anything.
He's not going to permiss
What?
anything. You mean permit? He said permiss.
Okay. You can't.
Jer Biden, it's time to retire, Jer Biden. By the way, we got Shy Stein for 25 subs.
Go! Big support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's not for me to,
It's Jerver.
I would rather you didn't.
What? What?
But I don't,
Shy Stein, man. Thank you so much, and man. Nice to see you, bro.
I mean,
Thank you, man. For
you know,
real. Thank
I would
you,
rather you didn't.
He's on his phone.
But I
in the
don't,
middle
I
of the
mean,
show.
I didn't.
As a solo entertainer.
I didn't. Go ahead.
let's see. Like, I know
No,
I'm low energy.
you know what he did? I swear to God, today in the morning, he looks at his phone for 30 seconds and he goes, "Any movies out?"
Isn't it your
I-
job
and
to
I-
know what movies?
But I'm like, but in the middle of a show, of a story, he grabs his phone and off for 30 seconds and goes, "Is there any movies out? I want to watch a movie this weekend." I was blown away.
But like, I
Jer Burnell for 10 subs.
For
yes.
10 subs. He is Jer Burnell. Yes, he is.
He is.
know, I feel like, I feel
Yeah?
like it's not the fourth time I've talked about something when I'm recording the VOD kind of thing.
What?
Hmm?
I don't
What
really
are you
chat much,
What?
but this is a nice time slot. Yeah. I know I'm competing with Dan Bongino, but I mean,
You're not competing
only
with
on
Dan Bongino.
only on Rumble.
This is like somebody thinking their little league baseball game is competing with the New York Yankees. Or your lemonade stand is competing with Minute Maid. Like, I guess broadly it's true, but it's like an ant competing with the underside of a boot. Off.
Like, only on Rumble is that a thing.
What? He's like insulting.
Yeah, that's what you're
Rumble?
saying.
Like,
Dan Bongino, it's
it
53,000
doesn't make
live right
any
now. I wouldn't want to
sense.
go against
He knows
that.
it's nonsense. He's like, yeah, this is only a thing on Rumble where like the time slots are sacred and you have to respect everyone's time slot or be crushed. And is it because no one's actually using this website and it's all? Is that what's going on? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I get it, but like,
Get
that's
it?
true of all time slots. Like, okay, well, I go up against Tim Pool, or I go up against
Well, I got.
Steven Crowder, or I go up, you know what I mean?
Hey, you. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Your fans are going to watch you over people that they don't like as much. And if everybody likes everyone else more than you, then you should probably get off the internet because
Yeah.
you're a nobody and a bum.
Well, how about
Like,
this?
You're an
Jer.
established 2 million subscriber creator and you don't have an audience?
He's got to
What?
stream at 3 a.m. That's the only time.
Well, what
Jer.
about
No
the
one's-
people in Australia?
Yeah.
He's going to be competing with rugby in Australia, dude. There's Indians watching cricket at 4 a.m. for fuck's sake. Holy shit, dude. Do you not know that there's fucking international bowling on at 9 in the morning?
Yeah,
Like,
Chinese women's tennis.
like, what are we doing here, man? Fuck.
Yeah, you got
Wait, we got
comedy.
Dr. Spike for 10,
10
subs.
subs.
Raw
Big
Quarter
support.
Pounder for 5
5 subs. Thank you so fucking much. Big support today, guys. Thank you, man. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
And like, the only real solution,
Is to quit.
Is to be good at this and garner an audience over time.
I have a solution. Fine. I'm just kidding.
any thoughts on age of disclosure movie
Wait.
solution?
Hang on.
Or I go up,
What
you know
is-
what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
so he said he had a
the
solution.
only real
He
solution.
lost his train of thought and he never came back.
Any thoughts on
Gone. I thought you cut that for a second. I'm like, I have to check.
age of
No.
disclosure movie coming out soon? Also might be better. idea not to compete with Asmongold's at 2 Eastern. Yeah.
Okay, so now everyone's just giving.
So now
every
it's
stream.
Asmongold is at 2. So better shut down 2 o'clock because
Wait,
Asmongold's on
But
at 2.
Asmon streams from 2 to like 8.
This is so cooked. Like this scheduled discussion is legitimately insane. Like it doesn't matter. Like this is crazy. There's always going to be something. Did you know midget wrestling was on at 4, bro? On ESPN 8, the Ocho, they have midget dart throwing on, buddy. They're throwing midgets at a dartboard like Wolf of Wall Street. Man, I gonna miss out.
There's reruns of Married with Children on the.
Well, Asmongold took over.
Seinfeld's on syndication at noon. Bro, like just the Golden Girls is on at 1.
Sorry,
What
Jared.
about
I'm
Gilligan's
watching the
Island?
Super episode. I gotta watch this.
What are we doing, bro?
Oh, actually, I'm watching
What are we
Friends.
doing? Roseanne's on at 4.
For my
What
time
about The
slot.
Price is Right? Come on down.
I was always in that. But the other like
Wheel of Fortune. You got
He's obviously much bigger than me.
Gingivitis for 5 subs. Storm Shadow X subscribe. Well, not in terms of weight, buddy. You're much larger than Asmongold that way.
Yeah.
You know, you're like 3 Asmongoloid, you know.
but like there'll always be a stream going on. You have to do what's best for you. Yeah, that's what I think. So bro,
Yeah, so why are we doing this discussion? I'm taking crazy pills. What are we doing? The sketch, but he'll loop back to it again and again and again. Not just during this stream, but every stream on every day since this stream, even though he was just given the truth.
Jared,
Just
I have
accept
it.
that you're
I got it.
unpopular and you.
I got it. Jared, do a 24-hour stream. And whatever hour is the highest view count, that's your time slot now.
But then what are with the trolls inflate the view counts? You know, like,
At like 3 in the morning. They go like,
Pino Cast goes, no one told me streaming was gonna felt me this way. Got a channel deleted, thought by May 4th it would go away. And now my channel's stuck in second gear. The felting isn't going to end even this year. Jer will be with you. Doo, doo.
Jared poos.
Oh.
The funniest shit ever. I love schedule talk.
I agree with that, Brian. You know, the 2 o'clock Eastern time slot was great
keeps
because it brought a
going.
big audience.
Jared will on you. That's it.
Oh.
He squirts out his ass.
But how much of that audience was just watching me because I was on the homepage at that time, and how much?
There it is.
Everyone.
There it is. That's why this stream is titled like it is. This is Jer finally admitting it was all fake. It was all along. He never had 70,000, 50,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. He never had any of those viewers. It was just because he was on the Rumble homepage, and so it counted every single person who went to rumble.com as a dedicated quartering live viewer. He has now been removed from that. He will not ever get that again, ever. And so now he's like, I don't have an audience. It's too bad, so sad, isn't it, Jer? Soffle bish.
Oh, good.
That audience actually wants to watch my show. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's obviously not
There
the
is
8 to 10,000
there's-
people that we.
Obviously not. It never was. But at one time, you had 70,000
He would
live.
shout that out though. He'd go like, "Wow, we have
Yeah.
75,000 watching live. Thank you, everyone." By the way, I'm not even saying it right. It'd be, we've got 75,000.
So now the truth is, the
live,
truth is slowly coming out day by day. He gets dragged closer to reality, but it's like kicking and screaming and scratching and clawing to stay in delusional la la land. Now it's like Phil with the excuses and the copes. Like it must be that all of those viewers are at 9 a.m. Why would that be the case? It doesn't make sense. They were never your viewers.
We would have when we were on the homepage for 2 hours. But how many of them can I get to follow me to a different time slot? Those are the
none
people I
of
really
them.
care.
Their homepage.
None of them.
It's not even real, by the way.
No, none
It's
of
not
it's
even
real. It's
real.
all a Fugazi. It's theater.
Do you think there's 78,000 people leaving their Rumble open on their computer? No. That is not happening. Sorry, Chris.
About versus the people who just have the Rumble homepage open, you know?
In truth,
Most of us
they're
have- By the
both
way,
scamming each other.
this is
Like
crazy.
it's a cycle of
As-
scammage where
As we're talking,
they're all
look at this.
scamming the advertiser
Look at
together.
this. Look at this. We're on the
Yeah.
homepage as we fucking.
Well, he said he was going to get us banned, right?
Yeah, I think I
What
still- I
happened?
still refresh.
What happened, Jeremy? Okay, now we're not. Okay.
Oh, right here.
Oh, we're right there though. Mm. Mm.
Look, we're watching ourselves. That's what.
Nice.
That's what.
Banned by Bongino? Oh. When does Shapiro
So
stream?
he
You
doesn't
have-
realize the irony of felting Bongino for banning people when he bans way more people than Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
Because people kept bringing up in chat, oh, we get banned by Bongino. He's a tyrant. And he laughs at Bongino. But it's like, you're a million times worse.
Oh my god.
to be aware of that time slot too. I think he's in the afternoon.
Can you
I think
imagine
that,
if
like-
Dan Bongino actually told Jer to get out of his time slot or he'd be sleeping with the fishes? Like he should.
We should do
Everybody
that.
should just be like, no, you're not
Message-
allowed to stream at this time.
We should message Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino.
BTC Maniac says this is just looping. No, it is. It is like he's trapped in this cycle where it's like excuse after excuse, and then it's met by cold hard reality by the chat. So he has to rephrase his excuse slightly different, and then it's totally different and valid, and then it gets beaten down again. And it's DSP. Like it's just Phil. That's just who he is now.
Honestly, if you do a live stream, people can watch it whenever.
Okay, guys, here's the new troll.
Yes!
Here's the new troll. Everyone has to be like, we prefer if you stream at 2 a.m. That's
I
the
want
new
him at
troll.
6 a.m. So Melanie Mack has to wake up at
6
4
a.m.
a.m. every day.
6
Yeah.
a.m.
6 a.m. Eastern every single day.
And everyone be your boomer selves and be like, listen, I'm old and I wake up at 5 and I want to watch the news.
You know, like people can just watch it whenever they want.
Yeah, it's not cable TV, boomer.
There's replays.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of the other
No way.
aspect of it.
That's kind of the other aspect of it.
Is
Nice sniff
okay,
here.
maybe they're not watching it at 9, but they'll watch it at maybe like the VOD views will be higher.
The Rumble VOD views are worthless, Jeremy.
Only on Rumble are people like trained like that because of the lineup.
What? Like,
But
He acts like it's like a fucking
this is the same thing Mersh
collaborative
would do.
fucking like
Chris, who else are you going to have at 6 p.m., Chris? There's nobody. What 6 p.m., Chris? Like,
I'll be real. Mersh is raping Jaren views and fucking support.
Of course.
Like Mersh is the
Of
man.
course he is.
it's not like on Twitch, people just go live when they go live. They're not worried about when other people are live. They just go live.
It's any website in the world,
Ah!
buddy.
Help me, help me, help me.
I'm under.
Help me. He gets this close, but he's so far away.
What?
Live when they're live, you know? I actually thought about competing directly with Tim.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it
bitch.
then,
You
bitch.
puss- Do it.
You won't. It is he knows he'll get crushed by Tim and it'll hurt his little ego. And
And then he'll be,
Tim
but that
cheated.
no, he'll be like this. Well, Tim was live. Of course, I didn't get viewers.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
No, it's just it's a preemptive excuse. So it's like no matter what times it was Asmongold, it was Tim, it was Crowder, it was Bongino, it was this, it was that. It's that you have no viewers. No one likes you.
But my wife, she's not a big fan of like streaming at night because that's kind of our time.
So your wife dictates the streaming schedule? Why are you telling this to people? Because if people wanted it at night, they're like, well, after work, I'm free to watch live streams, you know? And then it's your wife is to blame for this. You're using your wife as the shield for why you can't compete in the slot and as an excuse. Shut the up. What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
You know?
Stop mentioning your wife, please.
You know.
He's now on his phone, just like, no respect for
Are you going
anybody's
for
time.
1 or 2 hour streams? I'm going, the morning streams will be 2 hours, maybe longer sometimes, depending on how much news.
Generous,
a
sire.
1 hour stream.
Well, he says the mornings will be 2 hours.
Okay, but
He's a very generous and benevolent king, you see.
There is. The afternoon streams will be for fun. You know what I mean?
It's
What?
obviously not for fun. You're not having a fun time doing this. You're crying the whole time. You're not having
Will morning
fun.
show have any co-hosts? Well, I mean, we'll see how established we get. You know, I just want to let things kind of settle down right now.
Nothing is settling. Ever. There will be no settling. You get that, Jer? You. It's good.
You know, there's a lot of weirdness. A lot of people are being psychopaths.
He is
People are being
talking like a
psychopaths?
robot.
You're the one. You and Chrissy are the ones that are acting like psychopaths, lying constantly to the audience, to yourselves, to your friends, pretending things aren't happening that are clearly happening, inventing crazy fake narratives that everybody who disagrees with you is a liberal, woke communist. You're the ones that are acting like psychopaths, you know? Like, this is how the internet has always been. The internet is not this nice place where everybody gets along and is super positive all the time. Like, the internet is full of people that want to be negative, that want to be angry. And you exploited that negativity and that anger to make millions of dollars. Now, when the negativity and anger turns to you, you cry. You can't do that. That's not how it works, Jeremy.
Like, my co-hosts are taking, like, people are harassing my co-hosts.
Who?
And they
Who
think
is
it's funny, or they
harassing
think
Hannah
that
Claire?
it's like
Nobody's harassing Hannah Claire. Do you know that? Like, everybody has left her alone. Like, what are you talking about? Because she's not involved with you anymore. It's you that are dragging these people down and them over. It's you that's doing this, Jeremy. It's like, what are you doing?
justified. And right now I just kind of want to protect them. You know what I mean?
If you wanted to protect them, you wouldn't be bringing them up right now. What you actually want to do is use them as shields to take flack off of yourself, and you want to use them to gain sympathy for you. They're being abused. These poor women are being abused. Do you have sympathy for Brie Larson when she was being abused and harassed? You piece of shit. Do you have any problem going after all those feminist women, brigading them? What about the cosplayers in the Magic community that you brigaded, and you were saying that the harassment they were receiving didn't exist and it was all white knights and simps? How quickly the tune changes when the shoe is on the other foot, huh, Jer? How quickly?
I just want to kind of want to protect my co-hosts, if that makes sense.
You're using them as shields.
The stuff that
But here's the thing, Ash. This guy caught us flagged, threatened us, all that stuff, and all his co-hosts, minus Luke, obviously, sat there, either supported him or just like indirectly supported him by being there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to be nice to the co-hosts. Them, I don't give a.
Yeah, no one gives a
Who
fuck.
gives a shit
honestly.
about that? You.
It's the same thing as jumping into a pool of piranhas and then crying when the piranhas ate you.
Yeah.
Like that's what's gonna happen.
Hey, when we were banned, your fans were happy and like cheering our editor losing his job. Luckily, the locals people are helping out Flake now, and he's working with other people on YouTube, and we're
Also,
bigger than
like,
ever now.
Nobody's bothering Luke because he walked away. Also, like he needs to get a grip. The only person that's actually getting any sort of, he calls harassment, I call it criticism and mockery,
Yeah.
which is what he used to call it when he was the one dealing out the criticism and mockery. Now that he's on the receiving end, it's harassment. And there are many such cases of people that are like this, right? It's just funny how that works.
Yeah.
They're going through is insane.
Is it? Or is it the natural consequence of their actions? Only Mel is getting because she's actively sweeping for you and co-signing the things that you do. Same thing with Chrissy.
I just want to protect them from it because
I could give a Jer. Honestly.
He doesn't give a shit about protecting
He doesn't
these
care.
women.
Come
He
the
wants to
fuck
protect himself.
like people are psychos.
Okay.
Well,
Cry more.
we'll get Felton.
I'm sure, by the way, complaining about it will make it stop.
Yeah.
I'm sure crying like a big baby and making yourself out to be the victim in this will make it stop, right? What do you think this is going to accomplish? You baby?
What happened?
It's just dead air. He's just seething at chat,
Wait, was
just
that-
staring ahead.
I thought it was actually frozen.
No.
Okay. This
Look at his deep, do you see that
let's
deep
see.
stress sigh he just did?
I actually thought it was frozen.
Watch him just look at the sigh. Look at this. Look at that deep breath right there.
Let's see.
Go ahead. Holy
Yes, people
shit.
harassing both of them nonstop with just unbelievable vile stuff.
Like
but
what?
they don't want to say anything about it publicly because it only makes it
They've been-
worse.
What are you
Mel has been
talking
saying
about?
a lot about it publicly. Mel keeps talking about it publicly. And by the way, you're talking about it publicly right now, thus making it worse by your own logic. What are you doing?
There we go.
So talking about it makes it worse. So you're going to talk about it and bring more fire down on them. Smart, Jer. Smart.
You can ask Chrissy Mayer about that.
I don't care about Chrissy Mayer, Hannah, or Mel.
I'm sorry,
at
like,
all. I don't give a fuck any of these girls. I don't give a fuck. I don't know.
Nothing is actually happening other than mean words on the internet.
And being felted
okay?
for and deservedly so.
But he's acting as though like some person kidnapped Chrissy Mayer or
Yeah, exactly.
somebody slashed Melanie Mac's tires or was stalking her through the aisles of Walmart like Dickers did or some shit like this. Like none of this is happening. There's no proof of any sort of actual harassment. It's just mean words on the internet, which you and all of them have been completely comfortable with directing at anybody you didn't like since forever.
You know, these people they think that they're righteous or whatever, but they're just
Nobody is
insane.
pretending that we're
shit?
like the greatest people in the world, the most moral and wonderful, saintly people. I'm cyberbullying you
Yeah.
because you're a fucking bully that deserved to get fucking bullied, buddy.
Yeah.
And you don't fucking like it. And now you bitch up and cry about fucking bullying. Fuck you, pussy. He's a
Like,
cry bully.
you know, yes, I am streaming
Once
twice.
we apply, we apply for the YouTube channels to come back. I'm gonna make 100 of them, and you can just keep banning all of them. I don't give a fuck. Do it every day. Do it every fucking day, bitch. I don't give a fuck about YouTube TOS or you or Mel or Hannah.
But
or
by the way,
Chris,
like this
especially
whole, like
Chrissy.
they think that their righteous and moral argument coming from the people that cloak themselves in the church and in Christ to
Mhm.
justify their behavior every single day. It doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
Today. Yep. Yes, Hannah Claire too. All of them getting
She's not, though.
vile, disgusting harassment. Their families getting harassed.
Prove it. Whose
You know,
family is getting
and certain
harassed?
YouTubers.
Like, in all
keep
seriousness, prove it. Prove that somebody's family is getting harassed or shut the up.
Mhm.
Stop it. Stop it, Jeremy.
Piling on and pretending that they're not making it worse for them
You're making it worse.
because they're fighting the fight. Well,
Yeah.
Were you not fighting the
Well,
fight against
no,
Brie Larson
but
or
we're fighting
Rachel
the fight.
Ziegler or Jack Murphy
We're
or
making
Alyssa
fun of him.
Mercante.
We're making fun of him. It's jokes.
This
Oh,
is
the
so
shit doesn't
pathetic.
bother me.
It
And,
obviously
all you're
does
doing
because
is
you're
harass-
crashing out about it for the last 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't bother me, but it bothers them. So, for the sake of these poor, innocent, angelic women, won't you simp and white knight for them? No, bitch. Your whole brand has been that women are disgusting that deserve any level of harassment and abuse. And now, for the sake of two internet, we should stop making fun of you? Off.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing these two women who did fucking nothing wrong.
Oh my
But
God,
yeah,
they
you're
did
an awesome,
do wrong
cool
though.
dude.
You. So when you went after Anita Sarkeesian or Rachel Ziegler or Brie Larson, like because they were a woman and they were getting harassment and made fun of, you should have stopped? And it'll be like retroactively, yes, I should have stopped. After you already counted the millions of dollars and blew it on children's toys. Right.
Yeah.
So you're going to pull up the ladder on that grift and no one else is allowed to do that to you? I say no. I say you're going to suffer. And those who shield you and defend you will suffer as well. Nobody wants their families targeted. Nobody's in favor of that. And there's no evidence that that's taking place.
Well, he targeted
Stop it.
Our friend's family.
Well, yeah.
All right.
What about the women at the Ren Fair? He didn't care about them. Like this argument that just because they're women, like it's everything he's ever done is contrary.
Yeah, sorry
to
your
that.
comic bombed, dude, but it's not my fault.
Who are you talking about?
Anyway.
Vague poster? Who are you talking about? Whose comic book failed that now like you're getting punished for that? Like it has nothing to do with that.
I don't
What is
know.
he what is he actually talking about?
I don't know.
Anyway,
They're
let's
saying
get to
Yellow
it.
Flash or EVS.
Yellow Flash had a comic, but I'm pretty sure he made the goal.
This doesn't have anything to do
But
with
I'm pretty
anything.
sure he made the goal, though. He did make the goal.
Oh my God. Maybe it's Vito he's talking
What-
about?
No, it's Yellow Flash because he has to be, right? But he hit the goal. He didn't do Eric July numbers,
He's
but
just grasping at straws.
he made 100K. What
And
a
it's like,
failure.
if
What a
you-
failure.
and by the way,
100K.
Jeremy, if you feel this way, bro, why don't you make a video explaining your case to everybody and how righteous you are? But you won't because you're a coward.
The Yellow Flash made 100K off the comic. How is that a bomb?
Okay.
You make $0, Jer.
What they did to Hannah Claire was disgusting. If you
What did we do to Hannah Claire?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What did anybody do to Hannah Claire? We've been saying from the beginning, free Hannah Claire.
It was like we were so nice to her.
I don't know, like her fans, her comments are pretty much all positive at this point. Like,
Literally.
and the amount of people that are commenting and dunking on you and stuff and saying stuff about like the casino memes, like it's going down on her posts. Like more and more, it's just people that are talking about her news stories and stuff because she's not really that interesting to have a sustained like hate mob against. But there was no hate mob against her to begin with.
No.
This was all problems that people had with you. And then it's like people close to you are getting some blowback. That's to be expected, to be honest, if they're shielding you.
And if anything, what he's doing is making trolls want to go after HCB.
Well, that he's trying to do that, right? Where he's like, it's affecting them, it's bothering them. And trolls go after people who are affected and bothered. So
but then
he's
no
throwing
one
these
cares,
women into
though.
the line of fire. He's throwing them into the line of fire to shield himself
And
because
then
he's a coward.
And then we're gonna feel sad. Like I don't care. I actually don't care. I really don't.
No,
these people are
nobody
doing
cares.
to
I
Chrissy
really
Mayer.
don't care.
It's disgusting,
happened
and it's
to
not
her?
the people that
Well, Chrissy Mayer got felted
Like,
for sweeping.
I'm sorry, like this is like a cruel world, man. Like people die every day in this
Yeah.
world. Like there are people starving in poverty in third world countries, getting their hands chopped off in coal mines, like child labor, child soldiers, terrorism, warfare. I really don't feel bad that some 400-pound multimillionaire and his e-whores are getting made fun of on the internet. Like in the grand scheme of things, what's going on to you is nothing at all. It's not some grand tragedy to be bemoaned and we're all going to cry about it. Like, live in the real world.
Got banned. It's the other YouTubers
What?
that got banned to Chrissy Mayer. It's disgusting. And it's not the people that got banned. It's the other YouTubers.
What?
Oh,
So
like
he's saying that we haven't been making fun of Chrissy.
Like got banned
Ultimately,
by
what
who?
he's going to later on call them turncoats. So he believes that all of these other YouTubers swore a loyalty oath to him to defend him and defend his grift from any and all adversaries at any time. And that's just not how this stuff works. Ultimately, all of these people are also people trying to grift and make money.
Yeah.
And they don't have an allegiance to you, buddy. Like, they're not your friends.
Oh, it's
If
like
you thought
what
they were
did
your
to
friends,
Chrissy. Who
you're a
cares?
fool.
So no one can like attack not only you or criticize you, but no one can criticize people who are defending you. I'm sorry, if you defend quartering, you're getting felted. How about that?
But I can't get into it because it'll only make it worse on them.
Well, you just did.
So you admit you're making it worse on them because he did just get into it. Look at this guy. And
Yeah.
he says
Well,
everything is okay.
He wants
Is
to
everything
direct it.
okay? Look at his eye.
Well,
Look at his left eye.
He's directing.
Is
the
everything
anger.
okay? Look at how purple that is, man.
It's
That's
like a
not
bruise.
healthy. Like, did he get beaten up? Like, is this like a domestic? Like, what is this?
I would love nothing more than to defend them, but all it will
You
do
are
is make it worse
defending
for
them.
them.
Then why did you go into Chrissy
So-
Mayer's chat and offer her a job yesterday,
Mhm.
knowing that it would make it worse on
'Cause he
her?
was drunk.
Why did?
He was clearly blackout.
You know, that's it. That's it. I would, but it makes it worse on other people in my life, so I can't. And they know that, which is why they say
Yeah, he's a real Spider-Man.
some of the heinous stuff
What
they
a
do.
brave stance you took, Jer.
Oh no,
It doesn't really matter, does it?
No, it
No,
doesn't.
it actually
does
doesn't.
not.
No, it actually doesn't really matter. You're millionaires. Melanie Mack says she's set for life and a multimillionaire too.
Mhm.
The people that are having to go out every single day and work real jobs really don't feel bad for you that somebody's making fun of you on the internet. Like, get a grip.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah Claire's a trust fund kid and a stay-at-home mom. Like, you guys are not the victims in this world. You guys have had so much wealth and so
Let's
much
see.
fame and so much power. And then you cry like bitches the moment that anything bad happens in your life. Like, some people actually go through hard times. You know that, right?
Answer for the whole lot. That's how I found you. Reset my algorithm. yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, well said. Whatever. Okay, what do you
Anyway,
say?
that's how I found you. Let's see. Answer for the whole lot. That's how I found
Aren't
you.
swallow a whole lot.
What did he actually say there?
His brain is decomposing
Arm
in real time,
swatting
like
the
it's
whole
rotting.
lot? Hang on.
Let's see. Answer for the whole lot. That's how I found you.
I've suffered a whole
Arm-
lot.
And that's how I found you.
I've suffered. No, what did he actually
What?
say?
Reset my algorithm. yeah.
Arm swallow.
It's really weird.
He's
Anyway.
decomposing.
Okay, let's go on.
Does he know any other adjective than weird? Like, it's everything is weird. Weird. And then he makes fun of Rachel Ziegler for saying weird. Like,
Yeah.
it's the calling the kettle black, Jer.
Yep.
Yeah, she's one.
She's definitely black.
She's one of the saddest turncoats. Anyway, let's not do this. Let's get into the story.
Wait. Who's the saddest turncoat?
Yeah, she's one.
Yeah.
She's one of the saddest turncoats. Anyway, let's not do this. Let's get
He's
into
referring to people as turncoats.
So he's harassing
Like,
people.
he's talking about Nina Infinity.
Oh, of course.
is
Yeah,
what-
yeah,
is what-
yeah. Because Oh,
so
she
he's saying that
backstabbed
Nina
him.
Infinity owed him a lifetime of loyalty, even as he insulted her race and her culture and, made weird comments towards her on the air. And even though he flagged people down, Nina Infinity owed him a lifetime of loyalty, and she's a turncoat. And that's how he views this. He views himself as an emperor. He thinks that he's like the king of England. And he thinks that this is like, how dare the colonists throw the tea into the harbor? These turncoats will be punished. Like, who the do you think you are?
Story. All right.
It's literally crying.
Just talking to my editor right now.
About what?
I've got more stories, more store eyes for your sore eyes.
Oh God, the cringe.
How's everybody's mornings going?
How is everybody's mornings going?
I got to be totally honest.
Not really the way to
Who
say that
cares?
sentence, is it?
Who
It could have went a lot smoother, couldn't it have?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, we have basically the same number of viewers in this time slot that we did yesterday in our normal 2 o'clock time slot.
So he's excited. He wants to move here already.
And I haven't really even hard cut it off yet, or hard promoted. Is anybody here today that watched the 2 o'clock show yesterday?
I'm actually
We're back to the scheduled discussion.
No.
Do you think that you're going to get honest answers from an entire chat of trolls? There's nobody there other than trolls that was also there for 2. Like, come on, man.
And thought, and when I told you hey, come at 9 o'clock, you came today for the first time.
No, that didn't happen.
No one from 2 was there at 9 except for our guys because of Roger.
Phrasing. You're here you're viewing for the first time.
There's a brand new viewer for the first. Yeah, I'm sure.
After I told you yesterday.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Never mind.
We'll see. We'll see how she goes. Also, the nice thing about the morning streams is that
you could eat breakfast.
Go ahead.
We get to cover a wider variety of topics.
What do you mean you get to cover a wider variety of topics? Why would the variety of topics that you can cover be constrained by what time it is during a day? That doesn't make sense. In no way does what time of day it is constrain or limit your ability to talk about different things. It's just such a strange thing to say.
I've now Graham, but not Bongino, so 10 works for me.
If I hear fucking Bongino one more time, I'm gonna fucking die.
I just gotta say, what does one person providing what works for their singular schedule do exactly? Okay, I watch Bongino at this time, so this works. It's what?
It's hard to wake up early, but okay. Just shot me some fireball now. You gotta be
okay.
Fireball.
So this is actually might be the craziest part of the entire stream.
Okay.
So this is actually one of Jer's longest supporters. One of his longest running supporters and financial backers is making a joke about Jer's fireball. And he tells him he's on watch and he's on thin ice and that he might get banned. Yeah.
No way.
He does.
Wake up early, but okay. Just shot me some fireball now. You gotta be careful, Tim. I know you, but you gotta be careful right now.
You gotta be careful, Tim. I know you. You've been a long time supporter.
Mods are on alert.
Mods are on high alert, Tim. You can't make jokes about me drinking fireball. Do you see how twisted this is, Jeremy? Do you see you see that you're the villain in all of this, right? That you're punishing your own longtime fans? I'm sorry, but you're a big slob. You can be made fun of, okay? I'm also a big slob. I don't know what to say. This idea that you're above mockery is insane, bro. It's crazy. You have to stop. You have to humble yourself, bro. This is crazy.
You might get caught up. Or Israel Adonise. The Sean Strickland fight was great.
Oh my God. So I actually forgot how fucked this was. He said Israel Adesanya instead of Adesanya. So Jeremy's pretending like
Oh my God.
he's I thought he was saying Adonis there, but I forgot the context.
I said
Jeremy is trying to like talk about MMA because Gina Carano is fighting tomorrow. And so he's trying to pretend like he knows anything about MMA. So he's like, yeah, I watched the Israel Adesanya fights. Like, listen to what he said. Like, it's Adesanya, Jer.
Well, you might get caught up. Or like Israel Adonise. The Sean Strickland fight was
Adonis, by the way, too.
great.
Now, listen to this. This is how clueless he is. So he's talking about the Sean Strickland fight, okay? He's going to give us his analysis of the Sean Strickland fight, okay?
Okay.
No, I just want to point out that Sean Strickland was not the champion going into this fight because Jer is of the opinion he was, which means I don't even think Jer watched the fight because Hamzat was the undefeated champion at the time.
Probably there was some question whether or not he won that fight, but I think that the answer is that he was the defending champ, so you're probably going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Oh my God.
No.
Help me.
Sean Strickland was not the defending champion, and he did not get the benefit of the doubt because he was the defending champion. Hamzat was the defending champion.
Her shape back. Golly, yeah, Gina looks very fit. She must work.
I bet she does.
Yeah.
Here we go.
She just wasn't in fighting shape, I would say. But seeing her
know anything about fights,
except for the tranny who beat him
that
up.
like Netflix promo thing, it was great. She looked extremely happy and healthy. It was inspiring. When HCB comes back from leadership camp, she will know MMA and how to shoot every gun with perfect accuracy. I hope so. I think at both of their stages in their life and career, this fight will not end in round one.
Well, the odds makers see it differently. So Jeremy, by the way, thinks he's the expert on MMA. Like the fight is actually like the odds say that it will end in round one. It will be a Ronda Rousey submission in round one. We'll all check in after Saturday and find out if Jer was once again wrong that it won't end in round one. But I mean, it's favored to literally end in the first round.
For Ronda?
Yeah.
All right.
Like Gina Carano is a 6-1 underdog in this fight. Like
I'm putting $1,000 on Gina.
You'll make.
I'm putting $1,000 on Gina tomorrow, bro.
I mean, like Gina Carano hasn't fought since I think 2009.
Good. I believe it's going to happen.
Putting
$1,000 on Gina's chat. Press 1 if I should do that.
Maybe you should. I don't know. Ronda's striking is god fucking awful.
Only for the win. I'm not going to do it for like a round or anything.
I would die laughing if Ronda Rousey did get knocked out by Gina Carano. Like, I would love to see Ronda get knocked out and humbled because I fucking hate Ronda. On the other hand, I do want to see Hambly cry if Gina gets subbed.
True.
So it's a win-win situation for me. I don't give a but I'm not touching that fight.
Really?
I'm not betting on that.
No. I'll probably lose, but I don't care. But here's the thing is, if I win, he'll be happy that Gina won, but then mad when he sees my tweet about how I won money. Right?
Well, this thing, some of you aren't both of them over the age of 40. This is the same thing as like betting on that Ken Shamrock, Royce Gracie fight when they were both in their 50s, or like Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. when they were in their 50s. Like, you never know what's actually going to happen in these situations because they're so washed and so old. Like, you just don't know.
I haven't gambled in a long time, Schmet, unfelt.
Drove malfunction.
Like 6 months
if it's based on Gina's got more to malfunction with. I guess I'll put it that way.
Oh, she's got if you're enjoying the stream, guys. Jer's creeping on women again. Woo.
One thing you can do is just leave a like on it.
Oh,
I don't think it actually helps.
He's begging. Then why are you asking?
It just makes them cry when they get liked.
That's what he's going to say.
It does make the haters cry.
Oh, wait.
So it does.
If you're trying to make us cry, then what's wrong with us making you and the women cry? And
Exactly.
like, okay, you want us to cry? Well, we're gonna make you cry.
What this boils down to is he's allowed to do anything he wants to the
Yep.
point of ruining people's lives.
Yeah.
But the moment he gets any of that same treatment, it's
Mhm.
like endless sobbing.
Yep. Exactly.
You know,
It's
It
true
does
to
make
me,
the haters
Copium.
cry.
Before he said the dislikes help, but now the likes do nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
You're right,
none of it's
you're right.
consistent.
Oh, Ash, I got it. When I applied to get my channel like a new channel, and I get it, I'm gonna call my channel The Quartering 2.
Well, we got
Do you like
Schmeltenfeld
that?
says toward the 1K on Gina. Yeah, I
do-
think that's. By the way, I think
I'm gonna
Roger
call-
probably should have just been called Quartering Real. You know, like
yeah.
real quartering raw or some shit. But Roger's jokes, you know what I mean? It's just-
But do you like that idea of me calling my channel The Quartering 2?
quartering two, the halfening.
But I love Roger's channel.
yes, Gina is way hotter. Are we getting drunk again, fatty? Sorry, no, not today.
Whoa!
Are we
Why-
getting drunk again, fatty?
Why would you read that?
Okay.
Holy.
Bad news for consumers of fast or faster food.
Oh, you bad news for Fox. Oh no. Oh no, not the people who eat the Zog Chow, the goy slop, the fast food from the tray. Oh no, whatever shall we do?
I just tweeted out after I applied for a new channel and got it. I'm going to call my channel Quartering 2.
Bad news for consumers of fast or faster food. McDonald's has
yourself?
a new warning for all of its customers. Surprise, it's going to be jacking up prices again.
Good.
Buddy, wait.
Good.
He talked about this on Locals. I
know.
watched this.
Imagine crying about the price of fast food every other day. You know, there's other options for food, right? You don't have to eat McDonald's for every meal, Jer. Like, I know that you might be confused.
Okay, anyone who was at Locals last night, what were we watching that had nothing to do with McDonald's, but he compared it to McDonald's immediately? Ash, he was talking about
I don't
cars,
remember.
and then he was just like, yeah, it's kind of like in McDonald's when you're, and I'm like, wait, what?
McDonald's has been increasing prices at
Good.
legendary rates, some as many as 200 to
Good.
300%
Maybe people will
since
get
2020.
healthier.
And it's I'm getting a little tired of their excuses.
I'm getting tired
know,
of your excuses.
like-
What do you feel like? That's the fattest statement in the world. I'm getting tired of McDonald's excuses for why I can't have 9 cheeseburgers for $9. Why not? What the
I'm
fuck?
getting a little tired of their
He's
excuses.
tired.
But
He's hangry and oh no, whatever will McDonald's do? Like, as if you're going to be able to boycott it, fatty. As if you're going to stop plugging your blowhole with sandwiches there, quarter pounder. Like, what are we talking about? I won't buy it. Yeah, right.
Or like
Yeah, right,
McDonald's
bozo.
will watch his video and change
this
it.
$100 per quarter pounder and he would pay. He'll pay anything they say. He's addicted.
But we're going to get into all that after a super quick word from this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Is it fair to say that food costs have increased?
By the way, remember
on your
when
phone,
he promised
on your phone
that he, yeah,
during
remember when
an
he
ad.
promised he would get right into the videos and then he hit us with a sponsor right away. So he's already broken that promise. It turns out that too was a lie. Now he's on his cell phone during the video. That's great.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Everything
Food
has
costs
gone
have
up
increased.
in price.
But McDonald's
Who's been president for the last 2 years, by the way? Why is gas $100 to fill your tank right now in Canada? Exactly.
Yeah.
Couldn't have anything to do with the war that old Zognold started for Israel a couple months back, could it?
My tank was almost empty yesterday, and I filled it right. But I look at the thing. I'm like, was that $80? My gas was $80.
I saw $105.
I was like, what? That's like a video game.
Yeah.
What the?
I'm like,
swear, Zeiser, I swear.
It shouldn't ever go to $100.
Never.
You know? And
I was like, oh my God. Is it because you know you press the button so you don't like hold the thing, right? And you just leave it? And I'm just like chilling there and I look over.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I heard Marco Rubio say the other day, I don't want to get too political, but he said, our goal for the war with Iran is to get it back to before we started the war. Are we tired of winning then, folks? Like, are we kidding here? Like,
yeah,
holy man.
Buddy, if you're an Uber driver in Canada, you're felted. You're done, bro.
McDonald's cost
No
has
wonder all the Indian guys are having mental breakdowns in Canada.
increased at a crazy rate. At a crazy rate.
Ash, are you excited for hearing about the 3 cents stamp ink price increase? You ready for that, buddy?
Complain about the price of stamps, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
I
like,
should have left with full 30 minutes.
Jeremy is the person that's least affected by this shit